been an exciting 2 weeks of cricket right here in Krefeld, Germany at the National Performance Centre. And only 4 teams remain. Well, with the defending champions knocked out in the first round, it's anybody's game. And we're going to start with a big clash between the Black Caps and Golden Star Bonn. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Germany, Krefeld, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. I'm Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It is finals day. It's day 12 right here in Krefeld. It's actually going to be the last day of our German ECS adventure for 2022. It's been a great 4 weeks, and haven't we been entertained here in Krefeld? And quarterfinals Friday was no exception yesterday. We had a couple of big fish go by the wayside, but we do have 4 teams left here, and well, one of them will raise the trophy by the end of the day. So we are starting the day with match number 45, which is semi-final 1, and it is Düsseldorf Black Caps who are taking on Golden Star Bonn. Well, these teams have had a lot of success so far, but only one of them will progress to the final later on this afternoon. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Ball first.
So it is Golden Star Bonn. Their captain Zakir wins the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Look, a little bit risky if you ask me, but there are kind of the conditions for it. We'll talk about that in a second. And also the fact that the Black Caps put a huge 1-4-7 on the board in their quarterfinal yesterday against the Cologne Challengers. But here's the thing about Golden Star Bonn. They did finish second in their group, but they've got a couple of big fish coming in. And I'm talking about Gurvinder Singh and Paritosh Bairagi, who are likely to bat in the 3 and 4 position. And they weren't here yesterday. Despite that, they did get the job done, didn't they, GSB? So I think it's going to be a really entertaining game. I think that they obviously want to know exactly how many they want to chase so they can bat accordingly. They've got a lot of firepower, don't they? And how was Nawabi yesterday with his 3 wickets and his quick fire 16 towards the end? Looked like they were gone. It was a really a close game, but in the end, he got them over the line in the last over. Let's talk about Düsseldorf Black Caps, though. We know that they're a very powerful unit. I've said from the get-go, I think that they're the team to beat here, and they were pretty comprehensive. I think they sent a message to the competition in quarterfinal 4 yesterday, putting that big score on the board. Of course, it was Venkat Ganesan that came good, as well as Mohammad Raheel with twin half centuries. But Jamshed Khan missed out. I think he'll want to go big and he'll get an opportunity first up this morning. But also got a really long batting order. I think it's going to be a really interesting game, but I do think the Black Caps have to go in as slight favourites. Golden Star Bonn, though, well, the men in purple, we know that they've got quite a few followers around the world now, and they'll be cheering them on. Let's talk about conditions. I can tell you pretty overcast this morning, actually, even a few spots of rain, but I don't think that's going to be an issue lingering around. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 24 degrees already. We're up to 18, so pretty similar to yesterday. The cloud cover, I think, is going to hang around, but it's pretty comfortable conditions for the players. Rico Full, I know that you're excited for finals day, and it's your last day in the booth for a couple of weeks, so let's have a great time. Over to you. I can tell you that Golden Star Bonn have won the toss. They're going to field. Over to you. Time for finals day.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, and yes, it's time. It's finals time. Back here at the National Performance Centre in Krefeld. Good morning to everybody, and let's get ready to rock and roll. Well, how did these teams get here? Well, why don't we have a quick look back at what happened on quarterfinals Friday yesterday. The first quarterfinal was between Lemgo and Golden Star Bonn, and what a match it was. It was an absolute cracker. Lemgo, they're probably still waking up this morning wondering just how they lost that match, but it was all thanks to 2 men, really. Well, mainly it was the captain who played a key part in organising his troops, knowing that he had 2 key batters missing. They managed only 86 on the board. They did Lemgo, and Golden Star Bonn, when they looked well out of it. But it was that man, as you heard Maximo mention, Rahim Nawabi. Not only did he do the damage with the ball, 3 for 19, then he hit 16 off 5 balls in that 9th over, and then he left it for the captain, Zakir Khan, to finish things off. He made 25 off 15. Match number 2, quarterfinal 2 was the Boosters. The Boosters came and they were boosted as they whacked 127 on the board with just 3 wickets down, and it was Ritwan Vesikaran again who was in the mood. 57 of 25 from him, and Indran 52-27. You thought they were going to wrap it all up, but it wasn't to be, because, well, by Spartans, they got him with 4 balls to go, 130 for 3, and it was Shazab Khan who played an amazing knock, 54 of 22, and he was the player of the match in that one. Quarterfinal 3, Cologne CC versus Aachen Rising Stars. It was another low-scoring thriller. Cologne CC 87 for 7, and Aachen Rising Stars 79 for 10. And for them, it was Ashok Dani 4 for 4 was the wicket taker. Did Dani do? And that was enough to seal it. Sanka did pretty well as well. And then the very last one, we see how the Black Caps got to where they were. Well, they were just dominant with the bat yesterday, weren't they? 147 for 1. And it was Mohammad Rahel, 66 of 27. And finally, we saw the class of Venkat Ganesan, the national team captain of Germany, 61 not out of 27. And then, well, it was just a superb performance from them. And the challengers, well, they were 84 for 5. And it was Mohammad Rahel who was the player of the match in that one. Also picked up a 1 for 8. So, gives you an idea how both these teams got here. Golden Star Bond, well, they came back brilliantly. And that's probably why they've won the toss here and decided to put the Black Caps in. I think they feel that they can try and chase better than put the score on the board. But at the same time, they will know that's a risk, because the Black Caps, if they get going, as we saw yesterday, they can really pile on the runs. You can see there at the bottom how the teams have been performing, and what the timeline shows you. The red dots are the defeats, the green are the victories. And Black Caps are 100-92, favourite to win this. That's what the bat versus ball wall tells us. A very, very good morning to you. It's a little bit of a similar start to what we had yesterday. Bit of cloud cover around, but pretty bright out there. It's not dark, but the forecast for today, again, similar to what they were saying yesterday. There may be a touch of rain in the air, but we were lucky yesterday. We didn't get any of the wet stuff at all, and let's hope that it's the same today here, and that we have these semi-finals and finals uninterrupted. Remember, 2 semi-finals first up. From that, we will know which 2 teams, the runners-up, if you like, in the semi-finals, which will go through to the bronze final, and the 2 winners will play in the grand final later on today. Good morning to everybody on the chat. Nice and busy up there already. Simon, good morning to you. It was lovely to have Simon here at the Grand yesterday and doing a little bit of commentary as well, which I know that you all loved. Morning to Chris Smith as well, and to everyone else. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. Hi, welcome to finals day here in Krefeld. This is the Bio-Udingham Cricket Ground, and it's been an absolute treat as we got ready here for the very first ball. Looks like the bowler just marking up his run as the players shuffle around and get into their positions. Well, what are we going to expect today? Well, I get a feeling that the Black Caps, they're just going to try and continue in the sort of form that they were in yesterday. Just tried to dominate the bowling. And one thing is, they've got such good batters. I think they don't hang around. They go out there to play one way. The only one that tries to give them some stability, I think, is Venkat, who's at the non-strikers end. Oh, that's a beaut! That is an absolute beaut! That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fireball! Lela Gurgabelli. Well, he gets the breakthrough straight away. What a start from the young man. Well, you know myself, and, well, those of you that were listening early in the week, when Professor Ujwal were here, we were saying this man should be opening the bowling, not bowling in the 8th over when we normally see him, and that is why he gets the ball up there, full, straight, knocks him over. What a ball that is, and he's got the dangerous Jamshad Khan out, very first ball. I tell you, this is something special. Jamshad Khan has scored 218 runs in this series, but he will score none in this semi-final. He has to go. What a ball that is, and what a start this is for Golden Star Bond. Beauty, absolute beauty. So that's one of the danger men back. And I suppose the only good thing there, as we see the first of the day. Didn't expect it to be the very first delivery, but what a ball that is. Look, if you just woken up, you've driven to the ground to play some cricket, You've lost the toss, you've been told you're batting, the captain says you're opening, and you get that as the first seed. Well, you're quite unlucky, really. Next ball, wide. Oh, what a start. Well, we're quite used to seeing that ball, the second ball, the wide ball, as being the first ball, normally, the loosener. He does it the other way around. He gets the first ball on the money, knocks him over. Better delivery. The batters reluctantly go. They're a bit undecisive here. But Mohammad Rihal does get off the mark. Had a good day yesterday. Mohammad Rihal finally got to a good score. 66 he scored against Cologne Challengers in that quarter-final. 155 runs in the series so far. He's always made starts and he's always looked good, but he was missing that one good knock. And after he put those runs on the board yesterday, when I had a brief chat with him, he was very happy with his performance, naturally. And he was saying, I think I got it now. I think I'm understanding this pitch a lot better. Understanding the way the ball was coming onto it. You have to be just a little bit patient. And that's absolutely right. Single taken. So it will now be Venkat. Gunasan. He put a good partnership on with Rahil yesterday. That's really well bowled. What a beautiful delivery. And, you know, that's class, really, because not only is it such a good ball, but remember, he's now had to bowl to the left-hander, and he's got it right straight away. Great delivery. Venkat is more of a guy that will stroke the ball around. He's not an out-and-out aggressive hitter off the ball. But if it's down the leg side, and if it's a ball delivery, of course he will put it away. But he will nudge it around more and go for the big shots. Gets beaten again. What a good Gabelli. What a start this is. Great bit of bowling. They know they go into this as the underdogs. There's no doubt about it. Golden Star Bond. But they're going to fight and fight hard. And of course, they're really going to be boosted with the likes of Govinder Singh in the team. And Baragi as well. Two very good batters. And Baragi, very good all-rounder. Done well with the ball. This is a lovely shot. That's 4 runs. So after being beaten a couple of times outside the off stump, this time Venkat gets himself in beautiful position, waits on it, and plays a delightful cut shot. Places behind point, and that goes all the way to the boundary. So a confidence boost for Venkat, in very good form. As I said yesterday, he brought up 100 in the series with a combined total, and a good 61 not out. Put a great partnership together with Mohammad Rihal in that victory against the challengers. So he's up and running. Gurugubeli wants to put an end to his innings. Goes full. This is delicately played. It's a good throw. He's in trouble. Well, he wanted it in Venkat, but he gets sent back, and that's a good call from Mohammad Rihal. There's no single here. It goes straight to the fielder, who picks it up, and that's Simba. Simba is always prowling there. Simba the Lion. Well, easy. Says, oh, no, you don't. That is the end of the first. What a cracking start it was. Wicket of the very first ball, and that was a wicket of Jamshad Khan. Let's have a look at the top performers. So the Black Caps, I've mentioned Jamshad. He's gone already. Look, wasn't able to add a run onto that. He went for a first bowler. Rahil, 155, and then, well, you also got Oscarani Ahmed, has been batting well on the other side. Baragi, that's why they missed him yesterday, 173. Remember, he hasn't played all the matches either. Gurvinder Singh, 124. Both those batters are back in the side today. And then you got the pocket rocket, Naeem Khan, there as well. A little dab and a run. So, slightly cautious approach. As Imtiaz comes into the attack. Imtiaz Sardar normally opens, but today he went with good Gubelli, and what a good shot that was from the captain, Zakir Khan. The field changes now to left-hander. Long on back, and looks like they've got like the backward point is on the boundary for that shot. That Venkat plays really well. Oh, that's a good one. That is so close to catching the edge of the bat. bit quicker, bit shorter. And look at the lift on that. It really goes through to the keeper at a good speed. Naeem can't. Good gloves from him. Very tense out there at the moment. No, hardly a noise as the bowler comes in. And, well, this takes a bit of bat, and it just bubbles up when nobody's able to take it. Could have gone anywhere, could have gone back to the keeper, could have gone to the bowler, and in the end, no man's land. So lucky. One thing I will say, that both these batters yesterday, when they made that great partnership together, both scoring 60s, both gave chances. Venkat was dropped once, I think, in the 20s, whereas Raheel was dropped a couple of times. So if they give a chance, you've got to take it or you'll pay. Well bowled again. Nicely played as well. They do attack it. Oh, that's a fiery throw. And that's Gurvinder Singh. Happy to be back in the side. Let's see if his introduction can give him the boost that they're looking for with the bat. People watching from all over the world, I want to welcome you to this Bayouden cricket ground. It's the National Performance Centre in Krefeld. I hope you've enjoyed our time in Germany. Played out, the off, single taken. So these two just a bit of rebuilding now and trying to see if they can continue what was a very fruitful partnership yesterday. Yeah, remember we had 2 weeks in Dresden, which was a fantastic series. The Berlin Cricket Academy were the champions there. And then from Dresden, from one beautiful pitch, we moved to another, one lovely destination to another here in Krefeld. Gone! Goes right through. Well, that's quite amazing. Venkat Ganesan, well, he lost his cool, he went for the big shot, and Sardar gets the breakthrough. They are up and running here this morning. What a start that is. Imtiaz Sardar gets the big wicket of Venkat. So both the openers have been removed. This is quite amazing. Sensational start. And not sure what this shot was from Venkat. He just chanced his arm, wanted it. The ball just swinging into him slightly, and that's made the difference. Goes right the way through, hitting middle on leg. Imtiaz Sardar gets the second. And Venkat Ganesan, he goes for 5 of 7 deliveries. What a great start. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And that comes right at the end of the over as well. This is where we are with the runs by day, if you like, so sort of scores per innings. And at the moment, compared to last year, 10.3. Last year was about 8.7. I think the outfield, as you heard Vinny saying, last year was a lot of rain, so the outfield was slow. The ball would have been heavy as well. That would have made a big difference. This year, this outfield has been lightning. And I think also the pitch has had some work done to it as well, with the ball coming on to the bat. So we're about 10.3. Yesterday was 10.5. So one of the highest days that we saw, with all the teams sort of very close, neck and neck to each other. What will today bring, the final day? Well, I think it should, from the teams that we got involved, it should be quite a high scoring one. Let's wait and see. At the moment, it's the bowlers that are on top. And I don't know whether, I mean, Baragi coming back into the side, would I go with Gurgubeli to bowl another one here when they're 9 for 2? I think I would. I would put the pressure on. I know it's a gamble because Gurgubeli can bowl very well for you towards the end, but I think you've got him rattled. You've got a new batter also that's come in, Oscarani Ahmed, who scored 109 in this series. So I would go for it. I would say, okay, Gurgubeli, we get a couple of more wickets in here, then we can really contain a team like the Black Caps to a score, maybe, I don't know, sort of 80 to 90. Not making a change in the field, the two fielders. The captain wanted to make that change. Got to keep an eye on his time here. Doesn't want to use up too much time. So another player, Baragi, who we did not see yesterday. And, but they won without him quite amazingly. A sensational win, wasn't it? That quarter-final #1 against Lemgo. They just didn't look like they were in it. We saw a wicket go the very first ball of the 9th over, and that was a run out. And that was, I was thinking then, you know, I don't know any of these batters now that are capable of scoring runs. And then out walked Niabi, who'd taken 3 wickets, but he just blasted 16 off 5 deliveries. It was quite sensational. And then Zakir Khan, the captain, just finished it off with 2 boundaries, and that was it. Job done. It was unbelievable. Slight delay here at the moment, just for, I think, a few technical issues. We'll get those sorted out. But a good opportunity for me once again to say good morning to all the early birds that are on the chat. Well, I say early birds. I know for some of you it's afternoons and even the evenings. Hello to Vinny's wife. Nice to know that you're there. Vinny will be here soon, don't worry. And 1 or 2 others that are on there. Looking forward to a brilliant day. And, well, the lineups we've got are absolutely fantastic. So it looks like we're ready to go here now. The umpires out there, Waqas Ahmed and Nikhil Dhanawade, have passed the ball on to Baragi. So we're ready to go for the start of the 3rd over. So the last in the power play. And at the moment, there hasn't been too much power. Baragi. Rahil goes straight up in the air. Has he got the legs? I don't think he has. Govinda has taken the catch and he gets it. Big wicket. Mohammad Rahil goes as well. He goes up in the air a long way. This is such a good catch. I'll tell you why this is a good catch. Because not only has Gurwinder, who has come into the side after being absent from them yesterday, not only is it gone a long way up in the air, he's got to find it in this sort of grey-white clouds. He's also got a fielder in front of him running towards him, making all sorts of movements in his purple gear. But Gurwinder stays focused, picks it, takes it. What a catch. What a moment. The 3rd wicket goes, and it's another scalp. It's Mohammad Rahil. So, well, 3 wickets down here now with a score on 9. This is remarkable from the Stars. Well, this is just unbelievable. Oh, one man who's coming into the commentary booth here, maybe with a bit of an expression of shock about him, is Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny.
Yeah, good morning, Rico. Morning to all of our viewers. And wow, that was a powerful hug, wasn't it, that Guri gets there? And why not Rahil? He was so dangerous yesterday with his half-century, and he has been removed. Baragi comes up with the big wicket, and there's been 3 big wickets, really. Bang, bang, bang. 9 for 3. It's not just the wickets, but also the fact they haven't been able to get too many runs off the first couple of overs as well, Rico. But here is a man that he can hit the ball miles. It's the captain, Majid Ahmedzai, coming out. And what will his approach be?
Oh, has he gone here? Has he gone first ball? Yes, he has. The finger goes up. Well, there is a purple bit of carnage out there at the moment. Purple is the colour. They've come from everywhere. This is out. He literally puts this straight into the gloves of the keeper. Naeem Khan takes the catch. Everybody goes up. The umpire, he thinks, and eventually puts the finger out. The pocket rocket takes a catch. Yeah. Baragi 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick.
Seemed out to me. He tries to get his bat out the way, but he just doesn't get it out. Look, yeah. Definitely there's something on that.
Oh, yeah, look at the movement. Baragi goes on the floor. He goes down in his appeal. Oh, look at that. 100%. That's clear cut.
It might have been off the glove, but he just decided to try and get the way of the ball. He said, come on, you must have seen what I saw. You can't say I'm in the way. I'm sitting on the ground. And Baragi comes up with 2 in 2. Unbelievable stuff. Suddenly he's on a hat-trick, a 4th wicket captain who can be so aggressive. It's a tame end to his innings. It's a quick innings as well. 9 for 4. What a crazy start to this game. But we have seen in the finals so far that teams have recovered from terrible starts. We saw it twice yesterday in the middle semi-finals. Well, could this be a dream hat-trick for Baragi?
Sensational stuff. Absolutely sensational. What a start this is. Well, what are they on? What are they on? Remember, we have seen 2 hat-tricks here already.
Well, that is already a team hat-trick, 3 wickets in 3 balls. Because remember, Sada got that wicket off the last ball, the last over. All right, so who gets to face the music is Praveen Ganesan, who comes out. Baragi on a hat-trick.
In the air. Oh! Is he taking it? No, he stopped it.
He's quick to run now. That's really good sportsmanship.
That's such a good stop from the captain.
Yeah, he almost catches this, ends up in his hands, but just bounces first. Zakir Khan, watch this. Throws everything at it. We might not just see it here, but you see he's quick to say, look, it didn't carry.
He runs up ready to throw, and everyone thinks he's celebrating. And as he runs to throw, he crosses his hand saying, no, I didn't catch it. But it's about as close as you can get. There's a bit of a nervy start there for Praveen Ganesan. Now, Oscar Ahmed, he's been really good as well during this series. They don't take a run there.
No run. Ganesan. Baragi again. Goes for the Yorker. Oh, that's well played. And now he gets to the other end as quick as he can. He says, I'm out of here. I want to get to the other end.
Cricket's such a funny game. I mean, it just seems at the moment, it feels like a wicket could fall every single ball. We're looking for it. I mean, that's just a fairly regular on drive, but you still feel a bit nervy. What do you think, guys? I mean, I know Simon's in the chat. Hello to you, Simon, and everyone else that's piped in so far. Haven't had too much of a chance to say hi to the live chatters just yet. There's been so much action, and can they recover from this?
10 for 4. This is just incredible stuff. What an over this has been so far. Just that one run just came off it. In the air, it could be another, just over the fielder. He's hit this well enough. And Oscar Ahmed, he backs himself to clear the fielder. It's aerial, it's in the direction of that man, but he gets enough on it. And he gives it the jump, springs in his feet, but he can't get there.
Yeah, and that's brave. I mean, you've got to be brave in this situation. You can't go into your shell. No, Oscar Ahmed, he wouldn't fancy himself good enough to kind of bat in the top 3 anyway. So that's the situation he's in. He's just got to play his game, try to block out the fact that those 4 wickets have gone and the kind of players that have gone, and a very confident start to his innings.
Mudapati gets the ball and now he's practicing the leap in front of us. It was him that the ball went over. Baragi wants to finish the over well. Goes with the slower ball. And that's really nicely played, but unfortunately it's straight to the fielder. There'll be no run there. Dot ball to finish, 5 off the over, 14 for 4.
Yeah, so that's the end of the power play. Very, very good one, obviously, for Golden Star Bond. We're playing their first ever ECS. Haven't they turned a few heads? Baragi with 2 for 5. Coming into the side, of course, he was a big in, as was Gurinder Singh, who we saw take a good catch just about an over ago. And not too much happening in the power play on the runs side of things either for the Black Caps. Completely different start to yesterday. How about the first ball of the day? I mean, what a way to get finals day started.
What a start it was. Started with a bang, but a bang from the bowler. And it will be Imtiaz. So they're bringing Imtiaz back here.
I just noticed Ankit Tomar is in the chat. Hello to you, Ankit. And he's obviously played for Lemgo this time around.
Hello, Ankit.
I thought you played a very good tournament. Ankit, nice to see you. You said Golden Stars were pretty impressive yesterday. Agreed.
Edge. And this flies away. And nothing anybody can do about this. Gets it clean over the pocket rocket. And the man at third is too wide to do anything. I could say it's a pretty good shot. I think he's looking to play in that area anyway. And he knows that if he gets enough height on it, it will go all the way. So gets 4 for his efforts there. So Praveen, the left-hander, has made a positive start. Let's just say that. So both these batters now have got boundaries to the name.
Well, while we take a little bit of time out to sort this shoelace out, why don't we give a shout out to our official timekeeper, Frederick Costa, who are our official timekeepers now for the European Cricket Network, just in time for the ECC, of course. Time is of the essence in European cricket, and we are thankful for their support. Looks like we're almost ready to get back going. Sada, who's had quite the adventure so far, hasn't he? 1 wicket already, hunting another.
Goes just a little bit too wide here. The umpire calls it. You can see what he's trying to do. I mean, bearing in mind he's just gone for a boundary there. He's pretty brave to still go for it. Tight call, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tight call, but the umpires will be very consistent.
They'll be harsh on them, and that's, to me, I felt like it was just fractionally inside when it passed the crease. The thing is, with those ones, by the time the keeper takes it, they're a lot wider.
Bit closer to him. Oh, this one gets past, but what a great stop that is by Simba. Well, easy, but this one, Naeem, I don't know. It goes quick. It does go quick.
I think it's past him before he jumps, if I'm honest. I mean, it's a reaction catch. Yeah, Simba, who does look a bit like a baby lion, doesn't he, the way he fields. But they're just on everything at the moment. They're just going to try and extend this kind of period of the game as long as they can into this 10 overs, Golden Stars.
Well, he's attacking that off stump. I mean, watching this line that Sadar is bowling very, very well, very consistently, would you be tempted here just to say, you know what, if you're going to bowl that line, I'm going to push my third man back and I'm going to get a slip in there?
Yeah, maybe. It might be a good shout. Then you're covering both, aren't you?
Yeah.
But where do you take him from? That's the question. I mean, it's tough. when you've only got the 11 fielders.
Mid-wicket is where I'd go for,
Yeah.
bring my mid-wicket in. Short at him again, and again, no run.
It's a defensive mindset, isn't it, in the running between the wickets at the moment. They're a bit nervy. Normally, that'd just be a hit-and-run situation, but you're a little bit worried about a run-out compounding your problems here for the Black Caps. Do not count them out yet, though, Rico. You've seen some quite incredible recoveries in the finals so far in Krefeld.
Yeah, don't forget, they still, it's just weird, but they still have plenty of batting to come. We said this yesterday, they're a team that have depth. And, you know, you still got the likes of Gupta, who we know can hit the ball pretty well. You've got Shahab as well. So, yeah, they're by no means out of this. They just need a partnership, and these two are trying to do it at the moment. Played a couple of shots, but also, as you can imagine, with 4 wickets down, they're being a bit cautious as well.
Last ball of the over is a big one for Sada. He's got 1 for 8. Even that'd normally be put away, no fine leg. Just clunks it off the glove and no run. So,
but that's the other thing, why no run?
Yeah.
Where's the backing up from the non-striker? That's a run there. That's a run. It's not going to the keeper. It's not going to anyone. You've got to take those runs.
yeah, incredible
Good
stuff.
morning,
So
everybody.
19 for 4 in the first 4 overs. Not what we expected. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Welcome to finals day. Rico Full with me as well. And Rico, it's your last day for a couple of weeks. You
My
put in a
last
good
day.
stint. What have you must have done? I'm going to say 5 weeks in a
5
row.
weeks.
That's a great effort. About 120 games. You must have had a great little adventure, starting with the Super Series, don't forget, in Italy,
Yeah,
and
I
now
mean,
all the way through Germany.
From Italy through to Germany, Dresden, and here, yes, been absolute blast. And you know, when I was here last year, I really did fall in love with Germany. It's a beautiful place. And to be able to do Dresden and Krefeld, it's been absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, great. Well, how about some happy last day messages for Rico? Why don't we get us started? We don't want to take you for granted because you are an absolute treasure here at ECN. And
I'm liking your German colours today,
yeah,
by the way.
I've gone a bit German here, and I've also got the dice because I think sometimes you got to take some chances on finals day. That's why. So I've got the black, red, and yellow. Anyway, here's a guy that had a dream day in the quarterfinal yesterday, Rahib Nawabi, not only for his 3 wickets, but how about the quick fire, sweet 16 at the end, and that man's moustache. Well, I think if it had its own Instagram account, it probably would have hundreds of thousands of followers already, because it has been one of the finds of the tournament. And here he is with the ball.
Straight to the fielder, a bit uppish, 1 bounce.
Dots. That's hitting to guys on the circle. Normally, you're backing up, you're running, and look, a perfect piece of fielding might get you out, and you just kind of accept that. But with 4 wickets down, I don't think they are prepared to accept that.
Firmly struck. This is going to be 4 runs. Nobody's stopping this. That's such a good shot. Timing was impeccable, and the placement is good as well. The only thing is, I mean, this is good, but if it's going to be a few dots and 1 boundary, they've got to be a little bit braver with the running as well. I think that's the only way. And also, look, you've got left and right combination. Use that to your advantage. Take the singles and start to play about, mess about a bit with the fielders and the bowlers.
Yeah, well, concentrating on that shot, that was a banging shot. I mean, that was a really, really good cover drive. Absolutely smacked it. And the fielders, there were 2 back there in the offside, and they couldn't just...
No chance.
They could just watch that. So he wasn't a bad ball either.
Nawabi. He won't be deterred. This time he goes with, firmly struck, and there's the Tortuga. Nakvi does so well. And he puts a hand out to it, which is going to be stinging, but he takes a pace of it, and he keeps what looked like it was going to be 4 to just 1.
Yeah, agreed. Fielding has been pretty good so far. You're right, you're just all reaction there. You're a bit like a goalkeeper in football trying to stop a shot there, really, because you're just having to react super quickly, get something on it. Praveen, 5 of 8 so far.
He flighted this one up, and he's got the timing on this. This will go all the way to the boundary. And just like that, they're just starting to accelerate now when they need to. I like in the delivery here for Nawabi. It's a very good, brave delivery. He's basically saying to Praveen, okay, you know the situation. There's 4 wickets down. Are you going to take me on or not? Praveen intelligently says, yeah, I will, but I'm not going to give you a sniff. It's going to be all along the deck. That's a good bit of cricket. I'm liking this.
Yeah, I thought he was beaten in flight there for a second, but he still got it away. Is there an edge on that?
Is there anything on this? The reaction tells me probably is.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't really blame the keeper for these if it's a thickish edge. It's either going to stick or it's not. We can't really tell from there, but it seemed like a genuine cry of anguish, didn't it?
I don't think he does. I think it's just the excitement of being in the bat. Looking at it there when it's been slowed down.
Yeah.
Again, great work from
Hard
our
to tell.
production.
Sometimes it could have been a thin edge and we don't pick it up. But anyway, we're at the halfway point, 28 for 4. And when you win the toss and you send in the Black Caps, well, you've got to, in the back of your mind, be a little bit worried it's going to backfire, especially when you saw them whack 147 on the board yesterday. But it's been a masterstroke so far with Golden Star Bond picking up 4 crucial wickets and even probably more importantly, keeping the runs down to 28 in the first half.
But it's finishing it off. And remember, we've often talked about innings where the first 5 have been brutal and the next 5 have been very tame. This has to be the other way around. Can the Black Caps do that? They still, as we say, got batting. They still got Oscarani Ahmed out there, who we know is a very aggressive player. And straight again, too short. And this is where they have to be careful with. Naqvi comes into the attack, starts with a short one, and Ahmed, he isn't going to hang around. He's going to take you on. That's a good shot. It's an easy shot. It wasn't the best of deliveries.
Yeah, exactly. Wasn't the best of deliveries. I think they've built the pressure from the beginning with the ball. I mean, that's the first person that basically creates the play, and they've done that well, and they've backed it up in the field. But yeah, they just need to be a bit careful not to let them off the hook here, because this partnership's looking dangerous. They came together at 9 for 4 already. It's worth 23.
Yeah, Naqvi just having a look at his field, but I think he's got to think about the line he bowls more than where the field is here. Let's see if he can come back well. Taking a bit of time. That's the other thing that they need to be just a bit wary. I mean, all right, they've got these wickets which will help, but they're a bit slow moving around.
They got their spinners on though, so maybe that'll help a little bit.
Good recovery from Naqvi. Again, no run, you see. Straight away, it's a no. So it's a, I don't know, would you call this sort of defensive batting? I mean, they're attacking. They're attacking in a way they're playing the shots, but defensive in their running.
They're being quite selective, I think, with their shots, is probably the way I'd put it, and very selective with their running. Maybe just missing. Well, it's not far away.
Big appeal. The umpire says no. Naqvi can't believe it.
Back pad, so it doesn't have that far to travel. It's a kind of quicker one from Naqvi. See?
Yeah, missing.
Yeah, clearly missing, I think, on the replay. And Ian Johns in the chat saying, love you, Rico. Always smart looking, a wonderful commentator, and a very funny man. Have a great break, Rico. Are you funny, are you?
Thank you very much.
It means some funny, people, like a bit
some
strange?
People think so.
Like when something smells funny? Is it like that? No, you are. You're a great human being. I think that comes through in the hours we get from you every day.
Naqvi now to Praveen. In the air, goes down, plays a nice sort of sweep shot. Fielder has made a stop. He gets it through. Look, he is a lion. I told you he's the lion. That is Simba. I mean, that's the way a lion will prowl on his prey. Prowls on that kookaburra, says, you're not getting past me.
I know that Simba is a baby lion, but he does have baby giraffe trying to learn how to walk, doesn't he, when he's fielding. That's the kind of style I think that he exhibits. Anyway, Praveen, does he have another gear? That's the question. At the moment he's playing a pretty nice holding role.
Gone. Well, that's the gear that they didn't need. He sort of went backwards and he just floats this gently into the air to Sadar, who takes the catch. So the breakthrough comes from Naqvi. So another one bites the dust, and this time it's Praveen. And he played a little bit of a supporting role really there, got a bit of a partnership game. Remember, when he was out there, they were in all sorts of bother. So he does get the score up into the 30s, but then here you see, doesn't go for the power. It's very much like his brother in that way, Venkat. They play some nice shots, but they're not powerful hitters.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a slight outside edge, I suppose, or towards the outside half of the bat. And that's why it flies in the air. And I suppose more importantly, it flies straight to the fielder. So a fairly simple catch. I think that was Sada that held it. And he did not have to move, did he? So it is the end of Praveen Ganesan for 11. And the 5th wicket finally falls. It's 35 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not, you know, when you think that where we are at the which stage we're getting to a point where, well, we've got 24 balls to go, that you could do with an out-and-out hitter out there now. And I'm guessing they probably have gone for, is that Gupta that's gone out there? I would imagine it would be.
We've got Shahab now. He's facing up and he blocks the first one.
Okay, so they make a slight change. They go for Kashif Shahab,
Yeah.
who we know can hit it pretty well. But yeah, it could have been either one of them, Shahab or Gupta.
That's true.
They were the two that could be, but they're more aggressive. And I think maybe it's now the time to say, look, if we're aggressive and things click with these 24 balls left in this innings, and if we can get 50 runs from them, well, that's a score, 50 or 60 runs from there, that's a score that we can defend. We have the bowling to defend it.
Have a look at all those single-figure bowling analyses. I mean, that shows you they've done a really good job holding them back so far in the first 6 overs. Yeah, I think that Praveen Ganesan had an important role just getting the innings back on track. But I do think that they need some more. But this isn't what they wanted at all, because Raskarani Ahmed has played all around this one. And guess who? Nawabi. Well, he's a finals day player. And, well, he'll be twerking that moustache. And Raskarani can only contribute 13, and 2 wickets fall in quick succession, 35
Come on,
for 6.
give it some at the camera. Come on, mucha sidia karapniya. And, well, he's too pumped up. He's forgot his celebration. He's just too pumped up. Well, what a delivery. Oh, there we go. There's the love now. There's the love. Jak the Hutte style. What a delivery this is. And you can see that the big shot had to come. I think this is what we're thinking. Let's try and accelerate. Let's try and go at two a ball at least. And Nawabi, look at that. Oh, he's pumped. He's so pumped. He's so focused. They come from everywhere to give him the high fives.
Not a shot that Raskarani Ahmed will want to come back and watch. As we see, it wasn't quite a little tweak, was it? Doesn't need it yet. But when you think about that's the kind of ball that earlier he could drive through the offside, and he pierced the gap here. Just tries to slog across it, and yeah, disappointment. So this innings, just when you thought it was getting back on track, seems like it's been derailed again with those 2 wickets.
Yeah, both men that started to get the recovery in place go within balls of each other. And Oscarani made 13 of 10. Praveen was 11 of 11. So now
we do get Gupta.
Yeah,
he's coming out facing Nawabi.
Floated up, full toss, but he gets lucky. Oh, well, I was going to say he gets lucky. He gets hit straight to the fielder, but the fielder doesn't get lucky. I don't know if it was a bounce that did him here or he just didn't pick it. It was hit pretty well.
Yeah, sideways bounce right to left on the fielder. But to be honest, it gets the result it deserved. I mean, I was about to say, see, look at that. It's a bit of the sideways bounce. But I was going to say they're going to get lucky here because they're only going to concede 1. But really, it was a bad ball. Well, there's no doubt about that from Nawabi. So it does go for 4. Gupta off to a good start.
Drugs is out, gets past the infield, but not past the outfielder. Just a single. They won't mind this. Singles and 2s from here, they won't mind because they know that as long as they bowl well and keep bowling at the stumps, there's every chance they'll pick up more wickets.
It's almost reeled in by his twin there, Niamat Safi. Oh, Golden Star Bond. What a master stroke to bowl first here, it seems.
Chance. And, well, that's really well done. He's asking the question. I think the batter's just got in here.
I'm not so sure.
I think the slider's got him in.
I'm not so sure here. He did really well to get that on the stumps quickly. This is close.
This is the bearded twins combining together. Safi, well, I tell you what, if this is out, we're going to see some celebration. Safi, that's the save, gets the throw in. But look at the work from Niabi. But I think the dive gets him in. Here's the throw.
I'm not so sure. And he's out. Yeah,
wow.
See, I just had a feeling he did it quick enough. And wow, the twins combining, and that is another wicket from nothing. We'll get a camera on him now because they're going to love this. And Nawabi, again, does really well to take a throw that's a little bit wide, but it was a fast throw from Safi. That was the thing. He got rid of it quickly.
Look at that reaction. They didn't think this is going to be out, you know. They go to the normal fielding positions and look at the joy. Oh, yeah, give it some of that.
Oh.
They didn't think it was going to be out. And when the finger goes up the umpire, they just all of a sudden say, what, is he really? And they come from everywhere. Nawabi, well, great. That is a great bit of work, actually.
Yeah, so
he has a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, well, exactly. The thing is he gets rid of it quickly. So even though the throw wasn't great, it got to the bowler quickly and he had time to kind of improvise a solution. So Gupta gets that boundary but doesn't get too much more. He goes for just 5 off 2 deliveries. 7 wickets down now. Oh, wow. And what's the way back? That's the question. Fantastic bit of improvisational work, though, by the bowler to get that back on the stumps. That's the sort of thing you'd associate maybe a keeper having to do a lot, but not often the bowler has to do that kind of work.
Oh, flicked away off the pads. And can the fielder get there? No, he can't. So valuable runs, 4 runs. It was It was a bit risky, but he gets the result. He gets 4 runs.
Well, Kashif doesn't want to miss this because that's crashing in the middle and he's going to be LBW. So it's a high-risk shot, but he gets away with it still. That's a pretty successful over for Golden Stars. Then at the end of it, it's 44 for 7. Finals day here in Germany, and the Krefeld series has been a great 2 weeks. Black Caps taking on Golden Star Bond in the first semi-final. In the second semi-final, we'll see teams that finished 3 and 4 in their groups. There's going to be Clone CC who finished 4th in their group against the Bio Spartans who finished 3rd, but they knocked out higher-ranked opponents to be here. Now, of course, all teams will get 2 games today. The losers of the semi-finals will take part in the bronze final, and the winners, of course, will take part in the final later on today. Here comes Nukvi back for the 8th over. Now, I know you've lost 7 wickets. You kind of got to get minimum 10 and over to be competitive, you feel here.
Yeah, the question for you, 7 wickets down, right? I mean, Nawabi, another great over from him. And continue that thought after this delivery from Nukvi. Hit down the ground. Should just be a single. You're 7 wickets down. You have Gurugabelli who's got an over in. You've got Baragi who's still got an over in. Why aren't you going for the kill? Why aren't you going for Gurugabelli here and say, right, okay, you pick up 2 wickets and it's over. It's all over. I'm not taking any away from Nukvi. Nukvi could also do the same. Why are they giving him this opportunity to score some runs and get a few more on the board?
I just don't think he's a weak bowler. I mean, he's still a bowler that took a wicket late in his first over when he bowled the 6th. So I think they just think that they don't really have to deviate from him at this stage.
Well, this
wow.
This is the perfect lob. This is the perfect loss. Well, I'll tell you what, Roger Federer would be absolutely proud of this. This is perfect. Pinpoint accuracy.
Only the umpire could catch this, really. Kashif tries to get funky again, and he's so lucky that gets over the bowler. Gets to the other end, over to Sanil Bhatia, who comes into the side. I don't think he was expecting to be in this situation. Well bowled. You know, that probably grubbed some of the tram line. But umpires being a bit kind, I think, to Nukvi on that occasion. Bhatia wanted the call.
Yeah, Bhatia went for the shot, but didn't really get his footwork right.
There was one earlier that I thought probably wasn't a wide that was called. And so you see they all kind of even out over a day. For the most part, they're really consistent with the wides, the umpires. Harsh but consistent. I think that's the way to do it.
Look at the way Bhatia is holding the bat. You get this outside off. I don't think he's going to get too much on it. So it has to dig this one out. They'll take the single, bit of spin on the ball, and it's been well recovered by the captain. And just trying to install calmness. He's just trying to say, hey everyone, stay calm, okay? But 1 ball at a time. Stay calm. 12 more to go in the over. 12 deliveries. The score is now 47.
Yeah. And so only 3 singles off the over. Actually goes .1.1.1. And now what I would say as well, something really surprising, we haven't seen a double figure over yet for Düsseldorf Black Caps. It's gone 6-3, 5-5, 9-7, 9-3. So that's not something you associate with them. But this is just a perfect example of how 10 over cricket is so unpredictable, and you never would have thought with their long batting lineup that they'd be in this situation. And you would think if they were this many wickets down that they'd have a lot more runs to show for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is Gurugabelli coming back.
Nice start from him, right on the money. I mean, he's the one who started it all, didn't he? Remember that very first delivery to somebody who's probably right up there, is probably one of the players of the tournament, Jamshad Khan, with all the good work he's been doing with bat, ball, and he ripped him out very first ball. Jamshad Khan, 218 runs in the series, only lasted 1 delivery. And Gurugabelli was sensational. Can he keep it up?
Yeah, how many runs can they steal from this last 11 balls?
In the air, and this will... Oh, what a stop. What a stop. Sensational. Well, if you want to win matches and you feel like this, well, you're going to have every chance to do it. This is what it's about. This is what it means to them. This is what it means to win a semi-final.
That's one of the best stops I think I've ever seen. That's Mutapatu, who had no right to stop this at all. He gets bad bounce as well, and he just goes with a hand. See, look no foot fielding about that. That's full stretch to his wrong side, and he whacks it back into play. Saves 2 runs.
Absolutely fantastic. And he'll probably be in the action here again. He's not going to fumble. Don't you try to put the mop on Mutapatu.
That was such a good stop. I mean, if you want to know about being on first up in the morning, and some teams come out a little sleepy, Golden Star Bond, not one of them. Oh, I can see VW in the chat. Hello. Got the wife in there. And she's feeling neglected. Well, that's a shame. Wide.
Feeling neglected. Why is that then? What have you done?
Well, what can I do to make your day a little bit better then? I'll ask you that.
VW, Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, all the household names here in Germany, you know.
It's a very car-oriented economy here.
Oh, this is launched. This is big. This goes all the way. Volley. That's the first Maximo of this semi-final.
Yeah, really nice shot. And it took a while, didn't it? And if you told me that the number 9 Barcia would hit the first 6, I'd say, are you sure? But this is also the risk, I think, putting pace back on the ball. I mean, no bowled really well early. They elected not to bowl him straight away, and that worked out fine at the time. But yeah, compared to the spinner, I think Barcia knows he's got a bit of pace to work with now.
Oh, well, it got him. Knocked him over. Great comeback. And Guru Gabelli says, you can hit me for 6, but I'll be back any worse. And I think they may. Does this catch anything on the way through?
I'm not so sure.
You think it goes all the way through?
It just flicks the stumps. I don't think everyone was sure what was happening. I know that the third man, Simba, was chasing the ball thinking he was going to have to save a boundary, but it deflects past the keeper. We'll have a look at it here. Similar kind of ball. I think it hits the very top corner of the stumps. And there you go. And that's enough. So 6 and out for Barcia. But at least he gets something for his team, and he nursed them past 50 at least, but he is the 8th wicket to fall. With 7 balls remaining, the score is 58 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep plugging away, don't they? Okay, big 6 hit, but gets his wicket. Another batter has to come in now, so Bhatia makes his way back.
Be the keeper, Niraj Patel, that comes in now. Face 1 ball in this over. Now you do have to be somewhat careful you don't get bowled out. Normally I'd say a batter in this situation comes out and has a big swing. We've got Kashif at the other end, slightly more established, but here's the last ball for Guru Gabelli.
Good delivery, isn't it? Nice, and well, he's upset with himself. Patel, we're missing out on that, but look, there's no point him being frustrated. I mean, it's the top order, if you like, that has let them down, and this is just asking for a lot to do for the lower order batters. 58 for 8. 6 balls to go in this semi-final number 1. Which one of these two teams will make it through to the final? Which one will be playing in the bronze final? I know, given a choice which one they want to be playing in, there's the possibility of 2 finals, the bronze or the final, the big one. And at the moment, it's the Stars that are looking good.
They're going to scrape to 60s here, it looks like. And if you want to know if that's a competitive score in a final, we'll just ask MSC Frankfurt. They almost defended 66, I think, in the ECL against Albi Zalmi.
Hit well. Will they go for 2? They decide not to, which probably is understandable, bearing in mind there's 8 wickets down.
Yeah, they've just fielded really well. Well, wife in the chat saying, I'd be happy if I came home. Well, my home is the cube, really, isn't it? That's our home. So I spend more time in the cube than anywhere else. 5 to come now.
It's fronts, and he should be out, but it's not. I don't know how he quite misses this, Baragi. I think he could have dived with the ball in hand, maybe even run at it and got there.
I think he was trying to work out whether he was going to throw overarm or underarm, and he changes his mind at the last moment and tries to 10-pin bowl it and ends up missing. It was a gutter ball, so they'll sneak a single, and that'll get Shahab back on strike.
Big swing, and Baragi says, just give it straight back to me. Don't worry about it. Give it straight back.
And if there's one team you think might be able to defend, score in the 60s, I mean, the Black Caps, they do have quite a few good bowling options. You think about how good Raheel was a week ago with his left armers, and he's been in good form with the ball.
Big swing again. Hey, listen, what's the have we got that graphic up with the lowest scores defended? Because this will be right up there, right?
The lowest scores defended, well, the lowest score defended is 60. Exactly.
There you go.
So they could equal the record. That's assuming they don't get any more. I think they do want a couple more.
They'll get some more.
Been a good over from Beragi.
Struck down the ground. Watch the bounce.
Go on.
Does well.
I would have thought about going 2 there just to get Shahab back on strike, but he hasn't been that convincing either, has he? So maybe Patel will have more luck. So 61. He'll definitely be in the top few. Well, there we go. How good are our production guys? You just mentioned it.
Yeah.
We've had 60 defended
And that was this year.
That was this year. That was in Prague. And that was a team, the Tigers, on their first day in ECS cricket. Last ball. Not going any further. So no one's ever defended a 61. And that's what the Black Caps will be trying to do in the second half of this match. It was an absolute clinic from GSB. Well, there was some GBH to the top order, wasn't there? The early wickets put them on the back foot, and they never really recovered despite a bit of a partnership in the middle for the 5th wicket. But then those two went in quick succession, and they were only able to scrape 61 together. But it is finals cricket. They have 61 on the board. The other team, well, they don't have anything at the moment. And GSB, they'll be coming out Golden Stars to try and book their place in the final in their first ever European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and it started with an absolute banger from Lela Gurgubeli. What a delivery that was to get out Jamshad. Well, Venkat Gunnarsson was still there, but he then lost his head going for a big shot, trying to take on Imtiaz Sadar. So that was the end of him. And then this was the big lofted attempted shot from Mohammad Rahil. He was caught brilliantly by Gurvinder Singh. And then, well, we saw a slight recovery, I suppose, when you needed that, because this was the catch, the first baller that Majid Ahmadzai got. Well, he couldn't believe it, but when he looks back at that, he'll see that he got a big edge on that ball and he put it into the gloves of Naeem. There was Oscarani played some nice shots. There was a bit of a comeback, bit of a partnership between him and also Praveen Ganesan. But, well, they both hit a couple of boundaries. But then there was a very soft dismissal from Praveen. He put the ball straight in the hands of Sada, and Oscarani, unfortunately, he wanted to take on Nawabi, who just teased him with that delivery, got it through, and he was absolutely pumped. And if you thought you've seen the best of Nawabi there, well, you ain't seen nothing yet, because the two bearded wonders and the bearded twin brothers came back to pull off a sensational runner. What about this? Well, there's Safi, and look at that. I mean, he's a big unit, isn't he? But to get down like that and to have the anticipation and the reflexes to get that run out, that was sensational as well. It really was. I mean, that sums it up for me, though. That sums it up. If you want to know just why, if this goes the way it looks like it's going, Golden Star Bond have won this semi-final and not the Black Caps, I think that bit of fielding there on the outfield from Mudapatu sums it all up. They were up for it. They wanted it. They were hungry. Not only do they look dashing, not only do they have the star on their jersey, but they played like the stars as well. They were really outstanding. And this one is for them to lose. You would think that being boosted with Gurvinder Singh, who took that great catch, so they love having him back in the side, and also Bairagi, who bowled brilliantly as well, but also two key batters. Having them in their side here in this one, who were not available yesterday, should mean that they have what it takes to go and knock these ones off. It will be a big surprise. It will be a big upset, but that's what semi-final matches are all about. As we have a look at that scorecard, nobody really able to get going. 3 players did get into double figures, 13 for Ahmed, and Praveen Ganesan, he got 11, and Kashif Shahab came out and made a good contribution. But, well, is it enough? 61 on the board, 62 is going to be the target. Good credit also to Golden Star Bond for keeping those extras down as well. They really did bowl really well, and if you want to know how well they bowled, just have a look at that. Lela Gurgubeli, well, 2 for 17. 2 overs from Sadar, only conceding 8 runs, picks up 1 wicket. 2 for Bairagi, 2 for 8. A wicket also for Nawabi, 18 runs he went for. And then also don't forget Naqvi, who I think bowled really well, very intelligently, just took the pace off the ball. We've seen him bowl pace and slow spin stuff. Today he mixed it up beautifully, and that all combined with some great fielding to restrict Dusseldorf Black Caps to a low score of 61. So it's going to be a low scoring start, but which way is this going to go? Is it going to be a remarkable defence from Dusseldorf Black Caps, or are Golden Star Bond going to go all the way and book their place in the final? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, when we return in around 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of our first semi-final. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the first semi-final. And semi-final one between the Düsseldorf Black Caps against Golden Star Bonn. And Golden Star Bonn have just produced a remarkable fielding performance where they restricted a very strong batting lineup of the Black Caps to 61 for 8. So 62 required to win this semi-final and book their place in the final. A team on debut. It's quite a remarkable story. Will they hold their nerve? That's the question here. And, well, they've gone with that man, Nwabi, the non-striker. He was yesterday's hero, wasn't he? Well, they've gone for him in the power play. I think this is all about trying to see if you can get hold of a few in the power play and get them a positive start. Nakvi is the opener. He's more regular. Here we go. Mohamed Rahil to start. Gets the ball swinging in, just a tad short with that one. In comes the throw. Nwabi's not the quickest, but he does get there, and he's not looking behind him at all. Nakvi is already thinking about taking a second. Nwabi saying, man, I just got here. There's no way I'm turning around and coming back. So run straight away. Rahil has been good for his team, good all-rounder. Now he's got to be brilliant. He's got to be magical with the ball. Nwabi, this will be an interesting battle. Nwabi is out there to do just one thing. Let's see if he gets any success. Not with the first one, he doesn't. And I think Mohamed Rahil will have had a good look at that shot. And I think already he's thinking, okay, if I get this on off stump and it swings in, I've got you. That's what he'll be wanting to do here. The first one is one that Nwabi wears. That'll be stinging. He'll be reminded of where that hit him. Gets back on it. Runs hard. Gets to the other end. Every run being applauded by Golden Star Bonn. Every run. They can't sit. They're standing. They don't want to sit. This is where all those superstitions come into play. What superstitions did you have, people in the chat? I know me, it's just where I was, that's where I stayed. If I was sat in one chair, I stayed there. If I was standing, I stood there. Walk up and down. Wide ball. Gets it wrong. Good take there by Niraj Patel. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary booth. Vinny Sandu, Vinny, any superstitions from you when you were playing?
I was a right pad first kind of a guy. Right pad first, right glove first. They're the only real things I had. And I think that whatever makes you feel good can go overboard. We talked about that a couple of times before in the commentary box. Here's Rahil trying to break through early.
Gets inside edge on this, but gets down well the fielder.
There's the pro. Hey, so about Nwabi going out there, look, it's a bit of a funny one, but they probably just think there's nothing to lose by throwing him out there. You know, if he can whack even a quick 10 runs, it just settles the nerves a little bit. I mean, they should get this pretty easily, but in a final, you know, we've seen things happen, haven't we? We saw 65 defended here last year. In fact, we might show that graphic pretty shortly. It'll show one of the close defences was right here in Krefeld.
Well, he's not going out there to play forward defensive shots, that's for sure. And Nwabi here says, well, I know what you're trying to do with your old in-swingers, and he just does a perfect defensive shot. Just, well, that's the way to do it. Bat and pad together, and he says, this ain't getting through.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty defensive, isn't it? And so he just defends the ball. It's on the stumps. That's fair enough. Rahil, last ball of his over.
Good delivery, and that's the wicket they want. That's the one they needed. It was right up there. It was full Yorker length, and Nakvi goes, and it has to be a tall man to take the catch. So they get no taller than Majid Ahmadzai, and just like that, smiles come back on the faces of the Düsseldorf Black Caps. They've got to believe, haven't they? They've got to believe. Well, that's one. They only need 9 more. Yeah,
and you're right. It had to be tall. It just comes right off the toe of the bat, and it has no real spring off the bat of Nakvi does it. So, well, he's the man that doesn't survive the first over. Rahil with the breakthrough, and it's 5 for 1 after 1. And so the Black Caps, well, they'll believe. And I'll tell you one reason that they will believe is that we have seen totals defended in the 60s before. Now, it would be the second best defence we've ever seen. And you'll see on there, pretty sure, that if you look there, and you'll see Clone CC defended 64 against Bond Blue Stars last year. And of course, we'll see them later on today in semi-final 2. So it was back on the 22nd of May, 2021. Yeah, so they scored 64 and defended it, keeping BBS to 54.
In the air, this could be another. Oscarani comes into the attack and takes the wicket straight away, and it is Mohammed Real that takes the catch. So another wicket goes. And, well, this isn't Nawabi. And the thing is, though, I agree with you, Vinny, this is one that is not going to hurt the Golden Star Bond that much. He's been sent out there as a bit of a gamble. They're thinking, well, look, in a score like this, we don't need you low down the order. Why don't you go in there and see what you can do?
Yeah.
But either way, it's still a wicket, and it doesn't matter whether it's Nawabi who's getting out there or Baragi. They are celebrating that wicket like it means the world to them.
Yeah, well, here's the thing now. We're probably going to see Baragi out there with Govinda, right? And so these are the two that have come in. They're the two big hitters. They're the two leading run scorers in the group stage. So, look, even though 5-2 looks bad, you could imagine it's 5 for no loss, really, because these aren't two guys that could quite easily have opened, right? But it still is 5 for 2. That's the thing. The Black Caps will have that kind of confidence, and they'll be hoping to replicate the kind of energy and excitement in the power play that the Golden Stars were able to do themselves in the first half of this game.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. So, wicket off the first ball from Oscarani, Ahmed. And now, well, this year, you're right, this is the partnership now. This is the one that is make or break. This is away pretty well, and it'll go to the boundary. The fielder has to get down, has to stop this, and he's not able to do it. And I think that's the pro. That goes through the pro right and all the way through. So good start from Govinda.
Yeah.
Not had a lot of match practice in Govinda. He's sort of not had the consistency in his play. He's played a couple, missed a few games, but when he gets going, I mean, he's such a good batter to watch.
Yeah, so steadier, isn't it, Govinda? You're right, it was just really quick hands to kind of slap across that one. It was slightly short of length, I suppose. Change of fielder there. I don't know if that'll make too much of a difference, but yeah, let's see how long the Black Caps can prolong this good start. That was the great thing about what Golden Star Bond did. They were able to kind of stretch that out over the power play and even further. And even when the one little mini partnership did break, they were able to remove both those guys in quick succession as well.
Smashed hard, and, well, he's been brave, Govinda. He wants to play only one way, and that's to attack. He goes over the infielders here, who are in the 30-yard circle. Good shot to play in the power play. That ball is swinging away, so he has to make good contact. He does. Four more. He
accounts for it a little bit, and he just clears that front leg. It's very modern batting, isn't it? And you see, he doesn't look too perturbed out there, does he? He's feeling pretty relaxed. Just saying, Niraj, saying a little bit. What about those last two shots? Did you like those ones? Maybe something of that, that nature.
I think the wicketkeeper's trying to get under his skin here, and he's probably saying, "Let go away. Ain't going to work on me. Go away." Well, let's see. Ahmed. Oh, this is going to be four more. It gets a bit of the toe end of the bat. It races away. You're not going to stop that. And, well, maybe that's one way to quieten up. The wicketkeeper says, "Hey, I gave you a chance. You didn't even stop that one, did you?" So
well,
just stay there. I told you to go back. You should have gone back even more.
It's actually really good bowling because it's a genuine in-swinger. I mean, he bowled an out-swinger first up, well, last ball at least, and then this one's a genuine innie, and it just takes the bottom of that. Niraj, well, that has quietened him down a little bit, hasn't it? So 3 boundaries on the spin. But, yeah, that one was the least convincing, wasn't it, from Guri?
But this is the way I think, I mean, the way he's batting here, I think the way you've got to bat. I think this is why I think Nawabi was sent out there just to do the same thing, because a few boundaries like this on a low score one, and it can really change the mindset of the opposition. Oh, he thumped this one. Good stop. In comes the throw. Oh, this is close. This is so close from Mohammed Rial.
I'm going to go with in, but it was close, you're right. And because he kind of hits off the back foot, takes a little while to get going. If this hits, he would have been just in. But still, made him hustle.
Baragi now takes strike. He's yet to face the ball, so this is his first. Oh, he gets done with a peach. Well, that's the difference of whether you want to attack. He's saying, how did that go past
that's
me?
The thing.
What happened there?
Oscarani Ahmed's bowled a really good over there. He's swung the ball in, he swung the ball away. He's done pretty much everything with it, but he just has the one wicket to show for it. I mean, that's a peach, and it will be the end of the second over. The score now is 18 for 2. Well, they are called the Golden Stars. Could we have potentially the lowest ever golden ball? It's been a while now, whole 12 matches. Of course, we had one on Tuesday afternoon, didn't we? And yeah, Cologne CC versus VFB Gelsenkirchen. So it's been 3 days without one. Will we see one on finals day? And don't forget, last year it was a golden ball that knocked out the Black Caps in the quarterfinal stage. We were super surprised that they didn't go further. And look, this year we would be surprised, wouldn't we, if they didn't make the final, considering how well they've played this week. But
Yeah.
that's the nature of the game, and Golden Star Bond. And they look like they're coming good at the right time. Here's Raheel.
Got him! Got the wicket. Good win the thing goes. Well, he wants to play attacking cricket. He misses this. I'm sure it's a swing that does it. And that's what they have to do. They've got to get the wickets. They've got to try and bowl them all out. And that's another one straight through. And, well, he took the catch of Nawabi, and then he comes back stronger as well. And just look at that. Look at Majid there, Ahmed Zai getting his troops together, talking to them and saying, look, this is what we do. Come on, we're in this match now. Well, you definitely are. Look, that's the delivery. That's him at his best. Starts it outside off. It comes in, knocks him over. And very few batters are going to play this, Vinny.
Yeah, and look, he's at his best when the ball is swinging, because otherwise he has to kind of just bowl cutters mostly. But I got to say, it's not a good shot. And I think for me, he's crossed the line from aggressive into foolish. Because a ball on the stumps, you've got to give it a bit more respect. That's a ball that pitches outside off, probably crashes into middle and off, but he's trying to hit it leg side. I don't have a problem with the balls outside off stump, with him being attacking, freeing his arms and maybe hitting in the air. But this is a ball that's on the pegs and it knocks him over. So for me, it's a little bit indisciplined, I think, given this situation. And the score now, 18 for 3.
Yeah, and I think also he knows exactly what Mohamed Real bowls. He knows what he's going to do. Okay, so
Is that Naeem out there?
Naeem, time for the pocket rocket. He's got to be careful as well, because he's going to be trying to do exactly the same thing to Naeem here. He does. And Naeem, well, he's got his own approach. He's in the air. Where's this going to end up? And it gets through the two fielders. I think it does go all the way. Yes, it does. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Most exciting cricket in the world. You come out, there's 3 early wickets, you're chasing a lowish score, you've seen 3 fall already, and you fight fire with fire. And Naeem just moseys down the wicket, disrupts the length of Raheel and smacks it. If he misses that, there's egg on his face.
What is this all about? Where do you see stuff like this? Well, I can tell you, only on the European Cricket Network. Here we go again. Same area. He's going for the same result. Well, he's going to get 4 or 6. Well, I think the umpires are just checking. The fielder's not helping him out. Where's this gone? They might have to double check this, you know. I reckon it may have just gone over the line here. Let's see. Just short. 4 runs. So, 4 carreras. Well, 6-4. He's hungry for more. Well, he's just seen a wicket go down, and you think he'd be a little bit more cautious. Not the pocket rocket. Comes out. 6-4.
Naeem sees things differently. He's probably thinking, this is a power play over. I've got only 2 outfielders. He's a different level thinking at the moment. Is he going to go again here?
This time, just held this back a little bit. It's a clever delivery from
Because, you know,
Raheel.
sometimes you say you've got a problem, you reframe it, which means just take a step back and then look at it again and look at his situation. He's not saying, he's probably not thinking, oh, there's 3 wickets down. He's thinking, look, here I am. I love to hit in the air. I love to hit sixes. There's only 2 outfielders. I'm going to take my chances. Wow, it's not the way I would have approached it, but right now, it's working for him. He's 10 off 3.
Oh, this one. There's no run, so no, says Baragi. We're not taking it on. Baragi just faced the 1 ball himself. Okay, ball to come in this, the last ball of the power play. He's still going to go for a big shot.
He's going to try and hit it for 6. Yeah. You know how I know that? Because that's what he tries to do every ball. Oh, I've got to say, I'm a big fan. Raheel, well, he's just hoping. Well, he knows he's going to try and hit him for 6. He's going to challenge him and say, well, if you miss, I'm going to knock the stumps out of the ground. It's worth that gamble. Because you can't be defensive to him here and try and bowl wide of the stumps. You need wickets. And specifically, you need his wicket. Here we go. Last ball of the 3rd.
Hits it into the field. I'm liking this field as well. You know, I think credit to the captain, to Majid. And he knows he's got to be attacking to try and get the wickets. But at the same time, he knows he's got to have key bodies in those defensive areas as well. But he can spread them a little bit now if he wants to. I'll be interested to see if he does and how much he does, because remember, to stay in this match, to book their place in the final, they need to keep taking wickets.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So middle overs now. I still think It might be worth keeping a couple of extra up because you probably need to gamble for wickets a little bit, don't you? I'm going to have Ahmedzai, the captain, coming on now in the 4th over.
Yeah, this is going to be quite key for me. I mean, he's got to be spot on straight away. He has got the tendency sometimes just to lose his way a little bit. And sometimes he sprays it down the leg side. Well, Baragi is deciding that he wants to have a lid. So the lid will go on. Maybe because he knows about the pace. And especially the bounce that the tall Majid Ahmedzai gets. And we know his height came into play when he took that catch to get out Nakvi. And now he's going to try and use it to get some pace on the ball. Okay, interested period here. Oh, gets done with the beauty. Baragi, there's a couple of times he's been beaten out there. The 2 balls that he's had have been exactly like that. Just coming into it, moving away. Oscarani did him once. Now Majid does. So he's probably thinking to his head, okay, this is what the ball is doing. What am I going to do to compensate for it? Baragi, if he gets going, he can be very dangerous. But at the moment, he's finding it difficult to get going.
Pretty good ball first up from Ahmedzai, wasn't it? He's come up with the captain's performance here.
Short, and that's not the ball to be bowling because anything on it will take it to the boundary. 4 runs. Just got to be up there. You see, this is what I say about him. He sometimes strays down that leg side, sometimes gets it totally wrong. And after such a good first delivery, I mean, he's let himself down big time with that one.
For sure. I mean, first one does a bit and moves a little bit. This one just kind of goes on with the arm. And at that pace, that's where the pace is actually working against you as a bowler. Just races to the boundary.
Better. You can see a bit more of a better, more positive approach also from Baragi.
It's actually a classic approach of how to chase 60, I think. You know, I think you're only going to get into trouble if they take a bunch of wickets and you're being defensive. Here they've taken a bunch of wickets, but they've still been attacking, and you're going to normally get away with enough. And they're already over halfway where they need to be to smite those 3 wickets.
Nicely played, just places away. They'll take 1, will they? Looking for 2. These 2 normally are very good runners, but at the moment I'm thinking no need to take the risk. I mean, have a look at this, right? They can do this quite easily, okay, just with singles. But the pocket rocket, he won't be thinking that, will he? He gets down to the other end. We saw him, he received the lid. He thinks, I better put a lid on. But the way he's going to bat here is going to be exactly the same, but so important that Majid doesn't bowl on his legs.
Well, the amount of times that teams are chasing 140 and they find their way to 110, 120 just by going for it.
Yeah.
I mean, why not have the same approach here in chasing 60 and just be attacking? And that sounds a bit counterintuitive because, okay, we don't want to get into trouble. Once you start jumping at shadows, and suddenly you're going to find them.
Yeah.
And so even though we have seen a pretty good performance from the Black Caps, they're still well behind in this game.
Oh, this goes all the way. Balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagyao. You beauty. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat like a bowl of rasmalai.
Naeem really enjoyed that. He stayed down after the shot for a while, and I could see, I think, all of his teeth behind that grill. He was really impressed with that. I mean, that was a golden shot, wasn't it? Maximo time. He's come out and he's shown absolutely no worries. He's had no inhibitions out there at all, the way he's approached his innings. He's taking them, it looks like, into the final.
Shot. And this is travelling. There's nobody going to stop that. That is travelling right out of the middle of the bat once more. I love the way he gets his body into position. You wouldn't call this a sweep shot. It's it's sort of a perfectly timed flick paddle.
I don't know what you call it, but it's almost like a stand-up sweep, isn't it, in the end? So it's under 20 required now, 43 for 3 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me in the commentary box is Rico Full. We've got some really exciting stuff happening today, including, and I'm really looking forward to this, trust me, the cheerleading club from here in Erdogan. They're called the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I think they're second in the world.
In the world?
In
really?
cheerleading. That's what I've heard anyway. And actually, we might even grab one of them for a for an interview a little bit later. And just after the second semi-final, we have that break. So at 12:30 local time, which is 4 p.m. Indian time, 4:30 Bangladesh, they'll be doing a routine right out here in front of us. So
is that for real?
That. And
Wow.
I've been reading up on it. There's different types of cheerleading. There's kind of the more dancing one. There's building things, so structures. So pyramids and stuff, maybe by the end of the day you could be at the top of a pyramid. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be really exciting a little bit later on. Right now though, Venkat Ganesan's going to turn to spin and he's going to get paddled away. A bit of a Venkat type shot really, isn't it? And it's going to run, and it's going to get to the boundary. So yeah, a little bit of a touch shot there. Say the fielders having a bit of a difficulty. The other side of the rope. Now hopefully there's no injuries there. You see, as Gupta, he's looking a bit uncomfortable, but still, Bairagi gets a bit creative and gets a boundary.
It's a nice shot. And you're absolutely right. It's the sort of shot that Venkat Ganesan would normally play himself. Just beautifully timed away. This time he goes outside the off to prevent that shot being played again. And the batters smartly take a single.
Yeah, I think this one doesn't have too long to go, does it? The way things are looking. Venkat, good player, very experienced player, isn't he? For the German national team.
Oh, this is gone. Adios, Balota. That is big. That is a Bizaway supersonic 6. And, well, I don't know if we got the reactions to some of the Golden Star Bond players. They were jumping up and down as that one was going over. Well, they're up and about today, aren't they? Well, they look dashing, don't they, in the purple and the gold. The Golden Stars, well, it looks like they're marching all the way into the final.
Well, they're not doing a lot of running, are they, out there in the middle? Naeem Khan has just slapped that into the bushes. Will he finish it this over? 8 for victory.
Well, he says, I can play the defensive shot if I have to.
He almost got booed by his teammates then.
Well, you say booed. I think he got the sort of cheer that we normally get if we hit a boundary. I think they're happy to see him take the cautious approach. They don't want to lose any wickets here, I think. They just want to get the job done.
Not blocking 2 in a row.
And, well, this could be the opportunity. It should be taken. It has been taken. And he's gutted with himself. You know why he's gutted with himself? He's gutted with himself because he blocked the ball before. He's thinking, why did I block the ball before? I should have just crushed it. So, well, Ganesan get to wicket. You can see they're not as pumped about this wicket as they were the earlier ones, because I think they're now feeling, all right, we've got a wicket, but look, surely this game is done when you have a look at what's required. Just 8 runs needed. But you still have to believe, don't you? You still have to believe.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? I think he's more thinking about how they're going to win, not if they're going to win now. I think that's when the conversation shifts to that, then I think we're pretty sure that we know exactly what's going to happen. Still, what a great innings that is as he walks off. And yeah, it's a really good effort from him.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, look, just 26 just off, I think that was the 10th ball bowled to him that he got out to. So, if you like, he scored 26 of 9 deliveries out of the 10th. Comfortable catch there taken by the fielder. Went up in the air a long way, but no problems there from Askaruni Ahmed. So, new batter comes in. It's the left-hander, Madhupatu. And I like the batting of Madhupatu. He hasn't really shown us his best, but look at the slip in there. So, liking this also from Ajit, the captain, putting the pressure on and almost, well, Madhupatu almost obliges and puts the ball in his hand. That will be the end of the over. So the score 54 and 4 wickets down here at the halfway point. Only those 8 runs needed, so a couple of shots and this game could be done.
Well, Apu Murali, he's gone from the chat to the 11 for Cologne CC. We thought we might see him. It is Cologne CC versus Bayer Spartans in the second semi-final. Both these teams, they beat higher ranked opponents to be here, and so yeah, Cologne CC, they were assisted by the return of their captain, Pratik Dabolka, yesterday, and he played a very good game. They've got Sankar at the top of the order, Irfan Ahmed as well. Spartans, though, how about that chase? And Shazib Khan, thought he was excellent in that. And yeah, Kushdel as well. You know, he's had a bit to do. But Ishmael Nias comes in as well to the Spartans middle order. So yeah, a couple of faces we haven't seen too much of this time around. I'm sure that both teams will be giving their all in that game. It starts in around about 35 minutes. And we'll see exactly who will meet Golden Star Bond in the final.
Gupta comes on the ball. They'll take the single. Good running for Madhupatu. Gets there quickly. And Madhupatu, if you remember, was the player who out in the covers made that extraordinary fielding stop. And I was saying then, if you want to know what sums up the performance from Golden Star Bond, well, that was it, that stop. And well, they continued the onslaught in the field, and now they're continuing to do it with the bat as well. They lost those early wickets, but they've been positive, and I think that knock off the pocket rocket, Naeem Khan.
It was so entertaining, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's put them in good position.
Madhupatu on strike.
Once again, just cleverly drops the bat on it. They know they don't have to do anything crazy. They just want to get this victory now. Takes it to just 6 runs required. Plenty of time to do it in. What must be going through the minds of the Düsseldorf Black Caps? I mean, they were a team that lost out last year in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And this year, they got through the quarterfinals and they thought, well, okay, the team you got, the depth they got, they look favourites really to get through to the final. But, well, they just were never able to pick themselves up after the start they got. Gugubeli getting a wicket the very first ball off the key batter Jamshid Khan, and they just couldn't recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, they're experienced cricketers. It's one rolling away, probably be 2. Yeah, will just be the 2, I think. I mean, they're experienced cricketers. They'll know intelligently that anything can happen in a 10-over match. They'll know that. I mean, they'll be really disappointed. I think that's the thing. They're a team that are far too good to have not made a final in the last 2 years. But yeah, that's the way it goes, and they've just been dealt a rough hand a couple of times in a row. And as well as they batted yesterday, and we talked about it, potentially one of the negative things. Wait for Gupta here. This one could be a wicket as well. And it looks like Jamshid is backing back, and he will take the catch. So, yeah, no problems there. Another consolation wicket. So Bairagi will go for 13. The score is 58 for 5. So, yeah, and as far as what happened this morning, one thing we said is, yes, only 3 guys got a hit, and only really 2, because Jamshid went pretty early. So, having said that, they had played the whole week, right? And they made a conscious attempt to give everyone a bat the day before. So I don't think that comes into it too much. I just think that, as we've seen over 2,000 matches of T10 cricket on ECN, on any given day, anyone can have a really good innings. Golden Star Bond had an innings where they were just on fire. And even where that rearguard action came with that partnership for the 5th wicket, they were able to shut it down, get both of them, and then bowl at the tail and keep things quiet. So, yeah, credit to Golden Star Bond. They deserve everything. And look, they will be the higher ranked team going into the final, because it's a team that finished 3rd and a team that finished 4th that are going head-to-head in the other semi-final.
That's correct. Captain, I think it'd be quite fitting if Zakir Khan is the man who's out there as the team go into this final, hits the winning runs. Well, he does get a bit of bat onto this, I think, from the reaction of the... he wants to go for 2. He will. And he'll get there quite comfortably in the end. And...
inside edge.
Yeah, definitely inside edge here. And the ball then ricochets off the keeper. Have a look at this. Just... it doesn't hit the keeper at all, but the keeper just ends up chasing it. So that's 2. 2 required now here for victory. Yeah, so the captain comes out. They could have gone with Safi, of course, but Safi probably said, go on, Skip, go out there.
Yeah, and saving him up maybe.
Yeah, I mean, and he deserves it. Remember his innings yesterday. It was an amazing innings from him to help his team. I mean, 25 of 15, he just stayed there and did the job that he had to. Just says, let's take the single here. That will tie the scores.
And we'll get to the end of the 6th. And a bit of fun from Zakir there, the captain. Who knows, he'll be on strike. And they can win the game with any score now. 6 overs down, the score is 61 for 5. Once again, I hope that you can join us for the second semi-final starting in 30 minutes' time. And that'll be a really exciting one as well. Bowling figures. I mean, they haven't done too much wrong with the ball, let's be honest. I mean, some pretty good shots played by Naeem Khan, the pocket rocket. We had 4 individual bowlers take wickets, but yeah, it's just not going to be their game, isn't it? And look, the Düsseldorf Black Caps, they didn't make finals day last year at all, so they can still get a medal for the first time if they win the bronze final later today against a team that doesn't win the next game. And now you need 4 maidens on the trot. Can't see that happening, but they'll try. They'll bring everyone in and say, look, let's see how long we can draw this out for.
Here, Ganesan will be bowling to the captain.
We have seen a 5-wicket maiden before on ECN. If that was to happen now, they win. We go to a golden ball. All right, let's go.
Oh, it's
What's going on here?
It's a leave. He says, okay, I'm not going to play. He's just waiting for one that he can
Zakir
have. He's waiting for one that he can have a swing at. That's what's happening
Making
here.
the most of his camera time, I think, in Zakir here. In the centre of attention on strike. Finish him.
And this will be it. And here they come. Well, they're running on the pitch before the ball even goes over them for 6. Well, there's the invasion. And here comes the swarm of purple to congratulate the batters out there. Maybe mainly the captain. He has led them into a final. The very first time they played in the European Cricket Series. And they are in the final. That's right. You heard that right. Golden Star Bond, well done to them. Well, they look dashing, don't they? And they played like the stars that they have on their jerseys. Congratulations to them. They do it in style. They had a bit of a wobble, of course they did, but look, they did it in style, and I think I like the way they play the cricket, and that's summed up by like the batting of Gurwinder Singh, who went out there and just blasted the ball all over the place. And then when he got out, and when we saw them under pressure, well, what pressure, says Naeem Khan, and he comes out and he starts blasting the ball to all parts of the ground as well. Love the way they play. I love the attitude. I love the approach. I love the smiles on the faces. And we wish them luck as they make their journey into the final. What a great moment this is for them. And, well, this is good. I'm liking this. Go on, do it. Give me some of this. Give me some of this. Well done, boys. Absolutely brilliant. And look, as we congratulate them, yeah, we have to say, and you're right, the Black Caps, well, it just wasn't to be. They went better than what they did last year. At least they got into the semis, and like you said, Vinny, there still is something that they can gain from this. But it's going to hurt. This is going to hurt them, but the good thing about teams like Dusseldorf Black Caps, I think, is they're a team. They're led well by their captain, and their captain will be saying to them, look, there's only one way to come back from this, and that's to go out there in that bronze final and show what we can really do. And I think that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. So let's have a look at where we're at then on finals day. The semi-final's been run and won by Golden Star Bond. So they are the first team through to the final later on today, and they will play the winner of Cologne CC and via Spartans. Dusseldorf Black Caps, well, they still will feature again in the bronze final. Like I say, something to play for them. They'll take on the loser of semi-final number 2, which is coming your way in around about half an hour. Well, what can you say about Golden Stars? They've played like stars this morning, but still a few wobbles early on in the chase. They had a kind of hyper-attacking approach early, and it was very different to what we saw from the Black Caps early when they lost their early wickets. They looked careful, tried to rebuild, and, well, it looked like it could be backfiring early on. That was the hero from yesterday, Nawabi, who got caught at mid-off by Raheel. Gravinder came out and hit a couple of nice shots, and he kind of showed the approach that they were going to take. And, yeah, he did whack a few around, but, you know, in the end, even though he got up those 3 boundaries in a row, he wouldn't last a lot longer. Swinging all around one from Raheel. And look, despite that, we thought, well, Naeem's going to come out. What will his approach be? Well, he made his intentions very clear.
Oh, this was unbelievable. We just saw a big wicket go, and we thought maybe it's going to be a cautious approach to Mohamed Raheel. Well, it wasn't. He blasted the ball for some big 6s. Really batted beautifully well. He really did. And we thought we were going to see them home. But oh, look at that. That was a delightful shot he played from towards the spin of Venkat Ganesan, and this was the big 6, and look at them jumping up and down. Well, they were bouncing around, but he was to go. He did offer a catch to Oscarani Ahmed, who said, thank you very much, I'll take it. And then Baragi, well, he tried to finish it with a bang. He went, but the captain said, I'll sort it out, boys, leave it to me. And look at that. Marvellous scenes here at this National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, the Bio-Erdingen Cricket Ground. What scenes we had. The first semi-final is complete, and it is Golden Star Bond, the underdogs maybe, but on the day today, they were like the stars that they have on their jerseys. They played like champions, and they've taken themselves to the final. And, well, they now will have to wait to see what happens in this second semi-final and just who it will be that they face. Let's have a quick look at that scorecard. So like you said, Vinny, there was that little blip at the beginning. They went for a gamble with Nawabi. That didn't hurt them too much. For the wicket of Naqvi, that would have caused them some concern. But then, well, I think the key thing was, for me, the other bat, especially Gurwinder Singh and Naeem Khan, even though it was a low score, they went out there positive and thought, it's a low score, but we're not going to make a meal of this. We want to do it quickly.
Yeah, and that's probably a good way to do it. I mean, it takes some guts to do that as well, you know. But yeah. I think that's the way they play anyway. So why change your game? Go out there, be attacking, play your game. Twin 13s for Baragi and Gurwinder Singh, who both came into the lineup. But Naeem Khan stole the show, didn't he, with his 26 of 10 balls. So only faced 10 balls. And out of those, 3 went for 6, 2 went for 4. There's a couple of weird blocks towards the end, but although he got out, I think he'll be very happy to lead his team through to the final later on today. Raheel was pretty good, to be fair. 2 for 15, got a bit of stick at the end when Naeem counter-attacked wickets also for Asghari Ahmed, who I thought bowled a pretty good over, actually. Ganesan with one and Gupta with one towards the end. But yeah, disappointment for the Black Caps. Like I say, we will see them back towards the end of the day in the bronze final, so they have something to play for. They'll be bitterly disappointed. At least I think they got a couple of hours, 2-3 hours to kind of just gather their thoughts, refocus their target. It's always about just trying to find another goal, and at least I think it's good for them to get back out on the park. Hopefully they'll finish with a win for their sakes, but we'll just have to see what happens. Coming up next, of course, we have semi-final number 2, and it is going to be Clone CC versus by Spartans. News from the toss is the Spartans, they've won the toss and elected to bowl. No surprises considering how well they chased yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there's another team that are full of good batters, good hard-hitting batters. They're very similar. I think I said this before. They are very similar to the Black Caps, the way that they play. So again, they'll be watching this maybe with a bit of concern, and I think their captain will be. This would be a good opportunity and a good match for him to say to his players, "Hey, look, don't get overconfident, because though we have got this all-star cast of batters, this could happen to anybody. So stay focused and go out there with a mission, go out there with the plan we've got, and let's execute it."
Yeah, well, Cologne already gave us Clone CC one golden ball earlier in the week. Maybe we'll get another one. Who knows? It is finals day here. Hopefully, we have your company when we return in about 25 minutes. It will be time for semi-final number 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. We'll see you shortly. For more cricket on ECN, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. It is finals day here in Krefeld, Germany, just outside of Düsseldorf, and we have enjoyed the action so far. Time to find out what will be the other team in the final later on today, and which team will be relegated to the bronze final. And these are two teams that defeated higher ranked opponents to be there, so you know that they are giant killers. It'd be a giant effort from them if they were to make it to the final. Don't forget, last year Bond Blue Stars, they won from third place in their group. Let's see if one of these teams can do that from a third or fourth position. It's Clone CC who are taking on the Bayer Spartans in semi-final number 2. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Tails to score. It is tails. You're going to ball toss. You're going to ball first.
So it is the Spartans that have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Look, why not? Because they chased down a huge score yesterday against the Boosters, and not often you see chases in excess of 120 that are successful. They batted really well, didn't they? So obviously they want to do the same again. Clone CC batted first, didn't make a great score, but were able to defend it thanks to the heroics of Akshay Dani, who took 4 wickets without conceding a run early in their innings. Also, it was great to see Pratik Dabolka back. And I think they probably wanted to bowl given the conditions. We saw what happened in the first game as well, of course, but still, I don't think it's a bad thing to get some runs on the board. And let's see how many they can get. And they get 100 plus, at least they're testing the Spartans, and you wonder, can they pull off 2 big chases in a row? Rico Fool, I know it's his last day in a little while, and he's enjoying finals day so far. Rico, I can tell you, the Bayer Spartans have won the toss in semi-final number 2, and they're going to have a bowl. Over to you. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Isn't he looking dashing? Well, supporting the German colours there, the German flag. And always got something up his sleeve with his outfits. And take a moment to appreciate this beautiful location we're at. Absolutely lovely, surrounded by the woodlands here, the Bayer Erdingen ground. And you can see all sorts of facilities, football, rugby, and of course the most important one is here. This the National Performance Centre, where the cricket has been sensational over the last 2 weeks. And it's always a shame, isn't it, when you get to the last day, because so many friends, new and old, that you get acquainted with, that you have to say goodbye. But, well, as you know, the team will be moving on to Belgium and do it all over again, I'm sure, pretty soon. We'll be back in Germany once more. But thank you, Germany, for a month of fantastic hospitality and cricket that we've had here. First in Dresden and now here in Krefeld. Well, this match, this is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us, that Bayer Spartans 102 to 97. So expecting it to be close. Both teams have been in good form, and throughout their groups had mixed results, but I do believe that both of these teams have got better with each match, and this is going to be a very, very good contest. Bayer Spartans winning the toss, and their captain electing to field first. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, when you look at the hard hitters that they have in their lineup. I mean, the captain himself, we know, can hit the ball big. And then we also know some like Shazeb Khan, who was sensational yesterday, Arslan Siddiqui, and Waqas Fatmi as well. They really have got an array of big hitters, but doesn't always work, as we saw that in semi-final 1, the Düsseldorf Black Caps were just kept to 61, and they were knocked off with 22 balls to go by Golden Star Bond. So Golden Star Bond are in the final. Which one of these two teams will meet them there, and which one of these two teams will be up against the Black Caps in the bronze final? We'll have to wait and see. The umpires, they'll wait to get the heads up from our official timekeeper, and welcome to them, another partner of the European Cricket Network, Friederike Constant. So, give you the information of the batters. We have got Sunsa, who I still believe this man hasn't shown us his best. Are we going to see it, or are we going to miss out? I think he's such a talented player. He's out there with Irfan Ahmed. Here's the first delivery. Altaf Ahmed to bowl it. Short ball, and gets put away. It's a Gandhi ball, isn't it? It's a Gandhi start. Real contrast to the very first semi-final, where it was a Leela Gurbeli that knocked out the stumps of the informed Jamshid Khan. This one is Gandhi. It's down the leg side, and Sanka says, thank you very much. That's all I needed. A boundary off the first ball. Now I am ready to rock and roll. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everybody, wherever you're tuning from. This one's down the leg side as well. And Sanka, surprisingly for me, doesn't really try to hit it. He sees it early. If that's me, I'm rocking back and I'm pounding this to the boundary once more. No. Over pitch, just blocked out. They'll take the single. Well, one thing that CC will be hoping is that they don't go along like a tuk-tuk. And talking of tuk-tuk, there's a tuk-tuk. They don't want to be going tuk-tuk, tuk-tuk, tuk. They want to go bang, 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 bang. They want to change over, get away from the tuk-tuk, out of the 2-cylinder and go into like a V12 and really motor along. Well, that's the idea. Sanka has hit one boundary. And now he hands the strike over to Irfan Ahmed. And whereas Sanka has made some contributions, Irfan has made starts, but hasn't gone big. Is this going to be the opportunity he's been waiting for? Good delivery again, pitching it up. He's learnt, got his line right very quickly. Clone CC, remember, booked their place by defending a relatively small score, 87, they put on the board. And it was their captain, Pratik Dabolkar, who came into the side. First match he played, and what a game he had. 24 of 17, bowled well, fielded well as well. Took a couple of important catches. A good throw, direct throw. Now this has to be stopped, and can they stop it? They do, but not before the batters take the overthrow. So here's a single. It was well attacked. Look, takes his time, gets the throw in straight away. Bhushan, it's a great bit of fielding. Here's the direct hit, but unfortunately, once it hits the stumps, it ricochets away. And they'll get the extras, probably to the annoyance of the bowler, Ahmed. We'll wait for the umpire to reset the stumps. Yeah, Clone CC, 87 for 7. Harkin Rising Stars, with the team that finished top of their group. Just helped along the way. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. And it's well picked up there by the fielder. Never gave up on it to Darslan Siddiqui. So another sort of half-hearted shot here. Doesn't really clobber it. Doesn't really get the power in the shot. As a result, he's just concentrating. He's relying on getting enough to get it over the fielder, which he does. But you think he's done all the hard work. All he has to do is follow through with the shot, and he's clearing the boundary there easily. So just picks up the 2 in the end. And that will be the end of the first over. So it's a steady start. 9 on the board. Just have a look at the stats gun here. And why don't we have a look at behind Spartans? And well, they're the 3 men we were talking about. Fatmi, Shazad Khan and Siddiqui. They've been in good form. And then on the other side, it's all about Sanka. 188 runs to his name. Manav Panwar as well. Irfan Ahmed. And those 3 have been right up there. But remember, with their captain coming into the lineup as well, it's going to be pretty useful. Bowlers, well, Hassan, he's been pretty good. Ashmari, the slinger, has been good as well. Well, this one is spicy. He's hit well. Once again, it's Bhushan who makes a stop. I think he's going to be pretty key in that position, don't you? He's already had a good stop and a direct hit. Now, this one was hit pretty hard. He gets the touch on it. I've been impressed with this man, Asmari. He's another slinger, but he seems to have, or has shown, better control than 1 or 2 of the others. So we're just waiting for Bhushan. Bhushan looks like he may have picked up a bit of an injury here. He's in a bit of discomfort. I'm wondering whether he wants to get a bit of free. Well, I say a bit of discomfort. He's having a bit of a laugh here as well. I think his captain is probably more concerned than him. He's saying, "No, I'm all right, Skip. I'm all right." Probably that's Mohammed Asif just saying, "Look, why don't you just get a bit of spray on it?" He said, "No, I'm fine. Look, I can move him. I can move him." Now he's saying, "No, tika, मैं ठीक है." Then just go over there. He said, "No, मैं ठीक है." Oh, जा परे जा, मैं captain हूँ, मैं तेनों कह रहा हूँ उधर जा. चल चलदा मैं चल. Galu भी मान लिया कर. So he's just been moved. He said, "Look, get out of the firing line for a bit and let it get better." Yeah, I'm liking that from the captain. You've got to look after your players. Mohammed Asif just ordering the reluctant Bhushan to just move to another part of the field. You know why he doesn't want to go there? Because Mohammed Asif in this area has dropped a few catches. So Bhushan is probably saying, "No, I don't want to be responsible." And just like that, well, there you go. Oh, well, this could have been the best bit of captaincy that you'll ever see in your life. It really could have. Because the ball gets blasted to him. He picks it up. Never mind a tortuga bounce, and if he hits it, he's gone for all money. Well, that would have been quite sensational. And the captain would have been saying to Bouchard, see, I told you so. That's Mari. Up in the air, gets it through the gap this time, maybe 4 runs. So he's playing about, toying about with that field. A couple of occasions, hasn't been able to get it through, but this time around, no issues. Is coming in actually, but it's just the length. It was just slightly shorter of where he wanted to be, and that gave the batter the opportunity to play the shot. So Ahmed is up and running as well. Score moves on to 14. The players just helping each other out there. And if an Ahmed said, hey, bud, do the honours and do me laces for me, will you? Shot. Oh, this is an absolute beaut. That's gone all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. That's a lovely shot. Impresionante. Eso es impresionante, que grande. It's all about the timing. And he's having a look at that bat and saying, yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking what you're doing for me this morning. For Ahmed, he'd be very, very happy with that shot on the ball. It's, there you go. This turns up. There's plenty hunting for it. Lovely shot. Nice way to get the score into the 20s now. That's Mari. Go shorter. This has been pegged. What a hit that is. How quick he is to pick this up. This is gone like a bullet. 4 runs. But he's on this so quick, and he's just showing. But this is about Asmari saying, well, okay, if I'm going to pitch it up and you're going to drive me, well, I'm going to bang it in short. And he's saying, well, you can bang it in short. Well, I'm going to hook you for 4. What a shot that is. Well, he's showing signs of returning to the sort of form that we know that he's capable of. He's such a dangerous batter. Oh, goes down on one knee and carves this one away and outside the off as well. What a lovely shot this is. We've seen 3 sensational shots here. We really have. Absolutely brilliant. This is the best of the best. Straight down the ground, the hook shot, and then, well, that, I suppose the best way you can, I mean, it's a sort of an uppercut, sort of cut shot. Absolutely beautiful. Wonderfully done. And look, we always say get in touch with us. You know the website, europeancricket.com. And also, you can do it via Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. And we always say we love to hear from you. There's always lots of good chat coming through. And also, you send us through some nice videos as well sometimes, and they look pretty dashing. But look, one thing we always say is we unfortunately, there's no way that we can reply to all of the lovely messages that we get from everyone. So our apologies on that, but what I will say is we like to say take this platform to say thank you to everyone. So thank you all very much, not just supporting us, but for supporting European cricket and helping it grow bigger and better all the time. Thank you, everyone. And of course, thank you to everybody that's on the chat as well. You've been absolutely fantastic during our time here in Germany. I'm sure you've enjoyed this German roadshow as much as we have. 2 weeks in Dresden and 2 weeks in Krefeld. Mr. Maximo is back in the house.
I am, and I just started an Instagram live. I haven't done one for a couple of days, so a few people tuning in there. This is banged down the ground, but it's straight to the fielder, and it should be gone. It is gone. So Wickets takes the catch. So we saw Irfan getting going in that last over, playing a succession of attacking shots, but unfortunately for Sanka, you can't replicate it here off the first ball of the 3rd over, and that's the first wicket for Clone CC now, 28 for 1.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be, if I'm the captain, I'm going to be disappointed with that choice of shot from Sanka, because that's not his game. And I think when you've got Irfan Ahmed that just smashed the ball all over the place, play your normal game. He normally plays that shot all along the ground. He likes to play shot properly. I don't know why it's got him tempted to take on the big man there, Fatmi on the boundary. Doesn't get it right. The catch is taken. That's going to be a disappointing wicket to give away because they were under no pressure at all.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. I mean, the thing is still the power play takes on an outfielder. That's probably the thing for me. You've got to be aware that that long on's in play, and it is a bit of a risk, isn't it? So nicely held by Fatmi. So yeah, if you are watching on FanCode, for example, now's a great time to get onto my Instagram at Mr. Maximo, because I have started a live chat there, and I'm up in the cube with Rico. So, yeah, if you have any questions, now's a great time to throw them in there as well. And, of course, we'll keep an eye on the live chat. There's Rico. And, yeah, it's finals day here in Germany. We're loving it. Of course, on our YouTube channel as well. European Cricket Network. This will be a wide next ball from Krefeld, who had some immediate success there in the third. But, yeah, already we saw a bit of an upset, didn't we? I suppose it's an upset. Golden Star Bond, Black Caps for me, they were the team to beat.
Yeah.
They had a terrible start they couldn't recover from. Speaking of terrible starts, both these teams had a terrible start in their quarterfinal yesterday. First 5 overs, they were well behind in the game.
Correct.
More about that in a second. And this is a bit of a lucky one, I think. It's going to be off the outside edge and run away. Makar gets off the mark with a boundary. Not convincing, but effective. 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs. This is in the goal, I think, as well. So we're going to have to give this a bit of a goal. Yeah, it goes in the net. And I always say there should be bonus points for that.
Yeah, I think so. Did I ever tell you that when I was at school, we apparently some of our crew have just had some hearing damage, so apologies to Dennis. Anyway, here's the next one. It's up in the air. He might not get away with this, you know. Altaf Ahmed is going to go around and take the catch, so well, he might have scored a goal, but he's got no time to celebrate. He's 4 and out and 2 wickets down now. Clone CC 33 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think this is a gamble because normally Akshish Makar doesn't come in at number 3. You normally go for someone like Dhani who'd come in, or you could even have gone with. There's a number of people you could have gone with, and it is Makar that comes in. And the idea here is to try and to do exactly that. Go out there, hit boundaries. Gets lucky with one, doesn't he? But not with this one. So the gamble pays off. Only to give him 4 runs, he has to go. You probably find that Dhani will come in now.
Yeah, I think you'd imagine that he would. Yeah, so once when I was at school, we had rugby goals on the ground for some matches, and we had one umpire. He was a teacher, he wasn't really an umpire, and didn't know too much about cricket. For example, he'd let us take the brand new ball and whack it around in the warm-up.
Yeah.
But he used to say that if we hit it through the rugby goals above the crossbar, we'd get 9, and he would give us 9, 6 for the shot and 3 for the conversion. So that's something that we once did. I know we had football goals on the field in Frankfurt. That was in Germany a couple of years ago.
Yeah, remember
Causing
that? I remember watching
few
that.
issues. Anyway, and they were just outside the circle. Anyway, if you've got any questions, throw them through on the YouTube chat, or of course my Instagram is there as well. And hello to Santosh, who's watching, saying we're talking like non-stop trains. Well, that's true, but that's because a lot's happening. And we have had a really entertaining final series, haven't we? We talked about the fact both these teams had to come back from adversity yesterday. Pretty good ball first up. And they've gone for Amandesh Pandey. I don't mind that in the number 4 position. I mean, he's a guy they would normally bat in 3 or 4. He was their second biggest 6-hitter last year. Hello to Tyrone, who's joined in the Instagram as well. Yeah. So yesterday, the Spartans were in a bit of a muddle, weren't they, against the Boosters. The 2 Bayer teams going head-to-head in the quarterfinals. And they actually conceded 85 runs and didn't pick up a wicket in the first 5 overs of that game. And you would have said they were no hope after that. But then they did well, I suppose, to keep them to a score in the 120s and chased it down. Batted really, really well. So that was the story with the Spartans. And they had done for 85. It was not a great start for them with the ball. Today it looks like it'll be a lot better. As for Cologne CC, they had their own issues. They were 43 for 7 after 5 overs batting first. Had to scrape a score together. This is in the air as well. Is it going to carry? I don't think so. That will be fielded out there by Taha Hassan. End of the over, end of the power play as well. And yeah, bit for both teams, I think, in that power play. 35 for 2.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's sort of an even Steven one. I think, yeah, they go with Makar there. I'm just trying to see who's missing from the lineup from Cologne CC. And it's Kapoor, right? There's no Kapoor in the side.
No Kapoor in the lineup today.
So that's maybe why they did go for Makar, just to say, right, okay, we haven't got Kapoor there. But they're holding Dhani back. It's the first time they've actually done that. They've stuck with him and stuck with him and stuck with him. He's sort of failed. So this time they're saying, okay, maybe he's going to be better for us, coming slightly lower down.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I've got him listed at 7 actually. So let's see where he bats. Could be anywhere. Yeah, so Cologne CC, they were 43 for 7, ended up scraping together 87. That was all because of the good work of Pratik Dabolka and the keeper, Duradak Seeker. So the captain and the keeper got them back on track, and then they ended up bowling out Arkan Rising Stars for 79. And that was an incredible effort, really, to defend that score against a team that topped Group A. Here's Raj Bhushan, who's going to bowl over number 4. Well, this is up and away, and it's not a good start, is it? And, well, Maximo, Golden Stars, well, they're on fire. I think they can catch everything at the moment. They are enjoying their day.
I think this hit somebody. Somebody sat down. Where's this, I think? Have a look.
I think he...
almost.
I think he goes out, just deflects it away. Maybe he thought he was protecting them. Anyway, it's the bowler that needed the protection. The first ball from Bouchard disappears for 6.
Yeah, Bouchard, we saw him struggling with his hand with one that he stopped. I wonder if that has any part to play in this one. But that's why the captain did move him out the firing line, because it was his bowling hand, the left-hander.
Yeah, that's true. Fast-paced game, this one so far. Here's Bouchard again. This is driven, and finally, time to breathe. So Tyrone's in the chat. Of course, Tyrone was with you for the first 2 weeks of the German leg of the ECS. So I hope you're well, Tyrone. Let us
The
know.
Iceman. Hello, Iceman.
Is he in Sydney at the moment? I thought he's having a trip to Sydney. Is that right?
He was going towards, yeah.
Yeah, let us know where you are in the world, Tyrone, in my Instagram chat right now. So see another ball pushed. Now, of course, oh, ow. This is a really nasty replay, and I know there's no intention in this. And Deshpande does actually take off to look for a run. I think he regrets it about here, because he turns around and cups it right in the coccyx. And if you don't know what that is, look it up. I want to say hello to Deepak as well, who's watching from India. Ashwin in my chat saying, bottom teams performing. That's true. These teams finished as the lower ranked teams in the quarterfinals. They were 3rd and 4th respectively, but they've won their way through to semi-finals day. There's Bouchard. Deshpande. He's still feeling the effects of that shot in the back, but he's okay now. So, yeah, hello to Santosh, who thinks that we've had a few Alu Pranantas this morning. It seems so. Well, actually, we haven't had our Alu Pranantas, and there is a reason, isn't there, Rico, that the hotel that we're at doesn't do breakfast on Saturdays before 7:30, and they wouldn't. Can you believe it? The star power that you've got, Rico.
They wouldn't.
We couldn't talk them into giving us breakfast half an hour earlier. So we're actually without breakfast today, which means I'm looking forward to lunch twice as much. Now, this is going to be cashed in. It's a little bit quicker outside the off stump. And Irfan has looked on so far, hasn't he? We know that he scored a lot of runs last year. Has struggled in this series a little bit, but he cuts this one away. He's had all the shots in the book and some that aren't so far.
Yeah, he's come out with a different mindset, and it's working. I'm liking the way he's playing his shot. And again, there you see, any bit of width there's the way he gets on it so quickly. He carves that away, 4 more runs. They got away pretty well. All right, they lost those wickets, but I don't think they're going to be too disappointed about one of those, Maka. I think that was just a little, well, we've tried if it works or not. But if he keeps going here now at the moment, looks like he's going to score big runs.
Yeah, looks like it. You've got to get him quickly, but things can change very quickly. We saw that as well yesterday. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Here's Rico Full, and hope you're enjoying the action so far. Well, the good news is on a day like today, it's a bit cooler. Maybe my Instagram Live will last a bit longer, because normally my phone overheats.
That's true, actually.
If you want to know what's happened so far on finals day, we can show you that in the first game of the day, it was Golden Star Bomb that knocked off the Düsseldorf Black Caps. So we'll see the Black Caps in the bronze final. We'll see Golden Star Bomb in the final later on this afternoon. We know we will have a new champion here in Krefeld, because the Bond Blue Stars, who won last year, they didn't even make the top 8, essentially. They couldn't make the top 4 in their group. So it will be exciting for whichever team does get that opportunity today to lift the trophy. Start of a new over, and it's Krishdell who's coming back.
He gets very lucky here. It's a full toss down the legs, and it's been hit straight to the fielder. Should have been 4 runs. But yeah, I tell you, we haven't had breakfast. We haven't had any Alu Prantas, but we know who have, and that's the team that have booked their place in the final, Golden Star Bond. So, well, I know that Gurinder Singh was saying to me, he said, if I'd known, I would have bought you some Prantas. I said, thanks, buddy.
Another full toss, but he's not going to get away with this one. Second time around, Irfan blasts this one through the offside, and he is really heating up at the moment. Good shot. Correct shot selection there, I think, and puts it away for 4. So Irfan Ahmed moves to 35. An explosion of power at the top of this innings. The 50's up now for Cologne CC as well. I've also got Rithu in the chat. I think every time we do an Instagram chat, it's his birthday. So he's always saying, wish me happy birthday. In fact, half the comments actually are from Rithu. Well, happy birthday. You must be about 1,000.
Yeah.
Because he seems to have a birthday every time.
Don't think you can get any candles on his
have a bit
cake.
of memory, you know. Hello to Shailesh Uvi as well. And to Manoj and Suman saying balle, balle, balle. Krefeld 2 for 12 so far. This is fairly straight, turned away, and it'll go down to Fatmi in the mid-wicket position. That's 1.
Hey, I want to go to Chris Smith's place to have a bit of dinner. He's been doing some work, but look, he's got, what's he got? He's got lamb, beef, chicken, roast buds.
Oh.
What's going on there?
Why are you talking food? It's way too early, and I already said the
I know,
hotel
we haven't had
didn't-
breakfast.
Didn't give us breakfast this morning.
He's teasing us now.
Oh, no, that's bad. That's actually a really good shot as well, because that's going to be a no ball, and he knew it. And he's able to get something on it, so he gets a bonus 4, and the free hit's coming up. This one just gets away from Krefeld. It's a no ball too high, +4, free hit on the way.
Yeah, I mean, what's happened to Gustavo? His first over was so good, and just here, he completely lost it. That's a Gundy ball, full toss, down the leg side, and yeah, you're right. He knows he doesn't need to hit this so hard, he just helps it along the way. So Deshpande, just like that, he's now looking to give plenty of support to Irfan Ahmed, and they're looking good here.
Yeah, Chris looks like he knows how to cook as well. I think one day, if we make it to England, I'll definitely be going over there for a Sunday roast. I know Sundori in the chat saying, Clone CC the best bowling side and Spartans best batting side. It's an interesting one. There's a lot that are even. I don't even think I can split teams that easily. I think we've seen a bit of inconsistency out of Clone CC, to be honest, with their play, both with the bat and the ball. Spartans, well, right now they're the in-form batting side, aren't they?
I think I'm seeing the field move here. Surely they can't move the field. It's the same batter on strike.
They shouldn't. Maybe they're moving them back to where they were. Anyway, that's a rule I'd scrap. I think I told you that. Not because I don't think... Not because...
You would rewrite
the reason I would
the
scrap
rules of cricket, wouldn't you?
I'm taking out an unnecessary one because I think that it's an extra thing for the umpire to police, and I don't think it makes that much of a difference. For example, if they take a single and you change the field, oh, no one goes, oh, lucky we can change the field. You know, I just think it's one less thing you could put on the umpire.
Listen, I wanted to ask you a question
Okay.
about rules. So this is just nudges this one, take a single.
Yeah.
As you know, we were watching some indoor cricket this morning.
Yeah, it was.
And there was a bit on there I wanted to ask you because the actual pitch itself, the strip is very narrow.
Yeah.
But they still have the lines there for the return crease. Do
Correct.
they use back foot no ball in that?
No, they have only a front foot rule. So your front foot, so in indoor you can't actually touch the line because of where the umpire's positioning. You cannot touch either the sideline or the front line with your front foot.
Okay,
so they don't have a back foot rule. Good question though. This one could be gone. Little outside edge. Well,
he's gone. The guilt was all over him. The guilt was all over him. He might as well have just said, yeah, I did. He should have just put the bat under his arm and walked, but he didn't quite know what to do. He knew he touched it. He looked back, saw it caught. He looked at the umpire with that shy look and said, what you going to do? You going to give it or not? I'll just hang around.
Yeah.
The umpire said, no, off you go.
Deshpande walks 2 steps and then regrets it and decides he's going to go back and wait for the decision. But the umpire said, well, guess what? If I had any doubt in my mind, you've just removed it. You see, it moves away, fairly thick outside edge, big deflection. He keeps walking. He says, hold on. He says, hold on. I want to actually wait for you. And then he says, okay, you got me. And look, it was a good bit of bowling. Krefeld, who lost the handle a bit early in the over, but he does come back and he ends up with a third wicket, 3 for 20 for him. And halfway through this inning, 60 for 3. I think Clone CC, they might need a fair few runs considering how the Spartans batted yesterday. They showed they can chase down pretty much anything. But Irfan Ahmed, he has been the destroyer so far. He's 37 off 13. And he's a man that the Spartans, if they can get rid of him, well, perhaps they can keep this down to something a bit more reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, as you know, there's still plenty of batting there to come. And let's just see. Well, he leaves this one. That's a good leave. It's going to be called a wide. This man that's out there at the moment, Manav Panwal, just come out. He is exciting. And if he gets going, if he gets into flow here, I mean, these runs could rocket up pretty quickly.
Oh.
Well, talk about rocket up. Well, that's the old Tortuga. Well, that did rocket up. And it gets past one. And it gets past the man who's just been doing the bowling there as well, Krefeld. Well, have a look at the bounce on this. First of all, very good shot.
Yeah.
But it's the bounce. It almost knocks the block off the fielder inside the circle.
Yeah,
Watch
it does.
this.
Up goes the Tortuga. And I love this. Look at the double barrel roll. Krefeld, he knows he's finished his 2 overs. And gives it the double wipeout roll.
Oh, yeah.
Army roll.
I love rock and roll. Liking that.
41 now. He's looking good. And so let's see if Muhammad Azif, the captain, can change the narrative here. Hello to Shahid Singer as well. And to Abhinav.
He's got a bit of
the wide.
He's got a bit of the rock and roll hairstyle, hasn't he? That's Krefeld there. Well, maybe it looks that way now because he's been in the tumble dryer.
Also got Paolo Butchimatsa in the live at the moment. Hello, Paolo. Wow, goes after this, and he's going to get away with it. Like I said, he's playing all the shots in the book. Well, this one's right up the back because it's basically a diving drive. It's a diving cut. It's a slash from Irfan, who's just hitting everything at the moment. He's hitting any ball anywhere. He's on 45 off just 15 balls.
He's playing all the shots on his knees, isn't he? He goes down on his knees and he's just whacking everything, the top of everyone, and just gets that to perfection as well. Where'd you bowl to him at the moment? He's on 45 and he's there pretty quickly. Only 15 deliveries.
Tries it again, misses out.
He didn't go on his knees, did he? Didn't go on his knees. Has to go. Paulo, ¿qué tal, tío? ¿Está bien todo? Yeah, Paulo, lovely guy, and how much he's done for cricket in Portugal.
He's one of my favourites in the whole of European cricket, Paolo Bucci.
Bucci.
I want to say hello to Likith. He's asking who will accompany me after Rico. Well, yeah, Rico's having a bit of a break after today. Was this a little edge?
I don't think so. I don't see anything
Seems
there.
like he doesn't believe it himself, Mohamed Asif. Looks like it was very close to the inside edge of the bat of Irfan. Maybe not that close. I don't think that's out. Gets down on the knee that time. Yeah, so I'll have Charlie Hunt, who's joining me to fill in for Rico for a couple of weeks in Belgium. Looking forward to that. Expecting some pretty high scores in Belgium from what I've heard so far, but let's see. Oh, no, he's missed out. Just got off the boil in the last few, hasn't he? Irfan, after hitting that boundary.
Yeah, he says all of a sudden, after all the shots he's played, 15 balls he was on 45. The last 2 balls he's thought he needs to try and hit the ball harder. He doesn't have to. It's timing. That's what he's been doing.
So we hit down against a difficult area to field. But he does keep it to a single. Irfan moves to 46. He will retain the strike. Panwar's with him, but hasn't faced a ball yet. 6 overs in. It is 71 for 3.
They're going nicely. They'll be happy with where they are at the moment. The main thing is for them is they won't want the slowdown. If they don't get the slowdown, then the 120 definitely is on, especially when you still got something like, I know he hasn't got going yet, but you still got power out there as well. And he can certainly give it some power, Panwar. And I think he's due some runs. He's made some contributions, then he's had a few blips. Now he's due some, and he would love to get going in this semi-final.
Yeah, he will. So I want to say a quick hello to Raj Beer. He's asking about the location of the series next week. But also, quickly, I want to say hello to Harrison Ward, who's joined as well. Harrison will feature for the England 11.
Hello,
I'm told,
Harrison.
in the ECC.
Hey, remember the last image? I mean, there's loads of images of Harrison. I won't embarrass you, Harrison, of course. Some of them weren't good ones. But the last one, when he was, because he's tall, he was repairing our sort of tent marquee in Malta.
That's right.
I mean, we couldn't have done without him. The old duct tape came out. Yeah, Harrison, man of many talents and a very, very good cricketer as well.
I hope we get Harrison on the tour a little bit towards the end of the year as well. But he will be featuring for England 11, who are trying to defend their title in the ECC.
He's having a good season as well.
Yeah, he has. He's been playing some 50-over cricket as well for Sussex. Harry Cavalis. Also, we saw him for Corfu early in the year. He's been pretty good for the same side. So hello to you. Yeah, the next week in Belgium will be in Mechelen, which is it's halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. That's the ground that we'll be at. There's Bouchan yet to break through. This is smacked for 6. And see you later, Alligator. This one's into the bushes on the full. Maximo! And that will bring up his 50. What an innings this is in a crunch match. Irfan has stood up where some others have fallen around him. He makes 52 off 21. That's his 3rd big 6, and he's hit 7 boundaries. What an innings it's been.
Yeah, super innings. And we said he just went at the ball, didn't he? The last sort of 4 deliveries when he missed out on. But he's back with a bang, and that bang takes him past 50. Board Badaya, Irfan Ahmed Nuabdi 50, Banali 52 of just 21 deliveries. He's going. Now, the thing is here, he's got to keep going. Doesn't want to give his wicket away here now because really he's the only real contributor. 79 on the board, 52 have come from him.
That's exactly right. And finally, we get a look at Panwar as they scramble through for a single here. Well, life is precious in my chat saying we need Tyrone back for the ECC as well. But the thing is, Tyrone's a busy guy. Now, he's going to be doing some umpiring in that series. So that is his kind of main string to his bow as an official. As an umpire and potential referee. We're really thankful when he gets the opportunity to fill in the commentary box, but we might get him in as a guest for a game or 2 over the ECC. You never know, right? But it is full on for the umpires with those long days. They're 5-game days, 7 days a week now, right? So yeah, it's going to be huge. Well, Harrison's given me this little emoji. If you probably can't see me if you're watching on the YouTube right now. But yeah, hello to you, Harrison. Hope you're well. Cube's looking good, but can always use a...
Your ears are growing big here at the moment. What's going on here?
Hey, Get away.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
A couple more. Bushan hasn't had too much luck here, and he still isn't because this is blasted over cover by Irfan.
Tuk in trouble. Oh, wow. I thought the Tuk was going to take a bit of a bang there for a minute. He said, what's that coming at me? One of those things.
Yeah, well, lucky it's a slow-moving vehicle because the Tuk was going along the path. It was almost knocked off the road by a flying Kookaburra, and Irfan, he is flying at the moment. He's up to 59 now.
What a hit. And this time he's eyeing up the yellow Tuk. Slams on the brake. He said, hey, I'm not having any of this. There should be signs up here. Warning signs. Flying Kookaburras coming my way. Hey, I reckon he's in the hunt. They're looking for the Maximo. That is done a runner. The Maximo has disappeared. It's escaped.
I think the Maximo has weekends off because I have not seen him at all today. Anyway, oh, look at this. They're getting an overthrow for nothing here. And they might even want two overthrows here.
How many will they get?
No, they'll just get the one. But, you know, that might work because it does keep Irfan away from the strike. So that'll be 7 overs down, 89 for 3 when you add that one on. So Irfan Ahmed on 61 of 24 balls. So, yeah, I've got more questions coming up, but let's go quickly to the ECC. And this is something that we have been talking about a lot because we're only just over 2 weeks away from the ECC now. And you can see that we'll be seeing Harrison Ward in week 5 because the England 11, they automatically qualify for the championship week. So we'll see him on the 10th of October. Before that, we've got 4 groups. Germany in Group D. We talked about that, and that's quite an interesting one. It'll have Italy, Norway, Romania, and Switzerland in it. First up, of course, we'll have Group A, and that will be the Ireland 11, as well as Spain, Austria, Czech Republic, and Portugal, where Butchie, of course, is from. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a few familiar faces and probably a few new ones as well at the second ever European Cricket Championship coming your way from this 12th of September. Should be really, really exciting. Well, Arya Singh saying, watching the commentary on FanCode. Yeah, the question was, do these players get paid? And no, it's an amateur sport in Europe. So we're really thankful for their contributions.
Oh,
this would have been out, obviously, but I don't think it's hit hands, put it that way.
Oh, this is a man who was under attack yesterday, but he was under a different kind of attack. His bowling was being peppered all over the place.
How much hand does it hit, and what part of the hand? It looks like it's just off the index finger and crashed into his rib cage here.
This was motoring. This was a bullet coming straight back at him. Look at this. This is going so quick.
Oh. He knows he can't get out the way of it and just use his hands. He just has to kind of go like this.
He saves himself there, and that was travelling really. That was going fast. And he gets something on it, but he still feels a bit of the impact of that.
This is whacked away. Pretty well stopped. They'll get a single here. Just quick few hellos. People wanting shout-outs. Hello to Ronak. Hello to Ashish. To Arya Singh. And to Sanju. And Rajbir, obviously mentioned you already. And to Ujwal. Hello to you, Ujwal. Hope you're well as well. Okay, this is going to be short, but it's going to be straight down the throat of the fielder. And it will be the end of Irfan finally on 61. He's batted so well. So Tahir Hassan was under attack, but then he goes on the attack. Nice catch out there by Aslan Siddiqui. And so the 4th wicket falls 90 for 4, but not before a very good innings from Irfan Ahmed.
Yeah, good catch from a very good catcher out there. He just waits patiently for anything to come down his way. When it does, if it's within reach, he makes it look easy. There you go. Nicely done. Gives the clap to the bowler. I'm liking that as well because they know that he's not had the best of times, has he, the bowler? He's been under attack, has Taha Hassan. He needed something to go his way, and just picking up that wicket there, and still being on his feet after that rocket was hit at him. He's probably thinking, oh, life is not so bad after all.
Yeah, it just doesn't get all of this, does he? I thought he could get a really big score, but yeah, gave a chance, took it, but you can see Sankar is pretty quick to congratulate him on a very, very good innings, and I guess he's compensated for the failures of the other top 4. As it is, we'll see. Akshay Dhani, well, now he's in a no-lose position, isn't he, Dhani? They've got quarter of the innings left, and he's a guy who's struggled to bat for any length of time. He only has to bat 2.5 overs here, or close to. So, quick hello to Big Daddy, Dan Eckstein from Australia. He's in the chat. Hello.
Big Daddy.
Down the leg side, this will be a wide. If I'm slow to get back to the Instagram, it's because I'm falling behind, because there's a lot happening on the field. And Big Daddy's saying he likes my shirt. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I've got a few wardrobe choices, as we both do, Rico. Anyway, here comes the next delivery. It's a thick edge. The head man's got some work to do. He does it well, keeps it to 1. So I'm just trying to throw from a few. AB de Villiers has joined. Hello, AB. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying
AB.
retirement. Shoaib Ali is in there as well. Geez, so many here.
Hey, Big Daddy, we think of him a lot because
Yeah.
you know we travel a lot, and there's a lot of airports that have this Big Daddy chain, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. Now we know that.
So,
Maybe he's behind that.
Probably decent grub as well. I don't know if you've got anything to do with that Big Daddy, but look, nice to have you in the chat. This is a bit of a half helicopter type of shot, this,
Yeah.
but me makes no mistakes, gets there quickly.
Yeah, so hello to Max Minas, who's watching from Cyprus. Great to see you as well. Hope you're well. Jagadish mentioning, KSV and PSV Hanmunden teams not in the ECS Germany this year. But that's because a lot of it's to do with location, right? And explain that in a second. This is hit pretty much straight down the throat of the fielder, and he won't miss it out either. So Dhani, well, it's very Dhani, isn't it? And he gets one and out. The next ball gone, second ball. And so the 8th over finishes with another wicket. The score is 93 for 5.
Yeah, I don't mind this because I think if you're Clone CC, I mean, Dhani hasn't been able to do too much with the bat. Let him stick to what he does in the field and with the ball because he's been exceptional. I'm looking forward to Pratik. Surely he's got to be the captain. Dabba Holka coming out here now. He batted really well yesterday, and maybe he's the one that can put in a partnership here with Panwa and get this score to around about that 120. That's what they're looking for here.
Yeah, they chased that down yesterday, but it's no foregone conclusion.
No.
I mean, yeah, it's another day. Just look at the Black Caps away. Their batting fortunes change very quickly.
Let's give a big thumbs up also to Hassan because he was under all sorts of attack yesterday when he's bowling. He was hammered, peppered all over the place, and he's just come back here. Well, like I said, the first one nearly killed him.
Yeah.
But he stayed there, and he's taken 2 wickets for 4. Well bowled.
2 for 4. Very, very good over. And now we're going to go back to Muhammad Asif. He went for 11 when he bowled the 6th over. He's going to bowl the 9th. And as you like to say, Rico, it all happens in the 9th. Starts right now with a full toss. This is going to be a real teaser for the fielder, but that was well done actually by Bouchan, who just makes sure he gets the derriere behind it. He had only one play on this, and it wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Just one run.
He needs to eat some more pronta, so he has a bit of fat behind there, because not much there, is there? And that's hit the bone. There's no flesh.
I want to say hello
Gets
to
lucky.
Rihanna as well, who's joined us from Australia, and Jishnu. Hello to you, to Sarab as well. Hello. Good ball, full straight. Yeah, so some teams even met Messi Frankfurt. We haven't seen this yet. With ECS cricket, typically it's from the region, and it depends on who accepts invitations from the region. They get first preference just because the amount of distance you have to travel, right? So that's why we haven't seen a couple of familiar teams so far. And one thing that's, I guess it's disappointing not to see some teams that are some fan favourites, but the other thing is it gives opportunities to new teams. And think about all the new teams we've seen this year, like Golden Star Bond. How well are they playing? This is in the air as well. Should be another catch, and this time he does take it. Well, he might have a sore behind, but he has no problems getting down, stop, drop, and roll stuff. And they're coming back well here, aren't they, at the end? The Maya Spartans, as Cologne CC continue to lose wickets in the 9th over now. It's 96 for 6.
Well, that's a great catch. And, well, you see a good shot of that as well on the, I think, on the Facebook and Instagram, because Diana Oroz is all over this one. Just comes up to our commentary position, and she's snapping away. Perfect timing, Diana. Get a good one? Yeah, she's giving us the nod.
Always gets good
so
ones.
look out for that
Don't
one.
worry
That's
about
going to
that.
be a good shot, because there's a bit of action there where you're absolutely right. He did take one on the cooler earlier, and he says, well, I might take one on the cooler, but I'm okay. And he takes this one in his hands. A lovely catch.
Yeah, coming back well here. It's going to be a real par type score here, I reckon. Could be like 105, 110, something like that. Still some time to go. And unfortunately, it's the end of Zadran. Can't do too much this time around. Yeah, so Big Daddy saying he'll see us on the 12th of September. So I think he's coming with the Austrian side. So I'm looking forward to that. What a great thing that'll be to see him.
Yeah, look forward to that.
I've got Fluffy Guy in my chat saying it's his birthday as well. So
Fluffy guy.
Fluffy Guy.
Okay.
Okay, happy birthday. It's funny how
So
it's
where are
everyone's
you,
birthday.
Fluffy? Where are the fluffy bits?
I mean, I don't know. You'll have to see. Here we go. With new batter out there. Now it will be DeBolka. Now he's the guy that mounted the rescue job yesterday when they were 43 for 7 at one point. It was him and Seika who were the two players that were able to essentially get things back on track. And we haven't seen either of them bat yet. I mean, now we've seen DeBolka face one ball. Panwa hasn't had too much of the strike at all. He's been there a while. He clunks this one into the leg side. This will be the end of the 9th over. Are they going to try for 2 here? Well, they had time in the end to do it because of a big fumble from Fatmi, but they end up not going. Palmway says, I want the strike. I've been waiting for it. So 9 overs down, and the score is 98 for 6 as we head into the last.
Yeah, good over. I mean, one man who, you know, you talked about the match yesterday that the Spartans came back in to win, and you said that they were under the cosh when they were 85. The opposition had 85 on the board, the boosters, after 5 overs. Who came on to bowl? It was the captain, Mohamed Asif. He bowled brilliantly yesterday, and he kept that score to what it was, and I think he's done a great job here again today. So somebody who we didn't see bowl too much in the group stage is certainly bowling, and bowling well when it matters.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. It's good to have those options up your sleeve, and of course, no one's seen too much from me either if he hasn't bowled too much.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to finish up after this over on the live chat. I want to say thanks for everyone for getting involved. Sorry if I missed out any of you. There was plenty of interaction there, which is great. Anyway, start of the 10th, and it starts with a catching opportunity that's taken. So, yeah, Panwar, frustrating kind of innings for there. He seemed to be there forever, but not faced too much. Yeah, and he just couldn't even get a boundary away. But he is the 7th man to fall, 98 for 7. And Hassan continues his good form. He's got 3 for 4 now, Rico.
Yeah, I'm loving this. And this is, I mean, you know, we've seen this so many times, and another person that had these sort of issues was Daljit Singh. Remember, one day he gets peppered all over the place, the next day he's the star with the ball, and this is exactly what Hassan is doing. But I have noticed, if you notice, he's not coming off a long run-up. He's shortened that run-up by half. He's just a couple of paces and gets the ball in and doing the trick. And he does get the man that hit a laser beam at him and caught him on the chest. He gets him out. And in fact, that's probably the only one that Panwar hit out of the middle and hit hard, and he hit it straight at Hassan, who kept it to nothing.
Yeah, very, very good point you make there. Well, Surab's got a question. Sorry, I was a bit slow to get back to you, but he says, what player from ECS do I think would play in IPL? I'll go for an easy option. I'm going to say Baz de Leijden, who's playing great cricket for the Netherlands at the moment. We saw him playing for VCC earlier in the year in the Netherlands, and I know he is playing some franchise cricket, I think, in UAE before too long. So, yeah, Baz is having a really good series. He was playing against Pakistan recently. So, yeah, Baz de Leijden would be my pick. And Baz is a really nice guy. Still very young. He's only 22 or something like that. And he's the Prince of Voorburg, they call him, because his dad, Tim de Leijden, is the King of Voorburg. So, yeah, Baz is a great guy. I don't think we'll see him at the ECC because they'll be getting ready for the T20 World Cup, the Netherlands.
More wickets here, Dana. Be ready. More wickets coming.
Nope,
Hassan is going to get a few more here.
Last
Got
chance.
3 so far.
Last chance for questions. Where is Danny? Well, Danny's Czech Republic, and I saw him a little while ago. And, yeah, he's doing very, very well. And so, yeah, thanks for asking. Also, hello to cricket in Germany. Almost finished this live chat. We've got 3 more balls in this innings. 99 to score. Can they bring up the 100? The answer is yes, they can. And these two are reunited, but for how long, I'm not sure. I think he gets home here, the Bolker. And, yeah, very different situation. They join each other at 7 down again, but this time they just have to try and squeeze a few more extra runs out of this innings.
Yeah, that one just got away from Siddiqui towards the end, and that's just enough, those few seconds, to allow the batters to come back and complete the 2.
It's Madas Rickbell's in the chat from Hamel, who we saw Madassa yesterday,
Yes,
of course, playing for Lemgo, and geez, didn't he bat well? And you owe us for a few kookaburras, I think, Madassa. He smacked some miles away. 101, 2 to come. Might as well run hard here. If it's fielded cleanly, they won't get 2. It's fumbled, so they'll try. Probably will be out anyway.
Oh,
He's missed the unmissable.
go again, go
he can
again.
Turn around and maybe go again.
Oh.
No, well, how about this?
How'd you miss from there? I said there'd be more wickets. You let me down, Hassan. You let me down. That was easy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, they decide, okay, it's a fumble. They're probably not going to make it, but it's worth a try. And he guess he was aiming on one stump, but he was also from 1 metre.
You don't miss from there. Don't be nice. You can't miss from
one
there.
One stump, 1 metre. Right, last ball. Strap yourselves in.
Now, surely now. Yay!
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again, and Hassan will stop the run of the last ball. So I suppose they even out. Gives away one, but then stops one. And Clone CC have what is literally a pass score. They get 103, and that is the average score per 10 overs on this ground this year in the ECS. So I think it'll be a really interesting second half to this. Of course, only one team will meet Golden Star Bond in the finals. I can say goodbye to everyone on the Instagram. Thanks so much. And, well, I'll try and do a few more of these when we get to Belgium. But for now, it's going to be a very interesting second half of this game. Like I said, as we look back at some of the highlights, and early on it was Sanka with the boundary, but really it was carnage around him. But Irfan Ahmed, he was standing up and he was going places early on Well, I would have been tying his shoelaces together, Rico, because he was on fire. Like I said, he had all the shots. He always seemed to be one step ahead of the bowlers.
Yeah, there was one period there, one passage of play where he hit 3 boundaries on the spin, and they were basically the best shots that you'll see in the day. I mean, there was the straight down the ground, there was a hook shot, and then there was a cut shot down on one knee which went over the offside boundary. It was absolutely brilliant, and he really held everything together. Quite sensational, it really was. And, well, if it weren't for him, I don't know how many ones would have got the ball. The other thing, the split, 60 came off the first 5, and then we only saw 43 that came off the second. So that just goes to show just how well that these Spartans came back into it. But they have an art or a way of doing that, don't they? We saw them do that brilliantly yesterday. Remember, there was under the cosh when it was 85 of the first 5, but they came back well just to restrict that score to 127 and then knock it off. So they'll be feeling pretty confident here. But once again, it's their captain, Mohammed Asif, that does the job. But it was all about Irfan, and look, all the other batters were clapping what he was doing because nobody else really could get going. Once again, I think the batting order may be from Clone CC. I can understand the changing of the order with Dhani. I mean, they waited all the way through to the semi-finals to finally decide that they wanted to change him. Nice catch taken there by Siddiqui, no mistake from him. So Dhani just not able to get things going, and there was him going for the big shot again, being caught, just one on the board. So maybe there's 1 or 2 others that probably could have come up the order there, and I think the captain, Pratik, probably is one of them. That man there did brilliantly in the field, and really loving the energy that Bhushan gives out there, and Ashmari, he's pretty good out there with safe hands as well. And well, that was Panwar. Well, this time it had to be, and it was. He wasn't going to miss from there, says Hassan, and what a good comeback from him as well. He had all sorts of problems yesterday with his bowling. He was finding that he was just bowling runs. He was being hit for 6s all over the place, and in fact, he was, I think one of his overs yesterday went for, I think it may have gone for about 22 runs. It certainly was magical. So he had to come back well, and he did. And if we have a look at that batting scorecard, if it wasn't for Irfan Ahmed's 61 runs, no other batter, it's quite amazing, no other batter got to double figures. So how important that was. Extras pretty good, only the 6 wides and that 1 no ball. So they've done really well. I think the Spartans there to keep that score contained, but they'll be thinking if they could have found a way to get Irfan Ahmed out, well, they could have been chasing around about, well, maybe even under 80. Let's have a look at those bowling figures. Expensive was Bhushan for a change. He was none for 30. They took a liking to it, but all the other bowlers were very economical. And Krefeld, one of his overs was expensive, wasn't it? Or when I say one of his overs, he bowled like 2 Gandhi balls. But other than that, bowled really well, picked up 3 wickets, and also 3 for Taha Hassan. So what a comeback to form for him as well. He's certainly going to be in a much better place here today. And then Mohammed Asif, take nothing away from his spell, 1 for 16. He just knows when to come on to bowl, and he knows when he's required. And when he comes on to bowl, he certainly has the knack of slowing things down. Well, there's nothing being slowed down here today. It's semi-finals day. We got the bronze final today coming up later as well as the big final. It's all happening at a pace. Nothing like the tuk-tuk we've seen going around the ground. It's more like a V12 Bosch Viper or something like that. But it's all action-packed entertainment coming your way. This one is evenly poised. Cologne CC 103 for 8. 104 required for victory for the Fire Spartans. Will or will they not be able to do it? Only one way you'll find out. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we return in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto. Hello, good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Bioordingham Cricket Ground. And it's finals day, and we've had plenty of action already. We've had the first semi-final completed, and it was well, it was all about Golden Star Bond. They were the ones that were shining. They were the stars, as they restricted a very powerful Dusseldorf Black Caps to 61 off their 10 overs, and then went on and knocked them off with 22 balls to go, winning that one by 5 wickets. So they are in the final. Dusseldorf Black Caps are in the bronze final. So there's still something up for grabs for all of these teams. But this one is pretty evenly poised. We've just seen a bit of a struggle with the bat for Clone CC, but they did, thanks to a great knock from Irfan Ahmed, they did get to 103. And now they've got to try and defend that, but they won't be defending it with bowling like that. This is a Gundy ball down the leg side. And there's one thing I can assure you of, and that's that these Spartans, especially the top 4 batters, they are not going to hold back. And that's Mohammed Asif, the captain. You cannot bowl there to him. He'll admit to anybody. He'll say, you bowled it there, I'm putting it away. And there was one time that he did get himself out to this sort of shot, and he miscued it, and it went straight into the hands, I think, of the man on the 45, and he was gutted because he said, Rico, I've never been out on a ball like that. I've always put it to the boundary. You can't bowl there to him. So Dhani doesn't make a good start. Dhani, though, yesterday was the man on fire with the ball, wasn't he? And now he goes too far outside the off. And yesterday, Dhani was just unbelievable with his bowling. Did magical things for his side. Took 4 for 4 in that player of the match performance against the Rising Stars, and that's what they need from him this time round. So far it's a 6 and a wide, or a 4 and a wide. Just gets nudged down, doesn't want to take the single. Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I thought that'd gone all the way for 6, but obviously just dropped short. And CC, they themselves will know that probably they go into this one as perhaps the underdogs against the Bio Spartans. But they don't mind that. Well bowled again. This time you can see the big conscious effort being made to keep the ball outside the off stump to Asif. And, that brings to the crease this man, Wakas Fatmi, and he's the leading run scorer so far in this series. 230 runs to him. The man behind him, Jamshid Khan, was out for a first baller today. The Dusseldorf Black Caps batter. So he wasn't able to add to his tally. So let's see how the top run scorer gets on here with Dhani. Dhani is right up there as one of the highest wicket takers. Taken 11 wickets, so he's 4th in that table. Top wicket taker is Narendran Donti of the Clone Challengers, who fortunately we won't see any more of. They didn't make it through. Good delivery, right on the money. Yorker length, that's nice. That's what I like to see, the first ball to a new batter. So it's Fatmi's first ball, and he has to dig it out. Dhani once more. It's a miss-hit. Not where he intended this to go at all, but he's a powerful man. Here's Fatmi. He gets plenty of his power in these. And gets the old Laddus in action. 4 runs. Very quiet out there at the moment. I think you can see 1 or 2 of the players say, come on, come on, come on, let's lift this up. And so you see, they don't want to go quiet, they want to stay positive. They've got the runs on the board. I mean, 103 and an eliminator. You've got to go past 100. It's good runs. In the air again, and this is lofted over. This will be a couple of bounces, and it goes to the boundary as well. So being positive is Wakas. And he knows this is a safe shot to play in the power play, and he does. Well, we saw this a number of times from Irfan Ahmed at the other end. For Clone CC, just went down on one knee, hitting the ball over the top in this power play, and that's exactly what he does there. So that's the end of the first over. He gets a good start with 14 on the board. So not the start that Darnie wanted. Matches without a golden ball. We are at number 13 now. And one thing I will say, especially on this pitch, with this field, I think this sort of score, yeah, it definitely is a golden ball type of score. And I know one man who's joining me now, Mr. Maximo, would love another golden ball.
Yeah, well, it's always a good time for a golden ball. Yeah, what I will say is that they have scored 103. That is the most common score, I think, that we've seen. It's the average score that we've seen. And so all things being equal, it's probably the most likely score to give us a golden ball. But the Spartans, they chased more than that yesterday. Very confident start. I mean, starts are everything, aren't they? You think about the start that Darnie gave them yesterday when they were only defending 87. Yeah. They were able to do that against the Arkan Rising Stars. But yeah, it was just a bit off there, wasn't he? Amazing what a difference today makes. Here's DeBolka, the captain. He's trying to rescue things in the second over. And he doesn't start with a good one either. It's twice it's been too short first up. And this one will be 4. So another boundary. As if this time, captain to captain. And it's the Bias Spartans captain that cashes in with 4.
Yeah, they're not listening. And you cannot bowl there to Mohammed Asif. And the thing is, they all know that. They know each other pretty well. So I'm quite surprised that DeBolka puts that in that area and gets put away, dispatched.
Yeah, 13 games without a golden ball. Funny things happen when 13s appear. I've noticed that. 13 minutes of madness in match 13 by Drew earlier in the year. Oh, more runs and heaps more runs. This is going to be 6. It's cut away. Maximo. Nice Spartans. They take no prisoners the way they bat. And you see DeBolka once again. He rolls the dice with a short ball. And he finds out the hard way it wasn't a very good idea.
Well, how good a shot that was. Well, they're sending out the search party. Find that Kookaburra. Look, the way he just rocks back, uppercuts his away. That is a beautiful shot. How well he executed that. That's so nice to see.
Just went up and away. Didn't try to keep it down at all. It's been risky when there's a third man back there. It's a pretty square third man. But yeah, that's the confidence, I suppose. Got to pitch it up here, surely. I see 15 off 5. He does, but he gets the line wrong this time. So, considering how good Clone CC were, and their backs were against the wall yesterday, defending 87, this has been a lackadaisical start from them.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, you mentioned Darnie's start. Remember, his first over yesterday was a double wicket maiden. His second over, he picked up 2 more wickets in the first 5 deliveries. So he was at one point, had bowled 11 balls and not conceded any runs and taken 4. And then 4 runs came off the last. They finished 4 from 4. But
short again. And he'll get away with just a single this time. It's still like he's got a bit of wheels about him to DeBolka, but it just doesn't seem to be troubling as if too much with that short delivery.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that from him yesterday. He was a real sort of surprise package for me yesterday, because not often that a player that hasn't played any matches in the series comes into the side, be it that he was the captain as well, and have an impact straight away. And he did in every discipline of the match.
This time it's Fatmi. This is out, ball outside the off stump. You've got to rein this in and rein it in quick. The easiest way to steady things is with a wicket. And don't forget some of the other players we saw batting really well yesterday. Shazab Khan was very good in that chase as well. So they've got confidence, but you've got to start somewhere. And I mean, at least they've got a few extra on the board to defend compared to that 87 they scored yesterday. So 17 extra runs to play with. They might need them at this stage. Fatmi wants some more of this. This is going to hold up. It's not going to quite carry out there. And then throw comes in. Pretty slow to get going, Fatmi, but he survives. And it'll just be a single.
Yeah, good bit of work there. I think that Deshpande is probably one of the best fielders in this Clone CC side. Gets there pretty quickly. Not able to get there for the catch. But I like the way he attacks the end that Fatmi is running to, because he's not the quickest.
Yeah, they need Asif, and they need him quickly, don't they? DeBolka will know this hasn't been the best over, but he's got one more ball to try and change it. And wow, this is going to hurt.
Oh, where's this caught him? I hope this isn't moved some of that furniture around, because it's in that zone, isn't it?
This is going to be an uncomfortable one. And I know the Spartans are pretty tough, right? But there's a bottom edge. And it hits him right in the place that you don't want to get hit. Maybe a little bit to the left, but there's not too much protection there except for the protector. And it will be the end of the second over. A bit of a painful one for Asif. So DeBolka gets something back on him at least. If he can't get him out, he always knocks him out, knocks him down. 27 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, I was pleased to see that just hits him sort of the upper thigh. Could have gone anywhere else, and it could have been hurtful. But look, this is what we've got coming. Really looking forward to this. So, yeah, we've got, as you know, the European Cricket Championship starting on the 12th of September. It goes all the way through to the 14th of October. But the big news is that it's 5 matches every day, of course, and also that it's day-night event now as well. So, yeah, it's all about flick the switch to prime time. We're going to love that. It's going to be under nights. It's going to be brilliant. The fan zone is going to be absolutely buzzing. And that's not too far away now, folks, at all, because remember, from here, we go to Belgium for 2 weeks. And then after Belgium, yep, it's Cardamania time in Malaga at the Cardama Oval.
Yeah, cannot wait for that. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, one thing we were talking about is that, well, with that cricket, and also there's also going to be a local T10 series as well happening over the weekend, which is going to be 5 matches day and night as well. Hit hard, big, goes 6 runs. That's an amazing shot. And I want to have a look at this ball when it comes back. It looked to me like there's a bit of the ball that's coming off when this is hit, you know.
Really?
Yeah, when I'm seeing that ball in the air, it doesn't look right to me. It looks like there's something.
You think the Comet's got a bit of a tail?
Yeah, it may have done. But
You're saying that almost literally hitting the cover off the ball at the moment. Is that what you're saying? Well, I can see in the chat, Yuvraj asked me how many times I've been hit like that in my career. I think hit in the midsection, we'll call that. A few. Most of the time, the box has done its job. The ones that hit you squarely in the middle are actually fine.
Yeah.
Because it's the ones that hit towards the edges that can move things
you know
around.
which the worst start? After this one, we'll go to it. Oh, it goes for the short one, gets away with it.
Go on.
But his eyes lit up. It's the ones right down the bottom, the toes. They're the worst when you got hit on the toes. When somebody gets a Yorker in on your toes,
I mean,
or you've dug one out and smashed it.
I've LB
How many toenails have you lost?
Toenails, not so much. I've been hitting the top of the foot, like on the shoelaces on the foot of a Yorker, given out, which was bad enough, and then I had my foot blow up.
Takes ages to heal, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky, I think, for the most part. And I say this is a funny thing to say. You've almost got to you got to have like something wrong with you, even to be a keeper, that you got to like getting hit by the ball. You got to like embrace it. You got to be like.
What do you mean you got to like? What are you
talking
about?
You know those people like on videos that like they tell people to like punch them and stuff. You know, like it helps, right? This is going to smack sideways, and this is going to be 4, I think.
Watch out, scorers! Watch out! It's coming your way. Oh, there you go. That's Mahindran there. He's doing a bit of scoring.
Yeah.
Well, he nearly wears his cup of coffee.
Well, I hope it's coffee, but the thing is, he was hoping that he'd be actually doing something on the field today. Well, that was a dangerous one.
Who's the fielding over there? That
genuinely,
good.
It's gone under the coffee station. That could have been a lot worse. Yeah, so, yeah, you gotta not be afraid of getting hit by the ball. So I used to be like, all right, you know, if I wake up with a few bruises on my ribs or whatever from blocking balls, then at least I know I'm alive, right?
Did you show them off? Did you like take your shirt off and say, hey, look at this, I'm hard? You did, didn't you?
They're not that pretty to look at.
You did, didn't you? Admit it.
But I'd wake up and going, at least I've done something. I'd rather wake up with that pain than the mental pain of conceding buys.
Yeah.
But that's I'm a bit of a weirdo. Zadran gets this wrong. It's pretty high, you know. And I think this is going to be a no ball. Yeah, wheels falling off here for Cologne CC. Well, they have been the Jekyll and Hyde team this week, haven't they? This is waist high, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, that's got to be called, and it is. So, Fatmi, not only does he hit the boundary, gets the free hit coming up, and he just puts out the shrug emoji arms to the square leg umpire. Come on, that's got to be too high. It was. And now we've got a free hit coming up.
He's holding that bat like he's holding a toothpick, isn't he? And it's just like...
Makes it look so easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Big man. Yeah, but there's nothing worse. When your foot gets done and your toes done, right? It's everything you do. You can't walk. You can't put a sock on. You can't put a shoe on. It's awful.
Yeah, this is way too high. Look, they're caught on the field. Yeah, and normally these won't get looked at, but they may want to have a little peek at it. It's definitely a no ball.
Yeah, it got called on the field.
Yeah, it got called on the field. So, yeah.
I don't think anybody had I mean, the bowler didn't complain, did he? Because...
Yeah.
Were they checking the bout? Maybe they were checking the bout. I don't know. 4 has been signalled, and no ball has now also been confirmed. So this will be a free hit.
Yep.
There's the warning. Let's get on with the game, guys.
Bit about Pratik Dabolka, who we saw on the last over, next to Anish Krishna, saying he's played in the Mumbai Premier League and was a professional physio for one of the Kabaddi franchises in the Pro Kabaddi League. Well, you know that's a sport I find really interesting.
Here we go.
Kabaddi. Anyway, free hit. Seatbelts on, everybody. Wide. Free hit will carry over. Fuck me, he's getting the arms, getting the ludus working a fair bit, isn't he?
I reckon he should put him on an umpire's course. He knows half the signals already, doesn't he? Fuck me.
Well, I let everyone in the chat as well. And at least VW in the chat saying I'm a big 6-hitter. She's the witness, is that right? I'll be able to come up with 6 of the best on occasion.
One bounce and 4. Nice hit straight down the ground. He's making it look so easy. It's all about the length. Look where these balls are pitching. And, well, he puts a bit of oomph in that as well. You've got to get this ball full. Where's the Yorker length delivery? We just haven't seen it. You look at all the bowlers that have bowled so far. We haven't seen the Yorker length delivery.
True. They've feasted on length, haven't they? And that was the free hit, don't forget. That carried over. Power play. I mean, just going around chatting to the guys. They all said power play, where this game could be won and lost. They're almost halfway there. And this will be another boundary. Gets away from the fielder in the circle. And so it brings up the 50, and it's trouble. The warning lights are going off for Cologne CC. They're on life support. And 3 overs in is 51 without loss. Now, don't forget that we have the cheerleaders coming today. And here is a little bit about the Dolphins, who we'll be seeing in the break today. Wow, that looks interesting. I can't wait to see that live.
It's made me dizzy.
Well,
they're not going to be able to do any of that jumping in here. They'll be hit. A cube. It's not tall enough.
Actually makes me want to try and throw you around.
Well, that's nice.
see what happens. Here's Shazad, who gets a good ball through. Mohamed Azif first up, beats him outside the off stump. Yeah, so the Dolphins cheerleading squad, or some of them, will be performing a show in around about 45 minutes. So just after the conclusion of this game, it'll be about 10:30 GMT, which is 12:30 in Central Europe, and 4 p.m. in India, 4:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. And they'll be out there on the field showing what they can do, because we do have the 1 hour break between the second semi-final and the bronze final, right? Another good ball, this one. Just trying to stop the bleeding now. They've got more protection in the outfield at least. Yeah, so we're hopeful, depending on how quick they get here, to grab one of them for a little bit of an interview during the second half of this game. So, Martins is looking forward to capturing that as well. And, good conditions for cheerleading out there today. Lucky the rain stayed away.
Shazad. Oh, this is gone. Many a mile. Forget it. There's 6 more right out the middle. Oh, I'm liking this. That is as sweet as, well, a bowl of jalab gumbo. You like jalab gambos?
Yeah, I mean, I like all food. You know that. I mean, just pinches that one, doesn't he, from just outside the off stump. And, wow, is anything going to stop the force, which is the Spartans? We talk often about Group A teams versus Group B teams. Does it hurt Group A teams having the few days off? Doesn't seem to have bothered the Spartans at all. They have come and they are all guns blazing. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be...
Yeah, gulab jambus are lovely.
I'm a bit
lovely
worried.
and juicy. The little balls, they're so juicy.
The little balls, right? Sounds delicious.
Sweet. That's what I say, sweet.
Well, need something to happen, and something to happen quick if you're Cologne CC here. Well, take a slightly risky one. Now, I would also say that Cologne CC are a team that have come back from adversity before. Well, that was a lot earlier in the match, wasn't it? When they were 43 for 7 in the quarterfinal yesterday, and they were able to work their way back in. But Yeah, right now, the finish line's in sight for the Spartans, and they are not looking like slowing down.
No, they're not gonna take their foot off the pedal here. They're going. Forget that tuk-tuk. This is what I'm talking about, the V12. And a bit uncertain, but again, that's the uncertainty in the running from Fuck Me. He's got to be quick here. Good pick up and throw. He's in trouble. Oh, if this hits, he's gone. If these hits, he's gone.
Yeah, I think he would have been. But
he's a big, strong lad. He is, isn't he? He's, he's got the ladoos. I've talked about the glove jambus. Well, he's got the ladoos, but he doesn't run like a big, strong lad. He runs like a, maybe a bit of a fairy. Would you say that's fair? He doesn't run well at all. But me won't mind me saying that. You just have to find me. I'm quicker than him. Here we go. Slower delivery, but has he found the gap? No, it's been stopped. Where is it? Kidhar gayi? Aaja meri pyari. But he's found it. Well, we saw one of these earlier in the week. It was the match that went to the golden ball. When the fielder stops it, the ball goes up in the air, he's looking for it, and it clonks him on the head. Well, this was almost the same, wasn't it? And that was the Dran. Look, he stops it. He has no idea where it is. Kidhar gayi? And then I was like, Ayya, Aaja. He finds it. So a better over, you'd have to say, from Shazad. But they can't stop the bleeding. 10 come off that one. 61 on the board. No wickets down. The Spartans are looking to put their place in the final against Golden Star Bond. And it looks at the moment that Glen CC are looking at a bronze final match off against the Dusseldorf Black Caps. Something special has to happen. Dhani is coming back to bowl, and he goes with a short one. He gets away with it. Just interesting, when you look back at yesterday, the bowling of Dhani, he was knocking the timber over. He was getting the ball right up there. And yet here today, he's bowling a complete different line. It's just like Vinny says, they look like a different team, especially out in the field. That's where they won the match yesterday with their fielding. They were just sensational. Yet today, they're just not able to recapture that sort of form. Here we go. Dhani once more. Better, fuller, and almost gets reward straight away. Fatmi is saying, well, that didn't come up at all. But it just stays a little bit low. Almost gets an inside edge on this. Could quite easily have knocked this back onto his stumps. Dhani. And this is hit big, and it goes to the wide of our cube. And Maximo is after it. Well, that was a Maximo. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Es una grande. Es una Ariana. Ay, 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 así me gusta. And, well, the batting here is just, well, it's jabardasti, isn't it? That's what you got to call it. And they are rocking and rolling and making this look easy. And
back from fielding, back in front of the mic.
You're back.
For how long this game lasts, I'm not so sure, though. So, yeah, I'm going to have to ask you in a second, Rico, just to step out for a second, because we just saw the Dolphins cheerleading video.
Yes, we did.
And they are going to give us a bit of a demonstration in around about 40 minutes' time in the break. So, I know that you know a fair bit about cheerleading, watching them anyway. I'm a big NFL fan, but there's somebody that knows a bit more here that can help us. But this one is going to be out of the ground. That's huge. Maximo!
Well, watch out. There's bombs coming your way. What a hit this is. Oh, this is a super blast. That's a Bizway super hit. And he is on a mission. What a shot that is. And this time, Mohamed Asif, the captain, say, well, whatever you can do, Wakas, I can do better. That is big. That is huge.
So, yeah, it's all going a bit crazy at the moment, isn't it? And here's the last ball of the 5th over. And it's going to be pushed away. So it's a dream start, isn't it? And really, it's the sort of start the Spartans conceded yesterday. But now they have been rocketing up to 75 for no loss after 5. Well, it's Vinny Sandu here. And joining me in the commentary box, I have a special guest. And from the Dolphins cheerleading squad is Roman Puchins. Well, Roman, I want to welcome you to the European Cricket Network. And I believe you guys will be giving us a bit of a demonstration today. What are we going to see from you guys?
Yeah, we prepared the show with around about 3 minutes, 30 seconds. We do a lot of stunts, so acrobatic style. We do tumbling, we do pyramids, like where people are built on each other.
Wow.
And also throwing toss baskets.
Wow. Toss baskets.
Yeah.
So tell me
with
what a
flips.
toss basket is.
It's like when 3 or 4 people throw another girl up to the air and she rotates and flips.
Wow, that's and look, I'm not the biggest. I'm not the smallest either. I think I'm average sized for a person. I mean, I think you look a lot stronger than I look. But I've got some more questions. I'm going to come after this ball from Murali Apu, who finally we're going to see do something here. And Murali's a guy who I've seen before in the European Cricket Series. Nice to see him out there in the middle. He's been in the chat this week. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about how you learn this. Do you have a gymnastic background, for example, yourself?
Myself, I don't have a gymnastic background, but there are a lot of people who have this. And at some time, people just change the sports and go to cheerleading. So there's even more. It's more diverse than classic acrobatics or classic gymnastics. So you can combine your abilities.
Yeah, that sounds so interesting. Well, this might be a chance, but it won't quite carry down to Dani down there. Yeah, so, I mean, this is something I learnt last year when I was here. I was actually in the indoor centre. I saw all these trophies, and I said, what are all these trophies for? And your club, the Dolphins, based here at Bayer Erdogan, you guys are actually second in the world. Is that right?
We did second in the world with the German national team, but we had a lot of trophies at the Team World Championship, like in all-girl category. We did 3 times the 4th place, and it's pretty good for a German team.
That's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, so this is what I found out last year when I was here as well, is that the 2 fastest growing sports in Germany are actually cricket and cheerleading. So it's a sport that's obviously on the up. And speaking of on the up, this is on the up. It's going to fall straight to the fielder. It's going to be a simple catch there for Panwar. And so finally they break through. They've still got it just over run a ball required, but it does seem like the Spartans are running away. Well, they're a Bayer club, and they're in black out there, and they're doing very well. If they win this game, Roman, they'll be through to the final. But right now, it is the first wicket to fall, and it is 77 for 1. Yes, I am here with Roman Putrens, who is part of the Dolphins cheerleading squad. And, Roman, I'm really looking forward to seeing. So what is your role? I'm guessing you're one of the guys doing the throwing. Is that right?
All right, yeah. We are a mixed-up team, so it's a co-ed with girls and boys, and we are throwing guys, and they're guys that just do the stunts. The girls are all-rounders, moreover, and there are some guys who just tumble, just do stunts, or do even both.
So, so it's a bit like cricket. We have batters, we have bowlers, we have all-rounders, so it obviously depends on like what your particular skills are.
All right. Yeah.
Wow. So it sounds like with the German national team, you must have travelled a bit with this, right?
Yeah, we travel like every year to Orlando. That's where in the Disney World and the ESPN, and it's always fun.
So interesting because I must admit I had seen a little bit before on TV, and I know that there is competitive cheerleading. Wow, how about that? Well, Murali, he's announcing his arrival here. He goes bang. And you don't have to be a cricket expert to know, Roman, that that's going to be out as he hits the target. So Murali trying to make up for lost time. He's on a hat trick. Looks like he might have hurt himself a little bit in the process. I mean, all he's done is bowled a ball. It's not like he's thrown people in the air, but still, it does hurt if you overextend yourself. He's on a hat trick, but he'll have to wait because it is the end of the over as well. And it's 77 for 2. Is there a twist in this game? As Siddiqui comes and he goes just as quickly. Goes for a golden duck. 6 overs down, 77 for 2. So you went to Orlando. So you've actually competed at Disneyland, Disney World, right? Disneyland, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to get those two mixed up. And I think it's great that you said it's co-ed. So obviously a lot of guys involved. I mean, traditionally, it was kind of more of a female thing, but I know for a fact that there's a lot of guys involved. So what's the kind of gender split in your group that we'll see today?
Normally it's like probably 2 guys on 1 girl, so you can switch up during the routine, and you need sometimes a spotter.
Yeah, well, that safety must be
safety is
paramount,
really important
right?
in our sports.
So as we get, sorry, Rico. Anyway, have you one down the ground? No, it's made perfect sense. I was going to say safety because I'm sure there's a degree of danger that actually would come into it when you're doing all these complicated flips. I mean, does anything ever go wrong?
Sometimes yes, but mostly you have to learn how to spot properly. So there's just really rare that something happens.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, obviously about learning, and I know with gymnastics, for example, obviously you practice these maneuvers in a more safe situation, right, with a softer landing, just to make sure that you've got it down. But yeah, well, I'm really excited to see it. So yeah, we'll be out there. We've got millions of viewers all around the world watching that. No pressure, of course. You're used to the pressure, though, I'm sure, Roman.
Yeah, we appreciate the invitation.
And a few people would like to see a few more cheerleaders and we have our big tournament coming up in Spain. Well, we're getting bigger and better every year, so maybe the day will come that we can see you throwing some people around at one of our tournaments on a more regular basis. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it's like anything, it's a team sport, right? And so that sense of being a team would be really, really important to your success, right? So here's Shahzad here with Roman. Let's see what Khan can do. Is good yesterday. Can't catch up with this one. Well, is there a little twist in the tail here? Anyway, Roman, I'm just going to say, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, we're really looking forward to seeing you. And, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Not that you need luck, because I think you know what you're doing. I tell you what, if this guy had to catch me if I was jumping off something, I would trust him to do it. Good luck, and I look forward to seeing you a bit later on.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah, so we'll see Roman and the Dolphins in about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. So back to the action. And well, that was an entertaining interview, wasn't it, with Roman? What an athlete he is. That's probably the thing that would strike me the most, is how athletic you'd have to be to do something like that. This is full. You can see he's annoyed, isn't he, Matt? It's just going to be a single. So 24 off 19 now. Can they take this deep? If they get Fatmi, then maybe a little glimmer of hope. Clone CC, they've come back from tough situations before, haven't they? Well, what did you think of the interview? Did you have some favourite bits in there? This one's broken down. They will probably have to look back at that, how I phrased that gender split question again, perhaps. Rico's recovered to come back any second. Hello to Shrug. He thinks maybe I should get thrown in the air. Well, maybe I will get thrown in the air after that. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 7th. Now this is driven, and it's not going to quite make it to the field. It does well, in fact, to stop it in the end. And so it will take us to the end of 7. So Shahzad does his bit for his team. He only concedes 14. 7 overs down now. The score is 81 for 2. I think we'll probably go back to Apu Murali, who's on a hat-trick. I imagine we would. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Just assuming. Yeah, it looks like it will be Apu Murali. Just a reminder that we have the bronze final coming up. We have the cheerleading coming up in half an hour. I'm looking forward to that. And then we'll have just the Black Caps versus whoever doesn't win this game. And then whoever does win this game will take on Golden Star Bond in the last match of the day. So here is Apu Murali, who's on a hat-trick. Don't forget he took 2 wickets in 2 balls at the end of the 6th over. Here he is, bowling to Khan. It's in the air, it's in the gap though, and you just need almost everything to roll your way if you stay alive in the game here. And Shahzad Khan, he gets back deep in his crease. He takes a bit of a risk, I think. It is upish, but it was into the gap and brings the boundary. As we welcome back Rico Full to the commentary box. And oh, Rico, we all learnt a bit out of that, didn't we?
We certainly did. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. And I tell you what, I think one or two of the stars there, I can see Nawabi there. He's got his traditional shades on as well. Safi, they're going to look forward to this as well.
Similar sort of shot, but gets more of the middle of the bat on this. Zadran has to deal with it and does. So it'll just be a single. I want to say hello to Matthew Hodgson. I'm saying, let's get ECN in Ireland. Well, we will see the Irish team, Ireland 11 at least, at the ECC. And look, would be pretty cool. I suppose Ireland are part of the European Union, geographically definitely part of Europe as well. I mean, we were meant to have a couple of series in England before, but unfortunately a couple of issues made that a bit of an impossibility with regards to Brexit and getting people and equipment in and out, and yeah, also the pandemic situation back then. Anyway, Murali, he's been good here from the chat out into the middle. Oh, looks like you see there, bit of a loose stroke, say the least. 17 off 14 now. They're just hanging on, aren't they, Clone CC?
Yeah, only just. You see what? Because they're getting, the closer they've got to that target, the more they've decided they've just got to swing and hit the ball hard. They've forgotten about the other principles, the other basics, like taking singles. And him and Fatmi, I mean, look at him. He's just gone slow now, hasn't he?
This one comes back just inside the tram line. It'll just be a single. The longer they can just keep it to singles, and the more they'll feel like they're a genuine chance here, Clone CC. And Apu Murali's been great, hasn't he? He's got 2 for 9 now. In his first over, he only conceded 2. Okay, did go for that boundary first ball of this over. Apart from that, just singles. But his Fatmi is on strike on 45. And you know he wants to go large, and he does. Gets into the gap. And so, I'm not sure about this one. It's gone pretty close to the line. In fact, I think it's going to be 4, so it takes him to 49. And well, he had his moment, didn't he? He was down the other end for a while, that over. And when he got his chance, last ball, he took it, and that is just inside the boundary. So 4 runs. And so, yeah, Murali bookends that over with boundaries, not what he was planning. And it's 92 for 2. Run a ball required, 12 off 12 in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the very, very important over here now. It'll be interesting who they're going to go for. It looks like he's going to be the captain, so he's decided, okay, I'm taking responsibility. And, well, you see what he's trying to do is take it into the last if he can. That's the idea. That worm, well, I'm not sure. A bit of a crossroads there in the middle. But it has gone back up. So it is going to be Khan, who batted so well yesterday. Shazib Khan is going to be on strike. He likes to work the ball off his legs. And he likes to play a lot of shots. Even if he take the ball from outside the off and whip it around onto the leg side. So they want to keep it away from his legs. Get him playing a cut shot is what I'll be saying. Captain to bowl it. Pratik.
Yeah, captain stepping up to the plate in the 9th. Too short. Too short. Not going to get cut off. That's going to be 4. And Shazib Khan has cashed in on this. And yeah, you see, it's just angled in. It's a fairly comfortable swivel pull, isn't it? So that relieves the pressure. Makes it 8 off 11.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about. That's his strength. He'll put anything over there. No problems at all.
Yeah, so 8 off 11, 103, literally an average target. Yeah, a few people in the chat. If that's Robot putting a response out saying, stay tuned for the cheerleading. Yeah, we'll be in about half an hour. Cut shot and not cut off. This will be 4. That's half they need. And Shazib Khan is on again, and he is really dotting the I's and crossing the T's in this chase. Now just 4 runs required.
Yeah, the captain does try and go outside the off, but he gives him too much width this time, the ball cut. So he goes down the leg side, gets put away. And now this time, Khan says, thank you very much. I've got the width. I'll cut this away as well. So 4 runs away here.
Knocked away. This will be a single. Well, what that does do, it gives Fatmi the opportunity to knock up his half century as the 100 comes up during this over as well. Just 3 required. Spartans, they have just been powerhouses with the bat, haven't they, in this final series so far, with 200 plus chases.
And hasn't Fatmi come in form as well. 34-22 yesterday in that incredible chase. And goes for it up in the air though, and well, the fielder doing a bit of gamesmanship there. I'm quite liking this. I think he knows this is going over him already, but look, he's making it look like he's there for the catch, and next thing you know, the ball's gone well over him. So that is it. It's done. Well done to Wakas Fatmi. He does get his 50-55 he ends up with this big hit, and he makes sure it's going all the way, doesn't he? Look at the fielder there.
Yeah, he dinked us completely. Yeah, congratulations to Fatman. Congratulations to the Spartans as well, he brings up his individual half century, but they bring up the win with 8 balls to spare. And yeah, congratulations. The Spartans win by 8 wickets with 8 balls to spare, and now we can confirm exactly what the finals lineup will look like. Clone CC, we will see them again in the next game as they'll be taking on the Düsseldorf Black Caps. And of course, it'll be GSP versus the Spartans in the final. Don't forget, we have the cheerleading coming up in 25 minutes, so you don't want to miss that. We'll have coin toss news probably before then, I imagine. But you can see how excited the Spartans are. And they are through to the final. I mean, we saw a team as the Bayer-Oettingen Wolves last year. This time it's the Spartans who are there. And they had to knock out the Boosters, their club compatriots, yesterday. But they are the second team through. And look, seems to me both teams probably will want to chase in the final. So that'll be a pretty interesting coin toss for me when it happens. But right now, Spartans have a little bit of time to compose themselves. They'll have about a 3-hour break or so until the start of the final. Yeah, this is how it looks now. You can see that the Düsseldorf Black Caps are taking on Cologne CC in the bronze final. Golden Star Bond versus Bayer Spartans. So teams that finish 2nd and 3rd respectively in their groups making the final. First time I can remember that neither of the top sides has made the final. So it just shows you that anything is possible. But stay tuned. Firstly, we've got the cheerleaders coming in 25 minutes. In an hour and 25 minutes, we will have that bronze final between the Black Caps and Cologne CC. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And, well, they like to start with a bang. It's exactly what they did. Helped out by a couple of loose deliveries, but really the openers put their foot down pretty quickly and made this 100 total look pretty small.
Yeah, and once again, we see that one day of highlights in the ECN doesn't mean that that's going to continue for you. And Darnie felt that he was took 4 wickets for 4 yesterday, including a double wicket maiden. But today it was a different ball game. It was the power show from the Spartans. Once again, they're showing just how much strength and depth they have in their batting. And Mohamed Asif, the captain, led the way, didn't he, with a blistering 31 of 17. Some really big hits from him. And you put it anywhere near his pad, he puts it away. But this is where the weakness can be, sometimes outside the off. And that was a nice catch taken there by Panwa. And, it was 2-2 for Maruli. He came out from nowhere, Apu, and almost picked up a hat-trick as well. So he was the highlight, really, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do too much in getting them into the final. But we want to look out for in that bronze final. Siddiqui was the man who failed with the bat, but that just brought Shazib Khan to the crease, and he was in electrifying form yesterday as well, as was Wakas Fatmi. Shazib Khan made 54 not out of 22 in that quarter-final victory, and he was the man there along with Wakas Fatmi that was able to get his team, the Spartans, into the final. As we have a look at the scorecard, just the one blip there from Siddiqui, but you know what? I don't think if you're the captain here, or if you're a supporter of the Spartans, you won't mind that, because you're thinking, you know what, if you get a blip here now, it means that you go big, you go better in the final.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, didn't waste any balls, did he? Just went first one, but Shazib Khan, he was more than capable of cleaning it up, and he did in pretty quick time, 17 off 11. And yeah, Spartans, they're one team. They just, the 2 games I've seen live, they have just looked untouchable with the bat. Apu Murali, good return to the side for him, but it wasn't enough to drag them back from the abyss. 2 for 13 for him. I think Sherzad had a good couple of overs as well, none for 14, but the damage was done. Wasn't it? Some very expensive overs from the top 3. Unfortunately, they were just blown away in this chase. So we will have a quick break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes if you want to tune into the Dolphins cheerleader show. And then in an hour and 20 minutes, we'll be back with the bronze final between the Black Caps and Cologne CC. Stay tuned for tossing information in the chat and at our website, EuropeanCricket.com. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. I hope you're enjoying finals day. We are Super Saturday action here from Krefeld. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Bayern Club here in Krefeld, Germany. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We have a special treat here on finals day of this 2-week tournament, and we have the Dolphins cheerleading group. Well, cheerleading along with cricket, the two fastest growing sports in Germany, and the Dolphins are going to treat us to an amazing performance. Over to them. Let's see the Dolphins. The Dolphins, an amazing display of athletic ability. Well, that takes total commitment, and you can see why they're the best in the business. To find out more, we're going to show you something shortly. We'll be back with more action on the European Cricket Network very, very shortly as well. But check out this for if you want to know more about the Dolphins Cheerleading Club. Hello and welcome back to finals day. We're halfway through now and it's time for the bronze final. Of course, these two teams were disappointed to miss out in their semi-finals earlier today, but they do have the chance to play for a medal. It's the Düsseldorf Black Caps taking on Cologne CC in the bronze final. Let's go to Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
It's scored. Just tails.
Very going to the bat first.
Beautiful.
So the Black Caps have won the toss and they've elected to bat. I think Majid Ahmadzai, he's pretty keen to get back out there and put a big score on the board. They did bat first this morning, but they just couldn't get anything going. They were in lots of trouble, weren't they? Never really recovered to only post 61. Quite remarkable after they posted 147 yesterday in the quarterfinal, but that's just the way things go in T10 cricket. I see a big in for them. Benjamin Das is into their lineup for the first time this series. Now, he took one of the catches of the season last year. I think he'll have the gloves for the Black Caps. And well, we saw some acrobatics, didn't we, in the cheerleaders show with the Dolphins performing for us. Maybe Ben is going to provide us some acrobatics of his own. But Cologne CC, Apu Murali was good on the return to the lineup, but it wasn't quite enough to save them as they went down to the Spartans in semi-final number 2. But still plenty to play for. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for match 47. Black Caps winning the toss. They're having a hit. Over to you. Let's get it started.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the bronze final. Yep, here we go. So there is some silverware, some medals that is available for one of these two teams. The Düsseldorf Black Caps just didn't happen for them, did it? In that semi-final this morning, just couldn't get their batting to click, and Golden Star Bonn were there to keep them to 61 and then knock them off with 22 balls to go, winning by 5 wickets. That's how Golden Star Bonn found themselves in the final, and that's how they put Düsseldorf Black Caps into this, the bronze final. The team that they're playing against is Cologne CC, and they did slightly better, didn't they, than the Black Caps. They did get some runs on the board, 103 it was, but the Bayer Spartans were just too strong, knocking them off with 8 balls to go, winning that one by 8 wickets. So this is what the bat versus ball wall says, that the Black Caps will be 98 to 85. Well, I hope you enjoyed your little break, and I hope you enjoyed that little show from the Dolphins. The cheerleaders was quite acrobatic and quite exciting as well, so well done to them. And well, that was a great way to enjoy our break as well. And thanks, of course, to the Federation here for looking after us so well over the 2 weeks that we've been at this National Performance Centre in Krefeld. Thank you so much for all your hospitality. I know that Brian Mantle is here, the CEO of the DCB, the Federation of German Cricket, and our thanks on behalf of everyone from the European Cricket Network for all of your hard work, not just during this series, but before and behind the scenes. Very much appreciated. Now let's get ready for the start of this one. So the umpires are out there ready to go. You can see umpire Manoj is at the bowler's end. So plenty at stake here. It's a question of whether you want to go away from this 2 weeks of competition where a lot of the players have given up a lot of time and put in a lot of effort to play a part in this series, and now's their opportunity to come away with something. Of course, they're going to be disappointed that they're not playing in the final itself, but still, I mean, you're still going to get away, or can get, some amazing bronze medals, courtesy of our partner, trophy partner, Locker Lifestyles. Field just being moved around. They're going to start with Akshay Dani. Dani was in fantastic form yesterday, but unfortunately today in that final he just couldn't get it right. He was a little bit too short and too much onto the pads of the Spartan batters. And as a result of that, he got punished. So he's looking to make a comeback here. We know from the quarterfinal yesterday that when they bowl well, they can contain, and they certainly contained the good batting of the Rising Stars yesterday. Can they do the same here now? Here we go, the first ball, and it's not a good one. It's going to be 5 wides, and it's a shocking start, really. Would have been a good ball to a right-hander. The problem is, well, actually, probably would have been a wide to a right-hander as well. Not a good start at all, as that one goes into the DCB banner. Well, Sid, it's not good, Sid. Come on, Sid, Darnie. Getting some encouragement from his teammates. Come on, Darnie, they say. Come on, get it together. Is better delivery. Looks like the umpire getting ready to signal leg byes, as he does. So no runs on the bat so far, just the 5 wides and the leg bye. That's basically 6 of 1 ball, is one way to look at it. Welcome to everybody who's coming back to the cricket here. Hope you enjoyed a little break. Maybe you had a spot of lunch like we did. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let us know if you watched and what you thought. Were you entertained? Were you excited? Oh, we were all of those things. They were absolutely marvellous. So thank you once more to the cheerleaders from Dolphin is the club. And I was excited to learn a lot more about them during the break. Darnie once more. It just played out and sent back is Rahir. No run there. Slight change in the batting order as well from the Black Caps. There is a Gunnasan. That is opening, but it's not Venkat. It's the brother, the younger brother, Praveen Gunnasan. I think he batted pretty well, actually. He was the only one of 2 batters that was able to make some contribution in that semi-final defeat. In the air, chance taken, wicket goes. And this is not good for Mohammed Rahil. He's just having a bit of a shocker here. There he goes for 0. He only made 3 in that semi-final when he was out off the 4th ball. And in this one, he goes without scoring at all. So it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Rahil. And that's disappointment for him. A man who was in such blistering form yesterday has to depart. So this is the bronze final, and maybe that's the bronze duck. It's going to make its way into the pond. There you go, big swing, and he gets taken. So Mohammed Rahil departs. New bat comes out to the striker's end. Need to get something out. The last thing that they'll want is this to be another weak batting display. You know, that will be a real downer for them. It will be a terrible way for them to finish this series. They're a team that has really entertained us with their batting. They would hate to go without being able to demonstrate that to us once more. Looking around this ground, can see some of the teams still doing some stretching and preparations for the final. See some of the Golden Star born guys just kicking the football around, trying to keep fresh, trying to stay alert. Slight delay here while looks like just checking something with the officials. Maybe just having a little count, a ball count. See how many are to come. And welcome to Shrug. Shrug is saying, Rico, are you doing all 5 weeks of ECC? Yes, Shrug, I am. I shall be there. As most of you know now, the news, I shall be going to Papua New Guinea for the next couple of weeks. Doing a bit of work there with Jerome Peters. And be back in time for the ECC. So yes, I will be there. Thank you for asking. And Vinny's wife is asking, where's Vinny? Well, I think he was having some fun with the cheerleaders. That's all I can say on that. I'm going to say no more. I'm sure we'll see him shortly. I hope I've not put him in hot water or anything. But looks Looks like we're ready to return. And people were asking about the ECC. Yeah, I will be there, and I'm really looking forward to it as well. I mean, remember the format. It's going to be, first of all, the first 4 weeks are going to be the group matches. So four weeks of excellent entertainment. And then we go to the final week where the winners of each group will go into that final. And that's where we'll find England. So a lot of people find, why is England not on there? Well, the reason for that is they will automatically be the champions, be going into the finals week, or championship week as we like to call it. Back to the action. Sorry for that short delay. Darnie, better delivery, it's Fuller. And back to wicketkeeper up there as well. I'm liking that. This is what we want to see from both these sides. We want to see them wanting this. We want to see them being up for it. Try to overcome the disappointment of not performing to their best ability, or not being able to win their respective semi-finals. Previn places up in the air, and oh well, this is a real awkward bounce. Oh dear, we're going to get used to this, aren't we? I mean, it's played this, but plenty of spin on this. Watch the fielder, he's going one way, and look at the way this ball rapidly turns the other way. Well, that's just bad luck, isn't it? Real bad luck. I was just going to give you an update. Of course, it wasn't as the graphic suggested. That's why we've had that short delay. It was actually Jamshid Khan that opened the batting, and he was the man that was out for 0. That means he's made a pair today. He was out first ball golden, as this one is hit up in the air, gets it over the infield and goes for 4 runs. That's a better shot. Nicely played. A positive hit there from the left-hander, Pravin. And gets his reward, playing a good shot in the power play. Yeah, so Jamshid was the batter that was out. So that means it's a miserable finals day for him. Was out for a first ball golden, then a second ball duck as well. And he was at one point, I think, the top of the batters. He was right up there. Just have a look. I mean, this will tell you the story. This is what I'm talking about. 218 he started the day. 2 innings later, that's what he finishes on, 218. He will score no more. So he'll be hoping, though, he can do something with the ball. You can see he's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers with 8. Raheel, who is out there now, he's had a good day yesterday. He's hoping to do better in this one. 158 to him. Van Cat, we'll see him later, no doubt. At the moment, is his brother who's out there, Pravin. Deep hold from the captain, Pratik Dabholkar, who comes in to bowl now. 15 was scored off the first after that lovely shot from Ganesan. The younger Ganesan, that is the younger brother, Pravin. Well bowled. Good pace, good wheels. We were talking about the captain here, Pratik, that he's a nice tall man, and he's got a bit of, well, got some shoulders on him, so if he does put, and he bends his back, he is going to get something, he's going to get some reward from this pitch. But it's a case of doing it all the time. It's a case of wanting it. It's a case of not trying to just try too many different things, just running hard, hit the deck. That's what he's doing here at the moment. Much better from him. Nice follow through as well. Batters take the single out on the offside. And Dabholkar, the bowler, just wanted to make a little change now in the field here. Gets one to come across from the, what would be the offside, to the right-hander, to come over to the left-hander. Well, the robot is having a bit of fun here now. Hello to the ECN robot. There's a question on their poll. Should Rico receive an honorary knighthood from the president of PNG, Papua New Guinea? Okay, let's see where you're going with this. And down the leg side. Doesn't get enough on this. Wicketkeeper will give it chase. And we'll get there. And, it's nicely done. Nicely chased by Dabak Sakar. I wonder if we'll see him higher up the order as well. Remember his valuable contribution when he was batting in that quarter-final. It was him and the captain doing the bowling here now that gave them that recovery when they were all over the place. Put a 43-run partnership together towards the end of the inning to get them to that 87 score, which then ended up being enough. So he can bat. I wonder if we will see him bat. And this is one that, well, what does this come off? Has this taken any bat on the way through at all? No, leg buys. Let's see this. Big swing. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of the thigh pad. And you've got the slip and the wicketkeeper. And look at the slip there. He just doesn't move. Just does that. That's not mine. So, bit of luck. It goes down as extras. And the ball could just 3 from the bat and is over. But, of course, that 4 will hurt. Ball to go now. In the second, 22 on the board. And up in the air. Has he got enough of this to clear the fielder? I suggest he has, yes. Just 1 bounce and 4 more. So the score moving along nicely. 26 now goes on the board. A nice looking shot. So I'm liking this from young Krefeld. We saw him in the interval in the nets with his brother. He was getting a few throwdowns and getting a bit of advice from older brother FanCode. Well, it seems to have done him some good as we have a look at how the teams have got here. The Black Caps were beaten by Golden Star Bond in the very first semi-final. And it was disappointment for them because their batting just didn't click. They only managed to get 61. And then in the second semi, Cologne CC, they did get past the 100 mark, but it wasn't enough against a strong batting lineup of the Bias Bardens. And gone. Well, how about that? This is a sensational cat. That was surprising. It surprised everybody. It was hit pretty well, actually. But Irfan Ahmed, who was in good knock in that semi-final, he made 61 of 25 in that 103. Well, he shows that he's pretty useful in the field as well. So they get the wicket. That's another one. And unfortunately, just like they did in the first match, it is this time Mohamed Rahil who will go. And it hasn't been able to do much better in this one. He neither, same as Jamshid Khan, and he made 4 in the semi-final. And here he departs just with 2 on the board of the 5 deliveries that he's faced. Shot was there to play, just doesn't get the leverage, doesn't get enough underneath it. And the fielder takes the catch. Here we go again. You see what he's sort of hit it flat, not able to get the right contact. Sort of sliced at the top of the bat. It's almost like the ball has sort of rolled onto the top of that bat. He's just not being able to give the elevation that was required. So, good catch taken though. And Adani, well, he's doing what he did last time, isn't he, at the moment? Picks up another wicket. So, looks like he's returning to the kind of form that he was in yesterday. Good delivery. You see the difference in the line. He wasn't bowling this line at all in that semi-final. He was too short. He was too much down the leg side. And now here, all of a sudden, he's getting the ball to talk. And he's getting the pace as well. The confidence is flowing, especially after picking up those 2 wickets. Shahab is the bowler, is the batter, pardon me. Plays this nicely down the ground. And, well, the bowler, Dali, does think this is going to be a direct hit. I think the batter gets in anyway. Kashif Shahab gets there pretty quickly. Nice to see him getting another opportunity as well. He's somebody that's been up and down that order. And he's hoping that he can finish his series on a high. And a personal high as well. Field changes again now to the left-handed Pravin Ganesan. 14. Good start from him. 14 off the 6 deliveries that he's faced so far. Dani. Full. Good shot. Really nice shot. Well, this has gone through the covers like a bullet. What a lovely shot this is. And all of a sudden, well, whatever was said to him in the nets and whatever practice he had, it's certainly done the trick. That is such a glorious shot from the left-hander. Beautiful. Well, it's been appreciated. Oh, well, look at that. I'm liking that. The wicketkeeper, Darbak Sakar, he's appreciating it. He said, "Hey, son, that's a lovely shot. Thanks very much." He said, "My brother taught me that." Yeah, did he? Be careful, because he doesn't want you outshining him. Nah, look, the Vankat and Pravan, lovely boys. It's always nice to talk to them. I had a little chat with them a couple of days ago about bragging rights and etc. And Vankat was pretty vocal to say that he normally wins all the contests, whether it's on the field of play like this or in the back garden. Well, maybe it won't always be the way, because he's starting to look good as he maturing into a nice young cricketer, and certainly has played some lovely shots in this match so far. He's the only one leading the way so far. He's been able to play Dhani pretty well. He's handled the captain, Tabolkar, as well. Dhani wanted to finish his spell well. Taken 2 for 19 so far. If he can keep under the 20 mark, or 20 and under, he'll be pretty satisfied. Oh, he'll be even more satisfied now, because he gets a wicket. And very similarly to the way that we saw his brother, Vankat Ganesan, get out in the semi-final, Pravan Ganesan does the same, goes across the line to what was a relative straight ball and gets bowled. So good finish from Dhani. Picks up 3 for 19. So he's back. And he's back with a bang. And after batting so well, won't like this shot that's been played. He just loses his shape. Look, leaves the door wide open. And Dhani, he gets his traditional celebration as he comes running in and is greeted by the wicketkeeper, Sakar. Well, Sakar was admiring a shot from Pravan minutes ago, saying what a great shot, and giving him all the talk. And now he's changed allegiance. Now he's with Dhani, saying, yeah, what a good ball. And you see that power play, after 15 from the first, it's starting to go down. Of course, those 2 wickets there in that last over from Dhani was certainly help the Lone CC side. 31 it is, but they have lost 3 wickets. So once again, I always say get 3 wickets in the power play, and he should be looking to contain the opposition. So well by Dhani. He picks up 3 for 19. And Shahab will now have to be joined by a new colleague, and it's going to be his captain, the tall figure of Majid Ahmadzai at the non-strikers end. Ahmadzai, he would have been very disappointed the way that he got out. He just basically, his first ball in that semi-final, he just basically guided the ball straight into the gloves of the keeper. Didn't want to go, but had to. Let's see, can make amends. Short and hit high, but safely outside the off. That's gone in the extra cover region, and it's just a bit of a stand tall and hit, isn't it? But he deals with it nicely. That's Kashif. So valuable runs for him. That's what they need to do. I think that's one thing that wasn't happening for the last time. I mean, normally when they're losing wickets, they're also scoring at quite a healthy rate. They weren't able to do that. That's well bowled. The teaser sort of puts it out there and says, okay, are you going to go for this? What he does, he draws him into the shot. And this one just goes past his outside edge. Well bowled. Zadran in once more. Oh, this is a no ball. That's too high. This is not the first time that we've seen that from CC. 1 or 2 of their bowlers have had issues keeping this one down, and Zadran was one of them. He gives the apology to the batter. As you can see there, he's both feet up in the air from Shahab as he plays that. So free hit, and it will be, well, what a way to start. When he was out first ball was Majid Ahmadzai in the semi-final. Well, unless he runs himself out here or does something very peculiar, he shouldn't be out first ball here. He has a free hit, and he's hoping that it's short and on the leg side, so he can pelt it over the leg side boundary. That's his shot. That's where he likes to play. So Majid set to face his first delivery. In comes Zadran coming round the wicket to him. And this is hit smashed up in the air. Will be taken. Remember, it's a free hit. It won't be out. The fielder doesn't know it. So now Dani has to get the throw in. Well, he's holding on to it and thinking, why is nobody coming and saying, well caught? And when he looks up, everybody's staring at him saying, come on, get it in. Get it in. It's a free hit. Zadran, that used to be a fine, you know. He used to play. If you got a wicket like that, then you used to pay a £5. So I just used to bowl. Yeah, don't get it out. Nobody catch it. Don't bowl at the stumps when it's a free hit in case you got the wicket, and then it would have been, okay, wicket off a free hit. And if you got a wicket of a no ball, that was another one as well. Big hefty fine. It's a long time ago as well. And his wife still wants to know where Vinny. I told you where Vinny is. He's with the cheerleaders. He's doing some practicing. They're actually throwing him around. So if he comes home with a few bruises, it's because he's been thrown around by the cheerleaders. You saw what they were up to. He's a bit heavier than some of those girls, but the men are manhandling him pretty well. 39 for 3. A ball to go in the fourth. Oh, well, how is this missed? And also, how has the wicketkeeper stopped this? Well, this is not the way to do it. And Dawak Sekar, but this is like a defensive stop on the line. Look, that's a goal line clearance. The ball comes in, misses that off stump. I don't know how. This is all about the keeper. Dawak Sekar thinking this is out. This is bowling him. Then he gets a surprise of his life when he sees the stumps have not been knocked by the ball, and then sticks his foot there and stops it. And does really well. A good opportunity to say a very big thank you, and that is to Frederique Constant from Geneva, our official timekeeper for the European Cricket Network, and right on time, ready to be in action for the European Cricket Championships that will be starting on the 12th of September. Remember, write it down in your diary. You don't want to miss that. And that's going to be 5 weeks of action, Monday to Friday. And at the weekend, there'll be a little T10 series game as well. So the action won't stop inside edge. And he uses that foot again. That foot must be made of stone. I don't know. Because he keeps stopping it with the foot. And he doesn't twinge at all. That's 2 on the trot. Well, this one's come off the bat. Well, what's his foot made of? Look at this. Just boom. Thank you very much. No problem. That's a little hop there. He says, I'm all right, Jack. Don't worry. Okay. What's the secret? What's he got inside those boots? I want to know. We were talking about what's one of the worst injuries when you get a ball onto your toe. Well, he's got some protection there for sure. This is a lovely looking shot, but not enough to get it past the fielder. Or is it? Or is it? Yes, it is. I can't, he says. I can't deal with this. The fielder. A little bubble there for Apu Murali. Well, hello Murali. Welcome to this field. He bowled pretty well, didn't he? But look, he had a lot of time here. That's the problem. Too much time. He would have been far better off attacking that ball and trying to push it forward. He lets it come to him. It bobbles and bobbles and bobbles. And then, well, he completely gets it wrong, as does the bowler with this one. Shazad, all of these things seem to happen when Shazad bowls. Have you noticed that, folks? Shazad, I reckon, is probably the unluckiest bowler that we've had. All happens to him. That one is bowled wide. Shazad. Good delivery and unlucky again. Just can't catch a break. They've used him. I mean, he used to be their opening bowler early on in the group stages, and he was fiery. He was pretty successful as well. But the last few times, it just all went wrong for him every time he got the ball. So they put him to come in here when the ball's just a little bit older. But not quite getting the luck either here. 46 for 3, halfway through this, the 5th. So we're going to miss again from Sahab. Majid Ahmadzai just having a little word with him. Probably trying to say, hey, come on, focus. Don't just think big hits. Shazad seems to be undeterred, and just with what's the luck he's having. We'd like to see him attack the stumps here, maybe get the Yorker going. Probably tries there, but cooks it a little down the leg side, so it will be called a wide. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that's joined in on the chat. Lovely to have you with us, and I just say on a personal note, thank you for everyone that's been with me, particularly all the way through Germany. It's been an absolute pleasure. Played out beautifully, chases on, but he's not going to get there. What a lovely shot this is. This is just pure timing from Shahab, and that's more like it, you see. We saw the last few times he's trying to pelt the ball, he's trying to hit the leather off it. This time it's completely different. It's all about playing a beautiful stroke, and you get rewarded on this pitch. On this field, you get rewarded for playing good cricket shots, and that's what that was. Lovely shot, a nice way to bring up the 50. And gain away nicely where they are at the moment. So certainly on course for going past that 100, but I think really, having seen the way things have gone here, that will be a wide to be bowled again. Having seen the ways, the pattern that's developed here in Krefeld, I think really 110 to 120, if you're batting first, is the score that you want to be looking for. And even then, there's no guarantee that you're going to win. And we saw that with the boosters yesterday against the Spartans. The Spartans chasing 128 for victory, and they chased it with 4 balls to go. Shazad trying to finish his over well. And, oh, he's unlucky again. And this time, even that foot off the wicketkeeper can't stop it. Tawak Sakai, he says, well, if all else fails, stick me foot in the way. When he tries, look. But even that foot, that trusted right boot of his, couldn't save that. It goes to the boundary. Shazad goes for 16 off his first. And the score, 56 on the board now. 3 wickets down. So they're starting to get this little recovery and partnership together. Majid Ahmadzai, though, hasn't really played too big a part in it yet. And Kashif Shahab, he's had a bit of luck, to say the least. But fortune favours the brave. That's what we say here. And that certainly seems to be what's happening at the moment. Hello to Keanu. And a few other people that are on the chat at the moment. And Keanu just saying, stop asking the same question to VW. No, don't make VW angry, Keanu, please. And then everything will break loose. Apu starts with a wide delivery. Well, what has happened here? This is quite extraordinary. That is going to be 4. Have a look at this first. How does this ball get past Senka? I want to see this. Okay, watch this. No way. That is just vicious. How can that happen? That is vicious. That's when somebody says to you, you know, if you think it's not your day. Well. We've seen some bit of spin on a ball, but never anything like this. He's saying, Haja, I gotcha. No, I ain't gotcha. How did that happen? Well, that was quite amazing. This one will be a wide, so he's trying to keep, you know what they're trying to do, of course. They're trying to keep the ball away from the swing zone of the big man, because Majid Ahmadzai, the captain of the Spartans, if he gets hold of it, it stays hit. He hits the ball big, but he does get tempted to play the wrong shot to ball's shoulder length outside the off and gives his wicket away. But he's not giving his wicket away here. This is hit really hard. It's been belted down the ground. Nothing is going to stop that. What a hit this is. Couple of steps down, bang. And the captain says, yeah, I'm feeling the pain. I'm feeling the hurt of that semi-final loss. And I want to take it out on this Kookaburra here and now. And I do want something. I do want something for our efforts at the end of these 2 weeks. He wants those medals. He wants to be crowned the winners of this, the bronze final. Good shot. Well, the ball is possessed. You're telling me. Who was that who put that out there? Oh, Danush. Yeah, I agree with you. What was that about? I've never seen anything like that. Wide ball called. And, well, throw goes to the bowler's end. There is somebody backing it up. So they do get the extra wide. Well, that's it. BW's in trouble. Vinny's in trouble as well when he gets back. Just doing a bit of work behind the scenes. Vinny Sandu. He'll be back with us shortly. Apu making some adjustments in the field. Morali. Well bowled. So seems to be a bit happier bowling to the right-hander, Kashif Shahab. Keeper takes it nicely. Dawak Sawak. 2 feet off the ground as he does. Wide ball again. It just seems to be falling away from Iapu. I mean, if you look where he ends up once he takes the ball, he ends up really wide. He's falling away. And really, I think he just needs to try and stay on the pitch just a little bit longer, get that follow through and right. See if he does better here. That's better. You see what I mean there? This time, he continues that line before he falls away. Quite often, as soon as he's letting go of the ball, he's already going away off the pitch. And I think that's dragging the ball wide as well. Once again, now he's got the spot. He's just joining up the dots here. So 68 for 3. Ball to go. In this, the 6th over. So they're probably where they want to be, I'm guessing. Just no Black Cats, but at the same time, I think with after this one, you have 18 balls to go. They'll want to get that acceleration at 24 balls to go. Excuse me. So that's the end of the over. So 6 overs have been completed here now. So they've got the 68 on the board. Finished well, didn't he? I mean, he went for 12, but it could have been worse. So he did get the good dot balls in when he needed to. Just have a look at the bowlers. So you see Dani, he's bowled his spell, picked up 3 wickets. The only wickets to fall, all have gone down to him. So he got the wicket of Jamshad Khan, Pravin Ganasan, and also of Mohammad Rihal. So good batters he's removed. Of course, now it's a question of which bowlers can A, contain, and B, maybe break this partnership, because you know it can flourish pretty quickly. Still plenty of batters to come, as we know. Firmly struck, watch the bounce. He does very well. Well done to Dani. And Dani, big smile on his face, and he's saying, "Did you see that?" Yeah, we know, Dani. And well, did you see that? Your throwback as it bounces right over Sanka. This is a man I want to see finish well, Sanka. Not just with the ball. We've seen him bowl really well. I think in that quarter-final yesterday, he picked up 3 for 14. Supported Dani really well, but also with the bat. He's a very good, talented cricketer. And unfortunately for him, he's just gone off the ball with the bat towards the end of this series. And I'd like to see him go back to his best. Just keeping the pace off this one, but going a little bit too wide. Good stroke, player off the ball. Times the ball really well. Sometimes, though, gets a little bit guilty, like he did, I think, in that semi-final, of going for the big shot when he doesn't really have to. It's not really his game either. Up in the air. This could have been another wide. The fielder gets one hand to it. And, well, this is any goalkeeper would be proud of this. This is talking about hitting the ball over the crossbar. A good effort from, I think that is Panwar, one of Panwar. Gets up in the air. There we go, you see. The uppercut. Gets up, gets fingertips on it. Can't quite get it into the palm of his hand. Good effort. But worst case scenario there, not only the catch going down, it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Goes for it again. Second time lucky, and he can't grow. Well, he says, hang on a minute. If you're expecting me to grow a couple of inches just with the space of 1 ball, forget it. And this time he can't get anything on it. You see, I know that feeling. You know, your body wants to. Your body is saying, half of your body is saying, come on, you can get there. Up you go, up you go. But the bottom half is saying, we're not going up there. Oh, I quite like that. I love it. Yeah, I know the feeling there. I know the feeling. Here we go. You see, look, the top half says, you can do it. The bottom half is saying, no way. We ain't got that spring in our step anymore. 4 more. Gets this one through. Dot ball. So he's giving Sanka his due. He's stuck to that area as he believes that the wicket, that's where it's going to come, if it is going to come. And this time, does he catch a bit of that line? The umpire decides not. See, very close, playing with that line. I mean, yeah, I think that catches it. I wonder if Sunkar's follow through there is that. I see Menard sort of leaning to try and see that line. With this one was going to be wide, but he says, forget the wide. I'll take the boundary. Nice, clean, crisp shot. 4 runs. Lovely shot here. It's a beautiful cut shot. Like I say, he gets the width as well. We've seen him play the uppercut already, but this time he says, I know that fielder's lurking. I'm going to get a bit more on this. So the 3rd boundary of the over. So 14 comes to Sankar. So they're just getting that acceleration in now, just as they need. This is something we were talking about earlier. The score 82 for 3. It's the Euros of cricket happening in Spain, in Malaga. What a beautiful area that is as well. That the province of Malaga in Cartama, where Cartamania is going to take the world by storm. That's right, the Euros of cricket. And you can see some of the big teams there. England will feature in the finals week. We've got the likes of Germany. Germany from here, Italy, Norway, Romania and Switzerland in their group. Scotland are coming into the frame this time around. And Ireland, and then with, well, with my country, Spain. That'll be interesting. Also Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal in that group as well. What do you reckon, folks? Slowed ball. Hoiked out. Fielder trying to get to it. Is not going to get to it. Vinny Sandhu is not going to get to it. Rips his trousers in the process. I keep telling him those trousers are too tight. He won't get this on camera, unfortunately, but it is 4 runs. First of all, the fielders can't get to it, Darnay, and then Vinny runs out from behind of his computer screen to think he can get to it. He can't. Well, it's because that man hits it, Majid, and that also brings up the 50 partnership between these two. 55 they put together. Going nicely. 86 for 3 as they wait for... who's finding the ball? Vinny, you found the ball yet? Yeah, yes, he's got it. He comes back with all sorts of shrubbery and things stuck to his trousers and socks with his red shoes on. Looking like the German flag here today on finals day in Krefeld. So nice shot there from Majid. Zedran to continue to him. Up in the air, this is catchable. Do they want it? Do they get there? Oh, that is absolutely stunning. What a catch that is. That is out of this world. That is from another planet. Well, it's like he's come from another planet, and while he's landing, he's caught the kookaburra in his hands. What a catch that is from the captain, Pratik the Hobbler. That is absolutely brilliant. Well, this is a jalebi catch. This is a jalebi catch if you've ever seen one. He's come from a long way. Is he going to get there? Well, he says, am I going to get there? I am going to get there. The battle of the captains, and it is the captain who takes an extraordinary catch. Take a look at this. This is a jalebi catch. That is absolutely fantastic. Look at the slide. Look at the distance. Look at the landing. Well, it might have been a crash landing, but everything is safe. Most importantly, that kookaburra is safe in his hand. That is out of this world. We have seen some absolute stunners, some rippers as I would like to call them, here in Germany. There are none better than this. You think of the ground he's had to make, and that's grass, you know. That's not ice. He hasn't slid on ice. That is grass. What a catch. That is how to lead your team. That is how to get them to follow and motivate you. What a catch that is from Pratik Dabholkar. That is absolutely brilliant. Outstanding. And, well, if you're going to get the captain out, you've got to make it something special. That was something special. So Majid goes for 15 of 8. Zedran does pick up his wicket, but he has to thank Pratik, the captain, for it. That's a sensational catch. Well, this is a short one. That would be one for the over. Well, how about that catch, folks? What do you reckon? Well, a few people have already piped up about it. It's another one going, oh, this is Darnay. Lets this one go through him. He wasn't 100% sure what he wants to do with this, Darnay. And in the end, I think he lunges at it without really any real conviction. Did have somebody backing him up, but not able to stop it. So 4 runs straight away to Gupta. Comes out like a man on a mission. Yeah, quite a few of you saying, what a catch. Shrug, Sujit Yadav, the best catch I've ever seen. He's saying on ECN, it was pretty good. And what do you reckon, folks? Was that the best? It's certainly one of the best from the outfield that I've ever seen. There's been a few, you know, there's the ones where people are taking it on the boundary, sort of jumping up one-handed or jumping up in the air. But to come in from that far, from that distance, and take that catch, that was something special. That really was. And, well, to be here and see it live was unbelievable. So just another highlight for me to process and store. And that's the beauty of European cricket. There's just so many highlights, so many good things that happen every day. This one mistimed. And that's right, this cricket, it does not stop. You know, today after finals day, the team, courtesy of our travel partner, will be bizzed away to Belgium, where on Monday morning it all happens again. I'm sure Vinny will give us some more details by the end of today of what's happening. But it's just a non-stop show, and as I like to say, we here are serving the world with the finest and most entertaining form of cricket that you will ever see. There is no doubt about that. And if you just have a look at the sort of action that we've seen today, I mean, that just underlines it. Absolutely brilliant. And thank you all for making it. It's such a magical process, such a magical part you play in being part of this team. Wherever you're tuning in from around the world, really love your support. We have got the viewers and the best audience in the world, and we absolutely love you for it. And for myself and Vinny, having your support, and especially everybody on the chat, your comments, that makes it even more worthwhile. Wide ball signalled. The score now is 92 at the end of that 8th over. 4 wickets down, courtesy of that amazing superhuman catch. Really back into the attack. Better delivery. So Apu. Beating the bat of Shahab, who's made a pretty good contribution. 32 of 23, still there. In the air once more. This is his zone. The fielder, oh well, he just loses this Sanka for a moment. Keep an eye on this again in replay. Watch his right foot. I think he's getting ready. He decides his best approach here is maybe to knock this back in, but his right foot, you don't quite catch it there. He just loses it, and I think that will go, yeah, Manos arriba. That's 6 runs. And, yeah. Good hit. Unlucky for Sanka, trying to keep that in, but it goes past him. He seems to be everywhere, Sanka. Wherever the ball's going, he seems to be there. Really. Well, this is up in the air. Shouts to catch it. Nobody's catching this. This goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Quina zona. Shaka Lagia. 6 carreras. Así me gusta. Quiero más de esto. That brings up the 100. Good hit. And that 120 is looking more likely. But you have to say, a few more hits like that from Shahab, who, just like that, I just said he's batting all right when he was on 32. The next thing you know, he's in his 40s. And he's looking to bring up the 50 with a big one. And he won't. It's a catch that's safely being taken. And it's the captain. Well, we've seen him take an absolute wonder superhuman catch. There's no way he was going to drop that one. Pratik takes the catch. And that is the end of Kashif Shahab. Unfortunately, he went for the big 6 to bring up his 50. Wasn't able to. He goes on 44, but it was a fine knock from him. And just underlining to his captain that if he's given the opportunity, he will take it. And he does take it there well. Batted really well until that shot going for the big one down the ground. And the captain, though, Pratik, is up to it. Takes the catch. He gets a good warm round of applause as well, and some appreciation from one or two of the fielders as he gets past him as he goes off. It has been a very good innings. He sort of led the way, been involved in quite a few partnerships as well. But Murali gets the wicket and then gets one to whiz past the batter, who then thinks about maybe taking a cheeky run after the wicket-keeper Sakar tries to get him with a cheeky stumping. They're very slow. Talk about delayed reaction. The umpire shrugs his shoulders as he has to go and sort that out. And the new batter, Sanil Bhati, joins Gupta out there. Murali this going to be wide? Yes, it is. The umpire calls it straight away. Umpire Manoj. Bowler jogs back quickly to his line, wants to get this ball in pretty quickly. And, make sure they haven't and don't give away any time penalties. Firmly struck over the fielder, and this is 4 runs as the ball once again goes into the overgrowth behind us here. Nicely hit, good hand speed, and just gets enough on this. I mean, that's a similar sort of shot I think that we saw one or two of the batters depart where they're not able to get enough aerial route to the ball. They ended up hitting it too high up the bat, but he gets right underneath that, gets enough on it, and 4 more runs. So 110 on the board, so they stay on course for this 120. 10 of the last over will get them that. And looks like Sanka, no, it's not Sanka, it's captain's going to come and bowl the last over. It's actually Pratik. First thing he does is sort out his field. Rebound to Gupta. Swing and a miss, dot ball, and the captain says, I'll have it right back. Dabholkar certainly made a good contribution coming into the side. I mean, he's missed a lot of the matches because of work commitments. So certainly you just think that, not just with him, but one or two of the other teams as well, if they were able to play with their preferred full squad, things could have been a bit different. But still plenty up for grabs. Those bronze medals are absolutely fantastic, and certainly worth playing for, certainly worth putting this effort in to try and get the win here. I know it's always disappointing, isn't it, when you're playing in this match. That's edged away, 1 bounce to the man who's deep at third, and he keeps an eye on it pretty well. We've already seen what strange sort of things can happen with the ball bouncing in front of you. Not just on this pitch, and any pitch if there's enough spin on it. So he does well, just keeps it to a single. Yes, as I was saying, you know, you want to be in the final when you play at the semi-final, and when you get beaten, especially when you get beaten in a bad way. I mean, it's difficult if you get beaten because the other team's just been better than you. Firmly struck, fielders giving it chase and not going to get there. And you can see plenty of effort from Apu Murali. The legs are moving quick, but not as quick as the Kookaburra. 4 more runs, good hit. The 116, couple of balls to go. Yeah, so I think the most disappointing team probably will be Dusseldorf Black Caps, because they really didn't perform the way they should have. This is more like it from them with the bat. And Clone CC, well, I think they can just say, right, you know, they did everything, but we're beaten by a better team. This is up in the air, chance taken nicely. That's the wicket, and that's nicely done by Deshpande. Very reliable fielder out there. Got a good safe pair of hands, so batter doesn't want to hang around as Gupta quickly runs off after getting double fingers to his name off the 7 balls that he faces. Good catch, Deshpande. And it's another wicket that the captain, Pratik, picks up. So, well, this is a man that we know a fair bit about. Benjamin Das. Numbers on his back relate to the birthdays of his children. He's a experienced campaigner, known for a super catch that he took behind the stumps. And I know that maybe we'll get a chance to look at that in the second innings. You know what we like. We always can find these archives for you. But he's in there to face, I believe it's just 1 ball. What can he do? Can he bring the 120 up for his side? Well, he has a go, he can't, and then he's being made to run. Well, I think this is thrown the wrong end. The wicket-keeper, well, they've given the wicket anyway, so he's done well, the keeper. Well, most wicket-keepers you would not take to the bowling alley with you because they miss. Sekar doesn't, and there you go. That's well done by him. I thought for a moment that batter was going to get in, and he should have been maybe tried to pass his bat to the bowler, but it was not to be. And it will be Benjamin who will be run out. And the batters didn't cross, so he'll be out off the first ball that he faces. 116 will be the score, so it was always going to be around about 116 to 122 was what the projected score was sort of toing and throwing too, so they won't be too disappointed. They do get a good score on the board. It's a score that if they bowl well, they should be able to defend. But it's also a score that I think if CC, if their batters get going and they get a bit of luck that goes their way, they'll be able to knock off. So it certainly looks like it's going to be a challenging and exciting end to this match. Well, there was plenty of challenges out there for the fielders. One or two of these balls were spinning and dicing around all over the place. And the batters were playing some nice shots as well. Early on, certainly did like the batting of Pravin. Batted beautifully. But there was also, though, no luck for the likes of Jamshid Khan and also Mohammad Raheel. That was him being caught again. And then all of a sudden, we saw that the young Ganesan just lost his head, gave his wicket away. But that gave the opportunity for Kashif Shahab and the captain to come together. And they batted well. A nice partnership put together by them. And a bit of luck. There was some that were stopped by the boot of the keeper Sakar, and some they weren't. And well, this one was unfortunate as well, but there were some really nice shots as well. That one was absolute beauty from Majid. And then there was this, well, great effort from Panwar. He couldn't get to it, and he couldn't get to this one as well. Top half said yeah, the bottom half said nay. But he's hoping to really finish with the bat. And that's what he'd like to do. He's a good hitter on the ball. Talking about good hitter, but there was one good hitter, but he was taken by an absolute blinder of a catch. That was absolutely brilliant. We've not seen anything like that. That certainly is. A lot of people said it's one of the best catches that they've seen from a player in the outfield coming in, and I would have to agree with them. That was such a good catch. And the catching was good all round. There he was again. This was a little bit more straightforward. And one or two boundaries towards the end, which kept them on target to get the 120. This one though, that wicket just falling, Despender taking the catch right there towards the end, was the one that meant that they were to just fall a little bit short. You saw Daz coming in for one ball, trying to get a good bit of bat onto it, not able to, and then run out, attempting to take the single. 116 it will be. An exciting innings. They've given it everything here. They've put a score on the board, which should make this an interesting game. Let's have a look at that scorecard once more. Pravin Ganesan, I like what he did. He's a young player that is learning and getting better all the time. We saw him hitting the balls in the nets, and he went out there, did the same thing. He went no game, taking on Dhani, giving Dhani his third wicket. Jamshid Khan, no luck for him today. He's had a pair today to forget with the bat for him, but watch out for him with the ball. He'll come back strong. The same with Mohammad Raheel. Nothing with the bat, but with the ball, he will be trying to swing himself in to the wickets. Kashif Shahab, 44 of 26. He held the innings together. He was supported well by the captain, Majid Ahmadzai, before he was caught spectacularly by his opposite number, Pratik Holkar. What a catch that was. And then Gupta there making a valuable double figures and helping his team to get to a score close to the 120, but not quite there. 116. Have a look at the bowling figures. I think only Upper Murali, who was the pick of the bowlers maybe in the semi-final, was expensive. He picked up 2 wickets in the semi-final, picked up 1 here, but he went for 30 runs. But have a look at all the other bowlers. The economy from all the others was very good, particularly from Dhani again, 3 for 19, and Dabholkar, the captain, 1 for 13, and also a wicket for Zidane for 18. The one over of Sankar went for 14, and Shahzad, well, he's like the latter part of this series just hasn't been good. He conceded 60, but quite easily could have had a wicket or 2 once more. So the midway through the bronze final, we've seen that Dusseldorf Black Caps have returned back to the sort of batting form they showed. They've got valuable runs on the board. 116 to 117 will be required by Kulun CC if they are to be the winners of the bronze final. Well, maybe get yourself a brew, come back, sit down and get ready for the start of the second innings coming up in around about 10 minutes time. It's going to be an exciting one. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me will be Vinny Sandhu as we bring you all the action for the conclusion of the bronze final. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to the bronze final. And it's going to be an interesting run chase, if you ask me, with the Dusseldorf Black Caps have put 116 on the board, so that target 117 is required by Clone CC. Let's see how they go about it. I think both of these teams have shown that they're up for this, they want to go away with something, they want to be remembered as the team and that were the winners of the bronze, because, well, finishing fourth, you don't exactly get anything for all your efforts, do you? Despite all the good cricket that these two teams have played, they want something to take away with them. They want something to be remembered by. And winning this one means that they get crowned the winners of the bronze. And that is something. You get some brilliant medals from Locker Lifestyle to take away with you. And something to be proud of as well. It's a man with all the experience. Benjamin Das behind the stumps. Sanka is the opening batter, and it's going to be Mohammed Rahil, who's hoping that those in-swinging Yorkers are going to be working for him again. It doesn't get too much there that time, so it just worked away out on the off. Sanka gets off the mark. I really want to see him bat well here. Just think he's such a good, classy batter. If he starts playing some of these lovely shots that he can cut and the cover drives he can play, that we're in for a treat. Irfan Ahmed, the powerful hitter of the ball as well. Just gets back into line with this. He's waiting for that swing, isn't he? He knows what's coming his way. Mohammed Rahil is a bit like Jamshad Khan. He'll be disappointed with the way the day's gone with the bat. Chance, and he's moved pretty slowly here, the fielder. I think he puts his hand up in acknowledgement, Sanil Bharti, that he needs to do better here. And it was certainly up there for the catch, but he just seemed really slow moving. And in the end, as a result of that, he doesn't get himself in the right position. The shot that we saw Irfan Ahmed play a few times, but he played it far more comprehensively before that one. It didn't look like he was that confident in playing it. Oh, got it. That's the Yorker. That's the ball. And you know what, Irfan Ahmed, he knows about that because he blocked it out last time. And he knows that's the one, that's the dangerous delivery. But this time around, well, he just gets enticed into playing it. He's taken so many wickets with this delivery, Mohammed Rahil. And like I said, he will be disappointed. Of course he will, with the way he's batted. But you know what? This is the one advantage an all-rounder has. You get the opportunity to have a go with the ball as well. And he gets this right. And gets it right through the defences of the batter. So he makes his way back. And that's disappointment for Ahmed. Batted really well. In the semi-final, you have to say 61. He held the innings together. He was the key component in getting them to that score. If it weren't for them, they would have struggled to get anywhere near the 60 alone. So he goes. So somebody else is going to have to produce disappointment after he got lucky with the boundary that just went over the fielder, Bharti. So once more, it is Mohammed Rahil that gets the breakthrough for his team. He's been good with the ball. Rahil once more. This one down the legs is always going to go wide, and the batter knows it as well. Will just picks this and says, yeah, I'm just going to leave this alone. I'll take the wide. Good take though from Benjamin Das, one-handed. Still showing that even with all that experience, well, Mr. Evergreen is still able to move around pretty freely. But Mohammed Rahil, he'll be happy. He's getting the swing. That's what he needs to be effective. This time the batter gets in line beautifully. A little bit slow responding to the call, Maka, but he does get there. So they're sticking with this change and having Ashish Maka to come in at this point. Can't say that we've really seen it work successfully, But I think they're just trying to find somebody that can fill the gap of Kapoor, who's not playing today. Nicely bowled. That's the dangerous one. That one that just on around that middle and off peg that then starts to come back in. And if you draw the batter out, then well, you get them in your trap. He's bowled well. He picks up a wicket. Just 8 runs off that over. Pardon me, 7 off the over. Or is it? No, I'll make it 8. I'm going to stick by my guns. I reckon it's 8, but what I do know is it's 14 matches without a golden ball. That's correct. That's where we are. Will we see another here in Germany before we make our way to Belgium, or are we going to see a flurry of golden balls in Belgium before, of course, we go to Khartoum in Malaga for the European Cricket Championship, and of course the FanCode T10 series that will be operating during the weekends. So it's going to be non-stop cricket back to back. And oh, well, he's managed to delicately play this away past the wicketkeeper. Well fielded there in the deep. By man, I'm looking forward to see bowling actually. I think he's bowled really well. Puneet Kumar makes the stop. Well, I've got the results of that poll coming in as well. Remember the question was, should Rico receive an honorary knighthood from the President of Papua New Guinea? And well, there was a few people said, yes, we want to see Sir Rico. Well, I can be alongside Sir Rob then, couldn't I? This one will be a wide. And there was no, he deserves King Rico PNG. Well, okay. Well, look, thank you everybody for taking part in that. Thank you to the computer. And it's always nice to have a bit of fun as well. And there's the results there coming up there for you now. Majid. Oh, banks this one short, and he wants to take him on to Sanka. And that's Maka. Maka wants him. Sanka's at the non-strikers then. Just can't get on strike. He's only faced just 3 deliveries. Ahmed Zai. Wants to do things for his team. He wants something for all their efforts. Wide. He's been good all the way through as Majid Ahmed Zai. I mean, he's made contributions with the bat, with the ball as well. He'd be disappointed at times though where he's lost his line and given away a few extras as well. He comes back to his mark. Somebody else who's coming back and is going to be in a bit of trouble with the misses. Oh, gets an edge. And this will go for 4 runs. So gets over the wicketkeeper. And Benjamin Das, despite all his efforts. Look, once again there, he's another man who's the body wants to, or the mind wants to, I should say, but the body doesn't want to react in the same way the mind does. Doesn't get off the air here and goes past him. Vinny is back. Hello. And I'm going to have to tell you.
Yeah.
She's been lurking. And she's after you. She's after you. You're in trouble. VW is going to have you in trouble.
Can't I just have a little bit of time to myself? Come on.
Anyway, how were the cheerleaders?
Busy on a few fronts. Here's Ahmed Zai. Oh, is this out?
Oh, has he taken it? He has taken it. He's got it in the air. I think he's gone from gloves, chest, gloves, chest, gloves, I reckon.
It's at least 5 juggles, and Benjamin Das uses his whole body, a bit like the cheerleaders did early. They were using all kinds of parts of their body to do some superhuman things. Well, this one's a fairly regulation catch, but it's climbing on him, isn't it? And you see, what he does well is he keeps it in front of him. Look, up it goes crocodile style first, and then in the webbing, and then ends up just clutching it to his chest. So, well, you know, he's always capable of the spectacular, Benjamin Das. You know that if you saw him last year. And he will be the end of mucker as Ahmed Zai gets a nick behind, and eventually it's held on to 15 for 2.
Yeah, well done to him. He does hold on to it.
I've got news for you as well.
Have you?
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find Benjamin Das's catch. I'm going to put the link to it in the chat. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link to it in the chat so we get a bit of a reward for our chatters that they can see what he did last year.
Fine.
But yeah. I've got a little bit of news for you. Personal news.
Personal news for me, have you?
Might wait for the end of the over. Might just wait. It's still pretty fresh, that's all. Anyway, here's Ahmed Zai.
Short delivery. This will be the one for the over. Well, he's not messing around as he fires this one in short to Despande, the new batter.
Not a bad catch. The first one, Despande, this one's pretty high, but yeah, fair enough. We had a very, very good catch last year by Benjamin Dust, but he wasn't wicket keeping. He was in the third man position back then.
Oh, slower delivery. And just for a moment there, I thought that Despande was going to walk all over this, but he doesn't. He times it beautifully, and despite the efforts of the fielder, Pravan, he's not going to get there. He's just, no, doesn't try to hit it too hard. And, well, somebody out there enjoying the cricket and maybe doing a little bit of homework at the same time. Just sees that Kookaburra just mingle between some of his equipment. And this is where we are at the moment. And so the last day here, sadly, in Germany, we've had a terrific month. It's been absolutely wonderful. Thank you to everybody in Dresden and here in Krefeld for the last 2 weeks. The hospitality has been great and the cricket has been fantastic. And certainly looking forward to the conclusion of this match and the final. But then after that to Belgium. And then 2 weeks in Belgium with, well, Vinny will be there with Charlie Hunt. And then we've got Cardomania, the European Cricket Championships coming up. Oh, well, they've taken him on, and, well, it was a bit of a, have a look, here's the throw. I think he gets, does he get Sanko or does it go to the keeper? Bit of traffic in the way here.
There's a lot happening. Anyway, there's a lot happening off the field. I've got to tell you this.
Tell me.
A bit like Britney Spears' 55-hour marriage to Jason Alexander back in 2004. I think it's over. I think it's over, and I'll tell you why. I was off doing a few other tasks, of course, you know, busiest time of the year coming up in European cricket.
Yeah.
I popped into the chat and I saw there'd been some developments. Here's Raheel first, down leg side, this will be called a wide. And it appears that the account called Vinny's wife has breached some guidelines, has been blocked. And I think that means I'm off the hook. And look, I wasn't involved, but one of the rules in the chat is not to ask the same question over and over. And and there were a couple of moderators just doing their job. They're just following the guidelines. Waiting for this ball from Raheel. This could take an over or so. Ooh, lucky hits that. Straightening down the line. No run. So, yeah, looking at the chat, it appears they ran out of patience with the wife asking the same questions. And imagine if you'd block your own wife. But, so now there's a new account called Nobody, which is in the chat. And the first thing was, why did you delete my his wife account? Anyway, here's Raheel. It's bowled pretty well. Getting the ball to come back towards the right-hander. Yeah, so I guess that's it. I mean, how long did it last? 3 days?
Yeah, but
5 days?
you've got to deal with it in real life now.
Don't have to. Just change my name, change my
You're
number.
just going to get on a bus to Belgium, aren't you?
Pretty good at moving countries. You know that.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you this. And I'll put the link in the chat as well, Rico. This is worth watching last year. But right now, we'll come back to the present with Raheel.
Well bowled, but that's well played as well. And, well, I think there is a single there. May still be a single, but no, it does get stopped here. Yeah, this is the two batters just on a different GPS code to each other.
Yeah, look. And he's, had to put brakes on. Deshpande has a little dirty glance back at Sanka before he gets back. But he's lucky because that ball was fumbled by Majid Ahmadzai.
Oh,
yeah, proper Tortuga, isn't it? For Sunil Bhatia. Yeah, anyway, I can recommend that you watch this catch.
Okay.
Ready?
Let's have a look. So this is Benjamin Das, is it?
It's a pretty good one, isn't it? Now, I'll put the link in the chat there. He's actually not looking at the ball when he catches that last year. Look.
Oh, my word. I thought you meant he took a catch when he was keeping wicket.
No.
That is a crazy catch.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Hey, did you see the one that we saw here? Just from the captain, Pratik?
Oh, yeah.
What a catch that was.
That was incredible. That's going straight up on the social media, no doubt about it. Well, a little bit of a pedestrian power play, I suppose, in the end. They lost the big wicket of Irfan early, who was good this morning. Right now, 3 overs in. It is 24 for 2. Just going 8 and over. They have to lift that, don't they, if they're going to take this bronze medal and take it off the Black Caps. Both teams. I know it's a tough one to play the bronze, but you still got something to play for. You still get another game. That's your reward for making the top 4. But Yeah, it certainly was. Bit of a surprise, I suppose. The Black Caps, just the way their batting imploded this morning. But that can happen. I've played in short form games where same things happen. You've been in great form. Everyone seems pretty positive with how things are going. But things can change very quickly in cricket. We're into the 4th over now. Regina Ahmadzai will continue. So now the robots put poll up. Should Vinny's fangirl be reinstated on my chat? Well, it's not the fangirl that's the problem. Fangirl's been pretty quiet. It's been the Vinny's wife account, which has
the fangirl's disappeared and the ex has disappeared as well, I must admit. Isn't it good to see the robot on good form on a Saturday?
Yeah, nice robot. The robot doing office tasks during the week, but now gets to enjoy a bit more of the cricket. I like that. Yeah, if I had to give some feedback to my 5-day marriage experience, say a little bit on the naggy side. Can I say that?
Well, now she's not on the chat, you can.
Just being honest. People don't realise this because they have this casual, easygoing demeanour. But hope for this Ramadzat. Worked away for one by Sanka. People don't realise this because I'm a pretty easygoing, calm kind of person.
Yeah, but
I'm under a lot of pressure from a lot of stakeholders in European cricket. The spectators, the management, everyone else, the player, trying to keep everyone happy. And all I'm asking is
what?
Just to be able to go and have a little bit of peace and quiet, take an innings off, catch up on a few things,
just wants to
enjoy the cricket, chase a few balls into the forest, to be honest. That's the way it goes, I suppose.
Yeah,
anyway.
she looks after you. She's on there cooking food for you, telling you what you're eating, about the fish supper the other day, making sure you're okay. So, yeah.
So let's see. I've got another repeat question. Okay. Well, somebody wants to know what the live scoring software we're using. It's actually custom made for ECN, so it's not going to be one of those ones you can just go to the supermarket and pick off the shelf. So yeah, this is a customised solution, and it kind of had to be because of the amount of cricket we're playing. So yeah, that's all due to our partners at Sports Interactive and Spring Productions. So that's the question that was asked several times, and he also got a warning for asking it several times without me answering.
Nicely played, and chase on now for the fielder, and I don't think Kumar is going to get there. No, he's not. 4 runs. I think he got more bad news. I think the poll didn't go in your favour.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like I should get more than 1 vote in that one.
I think you'll see that it didn't work in your favour. There's a message there already.
Yeah, look, and here we go.
I might have mentioned you were with the cheerleaders, by the way.
This was Roman. He was a really nice guy, wasn't he, Roman? Well, as you know, there's strict 2 guys on 1 girl policy there over in the cheerleaders, and they're 1 guy short. So what do you want me to do? Anyway, last ball of the over, and it's going to be a dot ball to finish. So it's 30 for 2 after 4 overs. And, well, I am back in the commentary ice cube just in time to catch the last bits of this bronze final. Yeah, Clone CC need to get a bit of a move on, don't they? And, of course, got the big one coming up, Golden Star Bond taking on the Bayer Spartans later on this afternoon. Be nice to spend a week with you. I know we haven't spent a lot of time together lately because we had some time together in Italy, of course, 3 of the 5 weeks, and I had to go on my vacation, and I'm enjoying having the week back. Next time I see you will be at the ECC. I'm sure you're looking forward to that.
It will be good. It's always great to be with you.
Of course.
And, we've had some good times here in Germany. And the other thing was it's been a good opportunity to welcome other people into the cube. And we've had Tyrone, the Iceman, and of course we had the Professor Ujwal, and you're going to have Charlie with you in Belgium. Yeah. So that's all good, isn't it? Well, this isn't good. It's certainly not good for Cologne, but it's very good for the bowler because he comes in, Gaurav Gupta, and he gets a wicket. And isn't he happy about it? Is he waving goodbye to the batter here?
He's very happy. He's saying, well, you won't see my name because I've had to abandon my shirt and use someone else's, but what you will see is the result of the stumps being knocked over. So, yeah, Sanka just tries to go across this one. It's fairly straight, isn't it, from Gaurav Gupta. And so, things not really going according to plan. That's 3 gone now for Cologne CC, 30 for 3. The thing is, they're just not going fast enough either in this chase, are they?
Nah, Sanka is really, what do you think of the class that he looked when we saw him a few times, and all of a sudden he's lost his way a little bit. And once again, just trying to, after being sort of bogged down for 8 deliveries, just 6 runs. He goes for the big shot, misses out, so he goes for just 6 of 9 deliveries, and he's a much better player than that. So he's probably just wondering, what has happened? Where's it all gone wrong? And you can see that when the chips are down, nobody's really wanting to make eye contact with you. So this was the shot. It was ugly. Shot Mario Ganda Bapas Agia Banda. That's all you can say to that. Is that another pole? Is it the same pole again?
This one's an interesting one. It should Finney's wife be reblocked, and yes, it has taken an early lead. It's pretty quick to vote. I won't say which way, honey. Does on this one, off the foot, into the hand. You better out there, Dwarak Sekar. I like this. I think that it deserves a bit of a go up the order. No, in fact, that's not Sekar at all, is it? That's Panwa.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's something that they're going to get a rude shock in the scorer's tent pretty shortly. Well, he would have been gone here.
You can tell that's not Sekar.
Yeah.
Sekar gives it a shake. Panwa does not. But he does get there. But he's a bit lucky. Yeah, runs hard. But you see, that's what you've got to be. Look at where you're trying to get to. When you're looking over your shoulder like that, what are you doing? You're slowing yourself down, and also that arm that should be reached right out in front, sliding. It's impossible to do. You try and do it. You try and look behind your shoulder, and then your right arm, which has got a bat in it, stretch it out. You can't. It's not possible.
I feel a delay coming.
Do you? Why? What's happening?
Because I think they think that Sekar, as soon as we talked about the scoring software, I think they think that Sekar's batting. It's not Sekar.
No, it's gone anyway. They're adjusting it maybe. It's wide. Have to be bowled again. There you go, just like that. You see, Panwa.
There we go. Nice to see. And they've sorted that out pretty quickly. Didn't even have to stop the game, so that's good. Yeah, so there's a lot going on in the chat. Anyway, we'll talk a bit more about the cricket, I think. That's probably what we could work on. Pandey tries to go aerial, and he comes in our direction, and this is going to be into the gap. It's going to be 4 runs. So that one was cue bound, wasn't it? And Mahesh Pandey, who, like I say, he was their second leading 6-hitter last year, but he hasn't really been able to up the ante. He's been pretty good at kind of getting in, but it's when he tries to go next level that he struggled. But it's now or never really for him. And that one takes him into double figures.
Yeah, nice shot. Somebody needs to now just get some boundaries here together. That's right. I mean, they don't want to get any higher than this. I mean, there's time still to bat, but they've lost a few wickets. And it's around about approaching the 15 mark. Up in the air a long way. Where's this going? Well, it's going all the way. Balle. That's more like it. That's what they need. Así me gusta. Eso es una grande. Eso es una Ariana.
There you go. That's a bit of turning the clock back for Amaya. It goes bang. That was a really big 6, wasn't it? All the way over the 10s. Liam Day with some information as well. What's happening in Finland today? It's the Helsinki Titans taking on Empire Cricket Club over there. And he believes that because it's the final, it's the qualifier for the ECL as well. So Empire chasing 160 to win in a 20-over match. Here's Gupta.
Nicely played. He'll get 4 more. Well, 6 and a 4. And he certainly is hungry for more. And just like that, well, this over turns out to be exactly what the doctor ordered. That's nicely played. And Gupta, it started well. It started with a kiss, didn't it? And then it went from bad to worse. A bit like your relationship with VW.
Yeah, well, that happens. You know, 46 for 3. That would have been a wide. Ends up being a boundary because he decides to hit it. Well, if I've learned anything from the polls, is that people will vote yes no matter what. When they said, should she be blocked, almost everyone said yes. When they said, should she be reinstated, almost everyone said yes. So I think that if we've learned anything about our chatting viewers today, is that everyone will say yes to anything. Or most people will.
Are they all a yes man, are they?
Keanu has said, well, if you follow the rules, you won't be banned again, has posted the drive link to the rules as well. So we'd have the chat rules. Keanu, it's good citizens like you that keep this show above board. Thank you to you and Shrug and everyone else in there. Hello to Helix as well, and all the spanners. They do a great job. Chris Smith, anyone I've missed, that's on right now. Hello. Now, over to Kashif Shahab, who had a birthday during the week. Again, he'll be a bit disappointed that they haven't made it all the way to the decider, but still, not often you get to play in front of such a big audience.
Shahab batted very well. Can he back it up with some good bowling here? And this one just gets just Drops the bat on it onto the leg side, goes to the man at square, takes a single. Are we going to see a big finish in the series from somebody like Manav Panwar? I would love to see him go big.
I mean, 14 and over, it's just creeping out. But we have seen plenty of big overs on this field, haven't we, over the last 2 weeks?
Drops the bat on it, thinks about the single, but gets no response from Manav Panwar. He says, "Are you joking?" He said, "There's no way I'm getting there." So, no run.
Yeah, Kashif, intelligent guy. There's a lot of brains around the cricket fraternity here in Germany as well. I mean, we talked about Swapnil Verhadi doing his PhD during the week, playing for VfB Gelsenkirchen. This will be pulled away, and I can't see this being stopped. Well, that'll wake him up in there. Looks like one of the boosters doing the fielding over there. Didn't quite catch the face, but yeah, Deshpande trying to move things along, and he gets another 4.
Yeah, nice to see a couple of youngsters there enjoying the cricket and the action as well, mingling with the players. See on the far side there, Golden Star Born. They've been relaxing, doing a bit of relaxing, a bit of training as well.
Here we go. So Vinny's wife is now cracking on to Chris Smith in the chat, and now the robot's blocked her.
So that's got to be
maybe
it.
That's just the response.
I think that is it.
Maybe that's just the response from the poll. Or maybe it wasn't because of that comment. Now it seems like she's on the rebound. Keanu saying, what do I think of the 60 comp having only 6 wickets instead of 10? I've got to say, don't really like it. Don't really like it.
What's this?
They say in the 60 comp, which is kind
right.
of a kind of rip off of the 100, which they're doing in the West Indies. I'll wait for that in a second. It's Shahab. It's going to be called wide +1. So instead of having 10 wickets in hand, because it's such a short game, they say you only have 6 wickets in hand. But I got to say, you got 11 players. It seems silly almost to not use those resources. Guess what it means is if you are kind of out of the game as a fielding side, you're just a few wickets away from winning the game. I suppose that's something, right? But I got to say, I think for all the gimmicky things they've tried, just shortening the format proportionally seems to normally be a pretty good option when you're looking for shorter formats.
In the air and taken, no issues at all. And that's Venkat Ganesan. Straightforward catch for him. Right fielders in the right place. Nicely done. So, well, Shahab, he is able to back up his batting performance with the ball. He picks up a wicket. Good time to get one just when you saw a bit of acceleration. But unfortunately, it's our man, Manav Panwar, who once again has to depart without really getting hold of any. He likes to get this little helicopter action going, but for me, he takes the power out of the shot.
Yeah.
Far better off going full swing at it.
Yeah, he's just trying to time it, I suppose. But yeah, disappointment for Panwar. Well, they might not have seen him come in, but they certainly saw him depart. And he will be the 4th wicket to fall, 53 for 4. Here comes Dhani. Let's see if he can make some runs. Yeah, a little helicopter swipe, wasn't it? Yep, the robot saying the fans in the poll have spoken. Gone. Well, looks like Vinny's wife account has gone the same way as Panwar. Out of here. Anyway, so yeah, just one thing, 50 over cricket obviously was originally 60 over cricket, but then 50 over cricket became the prevalent short form. And then with 2020, for all the things they experimented, like cricket max and 8s and all sorts of things and double zones and all these things, it was just a scaled down version of 50 over that became the dominant format. Well, there you go. This could be another one. I think it is going to be 2 and 2. Raheel takes it, and no problem at all. So after all of that, Shahab is going to be on a hat trick, but he's going to have to wait because it's the end of the over. 53 for 5.
Yeah, nice catch there from Mohammad Raheel. A little bit of the croc style about it, but it's safe. Safe hands and smiles on the faces of the Düsseldorf Black Cap players and their captain as they congratulate Shahab. So, well, he's certainly on his way to a player of the match performance here in this bronze final. He made a big contribution with the bat, 44 of 26, and now, well, he's picked up 2 wickets, and when he comes back on, he'll be on a hat-trick.
Yeah, and that's if he gets another go, but I think he'll be asking very, very nicely, won't he? Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, some of these other things, yeah, when I say gimmicks, I mean, like, we're built for entertainment. There's no doubt about that. One thing, but there's reasoning, there's a bit of science behind ECN cricket. So, for example, the boundaries coming in, people go, oh, wow, it's, it's for the batters, blah, blah, blah. But it actually changes the batter's mindset. Some people say, well, some of these sixes are going 80 metres, 90 metres. Why don't we have boundaries 70 metres? The reason is they won't try the shots. You know what I mean? You just look at the T20s that I covered out at Desert Springs. Great cricket, don't get me wrong, but every time they try to hit one over the top, they get out.
Yeah, but then the other thing I'll say, and we've just seen an example of that, the last 2 balls.
Yeah.
The boundaries may be 50 metres, but they're not clearing them every
so
time,
the batters are encouraged to take more shots, which means they make more mistakes, which means there's more wickets and more runs.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is kind of what's behind that. Here's Venkat Ganesan. Steps across, and we almost have 3 wickets in 3 balls, but will just be a single. Yeah, so... yeah, that's why, yeah. So 2020, then everyone's, okay, we need another shorter, zippier format. T10 is basically half a 2020. I mean, you can bowl 2 overs instead of 4, so 3 over power play instead of 6. And, yeah, that's pretty much, it's compressed.
Firmly struck. I don't think it's going to get past Mohamed Rihal. It doesn't.
Yeah, and not in changing the integrity of the game too much. That is quite important. Here's Venkat Ganesan. Off spinner.
Takes him on, and he gets enough of it. Kashif Shahab is a big player. He's had a big bronze final, but he's not that tall. He can't get anything on this. This is a nice shot. And Deshpande dispatches that one.
Yeah, it was a challenge ball. That's what I would call that from Ganesan, saying, oh, here's something you can hit. And if you get in the middle, I know it's going to be 6, but it also might be a wicket. And if anyone was going to catch that, it was Shahab, wasn't it? I mean, he's taking some blinders out there. Very tall, and he's got such good reach.
And this one is now chipped over. Well, it's more than a chip. He gets more of this than I thought. It goes all the way over. 6 more. Well, it's shakka time here from Deshpande. Look at the way how quick he is to move outside the line, gets right behind this. And that's what helps us go to the boundary. It's not the cleanest of hits, but it's the way he gets in the right position. Good hit. And that's 6 more. So he moves into 42. See that we can see the Golden Star Bond in the background there, doing some fielding drills, getting ready for, well, what probably is the biggest match of their club's history, really, I suppose. Looking to win the final here in Krefeld. This one will go to the boundary, will it? The fielder just slips when he gets going after it. And if you do that, if you give this Kookaburra a sniff, it will take you. And that was Pravan Ganesan. See, he just slips and then he tries to chase it. Cautious, the body keep the fielder there, but Joka lag gaya 4 more.
Yeah, well, how about this? Deshpande keeping the game alive, moves to 46 off 19. Guess what's required? 46 off 19. So if he can just do what he's done again and face all the balls, they'll win. That shows you how fast they need to go.
Short, latches onto this, and this over will go magical. And there's another that Dana Oro sees goes by. Dana turn around and take pictures this way because his man has just got his 50. Shaba, well batted indeed. Ball Badanya up in the batted new Deshpande. Just like that out of nowhere, 50 comes up of 20 deliveries. Well batted indeed.
Yeah, really, really good innings there. So let's have a look what's coming up. In the final, it is going to be big conclusion, no doubt. 2 teams in form. Golden Star Bond and Bias Button sweeping aside the competition in the quarterfinals and semi-finals. They both have a 6-4 record, so it's not like they've been unbeatable. They've just really saved their best for last, it seems. And I think both teams wanted to bowl first. Golden Star Bond got that opportunity. It's been a bit counter to what we normally see in ECS cricket because teams chasing have had a lot of success. Both these teams seem to be comfortable doing that. And I really liked the approach of both of them this morning, the way that they attacked kind of no matter what the target was they were chasing. Yeah. That is the final. It's coming in just under half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. So there is no gap between this game and the next game, just a very, very short, probably 10, 15 minute break. Okay, so we go to the 8th over and I think that we are going to see Jamshed Khan, who's going to bowl it. So let's see what happens. Can he pull it back?
Gets a bit of inside edge on this. They run the first one pretty hard and they think about it.
Don't even think about 2 there because Deshpande's on a heater. You want him facing.
Yes, the down there. The last thing you want to do is be running that man out. Jamshed, what a series he's had. Hasn't been able to score a run today though, unfortunately, but 218 runs and he's been up there taking wickets as well. It's been a class act. He's another man who wants to finish on a high. Hit hard. Fielder goes down but can't stop it. It's going to be 4 more. And this is another one that gets past Pravan. Really is motoring at the moment. And while he's still there, anything is possible.
Yeah, he just is hit unbelievable kind of zone-like form, hasn't he, in the last 5 minutes. And this is what we saw a bit of from last year. Can he carry his team home? And they were just down and out of this, weren't they? I mean, they were 30 for 2 after 4 overs, going at 7.5. Remember, they need pretty much 2 a ball throughout the innings. All right, Jamshed with a comeback ball.
Plays this nicely, trying to find the gap here. This is the other thing I like about Deshpande here now. He's not the case of just trying to hit the ball. He's trying to guide the ball into the gaps as well. He's a bit frustrated with himself that time that he's not able to pierce that field. But look, you won't be too disappointed. I mean, at the moment, he goes over and has a quick work with Zidran. I think he's probably just saying to him, hey, look, this is good. We're okay.
Yeah, I like this discussion about boundary sizes because there's a few things that I can also kind of add to that if we want to keep talking about it. Wait for a Jamshed Khan first. This will be pushed out. This will just be a single. And people say, oh, yeah, it's cry about the bowlers and all this and saying, it's so hard for them because of the small boundaries and this. Okay, yeah, that is harder for the bowlers, sure, but it does also create more opportunities. But for the batters, it's harder for them because they're uncomfortable because they have to play shots quicker. Okay, so it's also something that the dynamics of the game also are putting the batter under just as much pressure, trust me. That's a pretty good ball to Deshpande. But it's gone to a gap, so they should get 2 here. It's keeping him in the game at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, so I mean, isn't that a good point? So, people say, people that have never seen it before go, well, these boundary sizes, how are you going to bowl with these? And we know it also creates wickets. But batters, they're also under more pressure to play shots quicker. They've got no time to settle. They've got to go from the get-go pretty much.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's just something that people don't necessarily think of because we keep saying it's a batter's game. And yes, we see a lot of runs, but we also see a lot of wickets considering it's a 10-over game. Last ball for Jamshed. He's been pretty good here, hasn't he? As he holds that to 10, which just is less than they need anyway. But Deshpande will retain the strike. He moves to 58, 8 overs down. The score is 85 for 5. I've probably asked you this a few times this week, but you're going to have a couple of weeks away from the microphone as Charlie Hunt will step in for you for his first European Cricket Series. Well deserved, by the way. And what do you think you'll get up to in the 2 weeks between now and when we meet again at ECC?
Well, as you know, got to go do some work. It's not the case of I'll be having too much leisure time, but yeah, it'd be good to be back. Obviously, spend time with the family, my daughter Sonia, the wife Charlie, and but the restaurant, of course, as well. They need to have a well-earned break as well. I'll be away. They've been working hard, and it's time for me to get in there and take over for a bit. But I enjoy it, as you know. It's another passion of mine. That being involved in the food, get to meet up with several of our clients as well that I haven't seen for a while. So it's going to be good fun, but certainly going to also join in enjoy some of the Spanish sunshine and the Spanish lifestyle as well. Beaches in the morning, taking the dogs for a nice long walk.
Sounds good. Some sleep-ins?
Yeah, a few sleep-ins.
Yeah,
that's the good thing about the restaurant. We don't open till much later, so there's none of these 6 o'clock in the morning alarm calls. Yeah, it makes a big difference after 5 weeks of that. So yeah, we'll definitely have a few lines, and of course at the same time be listening in to what you and Charlie are up to whenever I can.
Oh, we'd love that. I mean, one thing that's great is that we, apart from probably Zagreb in Croatia, where we'll go later in the year, which will be a new ground, I think the ground on Monday will be the only other new ground that we'll see this year in ECS. I'm pretty sure, depending on what we see. We may see a different ground in Barcelona later in the year. But yeah, isn't that cool to have a look at a new ground with its own dynamics?
Edge goes all the way over for 4, and this is what they've got to keep doing. And let's do it together.
Goal! That was perfect. That was a perfect train interval that I was going for. And if you want to play that back, if there's any musicians there, that was the perfect resonance you could ever get. That was some beautiful harmony there.
I like these. I like that. You know, having these goalposts here.
Having
around.
a bit of fun in the bronze final.
Yeah,
I mean, the game's still alive here as well, by the way.
Dennis has got his camera out. I don't know what he's filming over there, Dennis. Filming a bit of action maybe with the umpires and the ECN crew.
The thing is, that's gone through the back of the goal.
Yes. Doesn't matter.
All right,
It's gone in the net.
That'll do.
This could be another, is it?
Oh, he's
gone
never
past
going
him.
to stop that.
Well, the goalkeeper's no good, and it don't go in the goal.
Yeah, that's Puneet Kumar who's back in the lineup. And if he doesn't want to get this on the full, he thinks he's being safe by letting it bounce. Well, I've got news for you, Puneet.
No way.
It's not. As soon as this bounces, he realised he's made a big mistake and ends up going for 4. So back-to-back boundaries. Zadran playing in his own V, isn't he? And, well, trying to keep him in the game. 23 off and over and a half now.
He's not doing a bad job, is he? They're doing all right. They're doing all right. And I think this is, you can see the last sort of 10 balls or so, the first time that Düsseldorf Black Caps are starting to feel the pressure.
Oh.
Where's this caught him?
Run.
They are running. They're going to get one. Will they try 2? They won't try 2. Well,
Decided
Zadran
too
is
late,
fine.
start
Zadran
running.
just gets to the other end and leaves a couple of deliveries for Despanda here.
Yeah.
Leg by signal, so he doesn't get any back on this. What
We
does his hit?
should have longer to see this, but
On the shoulder.
Still, it's lucky not to step on his stumps there, to be honest. It was quicker, wasn't it? So 22 off 8 now. Yeah, so that was a funny one with Puneet because he thinks he's being safer by not attempting the catch. But if he'd gone forward, even if he dropped the catch, probably would have kept the ball in play. As soon as he stepped back and let it bounce, I knew he'd made a huge mistake, and I think he did too. Kashif with a couple to spend.
Oh, this would be a wide.
It just misses the leg stump. But yeah, there's a lot we get right. I mean, to be honest, because we're doing more cricket than anyone. In fact, 52% of televised cricket last year was ECN cricket. We're kind of ironing out some of the kinks in the rules. One of them is this leg side wide rule. That's the best way to deal with it. If it's down the leg side, it's wide, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, or unless it hits the batter, obviously. That's the best way to deal with it. It's consistent. Everyone knows.
That's what he's got to do. Bat on the ball, put pressure on the fielder. There's a fumble, and they take the 2. Good running.
Yeah, very good running. So, have 1 ball to go. 19 off 7 at the moment. Yeah, and so other comps have this profile wides and all this nonsense where you move, you know, if you step back, then you have to give more lenience. It's just too grey. In a game where 1 or 2 runs or 1 or 2 balls can decide the match, you shouldn't be leaving it up to someone's judgment. I'm sorry. I mean, the leg stump's there. So it's the best marker for that. And why should you encourage bowlers being more defensive? So I think, you know, we're getting a lot of stuff right here in ECN. Not everything, but, you know, we're willing to try things and stick with what works.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Fletch in the background.
There we go.
Just wandering around, getting ready for the final.
Yeah, let's give Fletch a wave. Hello, Fletch. How are you, buddy? He's up in the air. Opportunity. Got to take it. Big moment. And he does take it. Under pressure was the youngster. And Prevent takes it. No problems, Ganesan. And he's had a good day as well, hasn't he? I mean, I liked him in the side. You know, it's always good to have some of these younger players amongst the mist. And when they perform, it always looks good. So well done to him. Takes a catch. He was under a bit of pressure. They needed to break this partnership. And they get the man that they needed to spend it. Well, he's batted beautifully, hasn't he? 61 of 26. He's kept the team in it. But the question is now, who can come in and take over the role he was playing?
It's a lot to do, isn't it? 19 off the last over. And so nice catch taken there by Praveen Ganesan. Bit of an ice cream cone, I suspected. I saw a lot of the ball coming out of the hand there. Let's have a look at it when it goes in. Oh. Yeah, in the end, he says, so everything's calm here, and I've got it. So 98 for 6. Zadran will be on strike to start the last over. A few people talking about cricket in Finland, of course. We were just talking about that. And cricket in Estonia, well, the Strikers beating the Hippos. Oh, the Hippos. Well, that's technically my team I play for if I'm ever in Estonia. I've been able to turn out for exactly 0 matches. I think we've just discussed how my career's pretty much over. But that came up last week, didn't it? But, yeah, that's an interesting result.
So what have you decided to do with this gear that you bought? You've got a helmet in it. I told you should raffle them.
I brought a helmet over. I think I might play... for Costa del Sol, that's another club I'm registered with. But I'll play in maybe a couple of tour matches if I can sneak away from the commentary.
You just
box
want
on
these
the
2
weekends.
stumpings.
2 stumpings, I'll get 100 stumpings for my
stumpings.
senior career. That's true. I probably, if I'd played in the last 10 years, I probably would have got there a lot quicker. Anyway, here we go with Jamshid.
No
That's
ball,
a no
surely.
ball. That's a terrible start.
That could be 6. That's 7, just like that, of 1 ball. This game just becomes alive. They needed 19. Well, forget that. They now need, well, what's that?
12.
They need 12 of 6 balls.
Wow, game changer right there. Jamshed over pitches it, overcooks it, gets it wrong. And what a shot by Zadran. It's a ball that's going to do him physical damage if he misses out, but he gets the bat on it and he gets plenty. In fact, he hits it so hard, his shoelace spontaneously undoes itself. But, geez, now free hit coming up. So now, I mean, if you can hit another 6 here, that's half of them you need. And you've gone from 19 off 6 to 6 off 5, potentially.
What a hit.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. Can he make the most of the free hit now? Jamshed can't. Oh, he misses out on it.
Well, I wouldn't have this down for a golden ball, tell you that much. If you asked me after about 3 overs of this, when Raheel had it on a string and they were 24 for 2, 30 for 2 after 4. Yeah, seems like it'd be way too much to do, 14, 15 and over, but that's what they've been going at. And to be honest, that's what the rate is right now. But you can't win unless you hit another boundary. You probably need a couple.
Oh. It's going to drop safe. How many will they go for? Will they try 2?
Yeah, I
they
would.
do, and they look like they may get them. They do.
Because it was always going to be really tough to throw to the top end. And they got DeBolka there. He's no bunny with the bat, but I think you got Zadran, who's already timed up a couple. This is another full toss. It's high-ish. Probably not above the waist. We can see Fletcher's calling it a no ball in the background. But no, it's a good call by the umpire. And Zadran, he'll be annoyed that he doesn't hit that out of the ground as well. But he gets a couple. 10 off 4 now and back on strike. Run.
Bat on ball. That's what they've got to do. Push pressure on. And that's what pressure does. That's what pressure does. They get 2.
Big, because it means they get Zadran back on strike. DeBolka, like I said, he's batted really well, and he batted really well under pressure yesterday, didn't he? Good player. One of the catchers of the year in the first half of this game, didn't he? So 8 off 3. Well, this game's come back to life, hasn't it? Jamshed, no ball 6. I mean, if he hadn't bowled that, he'd almost be out of here unscathed. But right now, 8 off 3. They'd love a boundary here, Clone.
Hits this fairly well, and this is going to be 4 runs, you know. This is right in the gap. That's 4 of them. So they can do it with 1 hit. It is 4 required of 2 deliveries. This is quite amazing here.
Well, Rico, it's your last day. What would be a great way to send you off? Just with a cheeky little GB. And here we are now, 4 off 2, and it's on. But Zadran doesn't want it to go that long. Of course, we had our last golden ball earlier this week on Tuesday, and it was Cologne CC that were on the wrong side of the equation that time. This time, potentially they could get another one, but they don't want it. They want 4 runs, and there's 2 balls to go.
Oh, what's this going to be?
Oh, it's not. It's straight over the stumps.
Over the stumps?
Yeah, it won't be wide. And so that really hurts. He thinks he can win the game, and I can see what he's thinking here. If he gets anything on this, that's going to be the end of the game. Will he try it again, or will he try something else? It certainly is one spot that you think you could get for. I mean, does he try it again or not?
Well, he can't bowl another short one. That would have been 1 for the over, surely.
Full and at the stumps is where you got to be. 4 for the win.
Hits it hard, and he's not going to go to the boundary, I don't think. Well, no mistakes. They keep running. That's 2.
Wow, so there's going to be 1 run in this in the end. Can you believe it, Rico? What a game. It'll be 116, 115, and look, credit to the Black Caps. They do get a medal. They get bronze. Jamshed, well, he's feeling rather relieved after that, but what an effort that was by Deshpande. And then also, what a good effort that was, because yeah, they seemed they were gone in that chat. Zadran got them close, and in the end, it is the Black Caps that take bronze.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good game, good match. We had a feeling with that score on the board, 116, that it could be a close one. We did feel that both these teams, even though they'd be disappointed that they were losing in their semi-finalists, that they wanted something out of this series. They wanted to take something home with them. They both fought hard, didn't they, to try and get and become the bronze winners. But those final medals will go to the team, the Düsseldorf Black Caps, and they just won there just by 1 run in the end. But they had a scare, almighty scare, because well, that last over from Jamshed Khan.
Oof.
Well, 19 he had to defend, and when the first one is pumped to the boundary and there's a no ball and they get 7 from it, you're always going to be up against it. But they held their nerve in the end, and Jamshed Khan, to relief and the delight of his captain, was able to defend it only by 1 run. So well done. Congratulations to Dusseldorf Black Caps. They are the winners of the bronze final. And also, look, well done to Cologne CC. I mean, they fought hard during this this series. They played some very entertaining cricket for us. I think we saw some excellent players there. I mean, we saw Deshpande performing when he had to there. The likes of Manav Panwar, who was really good. We also saw the good bowling and from Zadran, and good batting performances from him. But I suppose at the end of the day, you need consistency, and maybe that summed up pretty well by someone like Sasanka Sanka, who just wasn't able to be consistent all the way through for his side, and one or two other players fell into that category. And when you're a bit like that, maybe another one to mention in that fold is Sharifullah Shahzad, who was good at the beginning of the series, but just couldn't finish well. And as a result of that, when it mattered, they weren't able to get the performance that they needed to win and go all the way.
Yeah, that's right. So this is what's coming up in the final. Now, I do have some information that it will be pushed back 10 minutes just because a quick turnaround. That one ran a little bit over time. So it will start 10 minutes later than it says on the screen there. It'll actually start at 1:40 GMT, which is 3:40 in the German time zone, and at 7:10 p.m. in India. Let's go back, though, at some of the highlights. Really, you're fun. You felt that he'd have to click if they were going to get close to this, but it wouldn't turn out that way. He went early, and in fact, signs weren't looking good for Cologne CC in the first 3 or 4 overs as they just struggled to get going. They lost the key man there. And we saw a couple of lucky runs, really, but they couldn't string too much together. The wickets continued to fall, even though some of them went quite cleanly into the hands. Benjamin Dust, another bit of magic from him. But they did find a way back into the game, and really they did it through Amaya Deshpande, a very dependable player.
Yeah, I mean, Deshpande, he would have been very disappointed, wouldn't he? Because while he was out there, he lost 5 partners who weren't able to contribute anything with the bat, and that's annoying because they're good players. You know, Sanka, Irfan Ahmed, and Panwar as well, Dani. Nobody could, but at least with Zadran, he found somebody who was prepared to stick around. And between the two of them, they almost pulled off what would have been quite a remarkable run chase. When you think at one point they were requiring early on about 15 per over, they almost got there. They needed 19 of the last. And, well, it came so close, didn't it? But in the end, you say that the Black Caps, they did hold their nerve and they got the victory that maybe many people think they did deserve. They did play some good cricket all the way through this series. But it was just that one week performance from them. That's what happens when you get to the final stage. You get 1 week performance in, and that's it. You're out of it.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I mean, I think, yeah, they were the better team over the week. But it came down to this, and who would have thought that only 1 run would separate these two teams? I mean, Deshpande went for a very, very good 61 off 27. There's a very good chance he might take the player of the match in a losing effort. But in the end, Jamshed, well, he can breathe again, can't he? He had a bit of a finals day to forget, didn't he,
yeah,
with the pair of ducks. But what he does do, bowls his team to victory with 17 conceded, but we needed 19, so they get up by 1 run. And just a quick look here, you see that the Black Caps now confirmed they do take bronze here in the European Cricket Series Germany. Krefeld, Cologne CC, well, for the 2nd consecutive year, they finished 4th. That's a bit frustrating for them, no doubt about that, but they certainly did provide us with plenty of entertainment along the way. The final, like I said, Golden Star Bond and Bias Spartans. That will start in around about 20 minutes. And who will win today's final? I've got no idea. I've got lots of questions in the chat. I think you can agree, Rico, it is very, very even. I mean, we'll talk about that maybe in a second. But first, we'll go back and have a look at the scorecard. Chasing 117 for victory. They fell tantalisingly short, didn't they, Cologne CC? Well, the top 3 didn't fire, but Deshpande did. 61 of 27 for him, and he was outstanding in that position. We saw some of the hitting that we really came to expect from him last year. 3 sixes and 8 boundaries in his innings, supported by Zadran, who kicked late, didn't he? And they fell just short. And look, the Black Caps, when it comes down to it, they seem a team too good to miss out on a medal. And in the end, they did sneak into the bronze. And you can see here, pretty consistent effort from their players with 3 for 19. Shahab was a difference maker, wasn't he, when he came on? Single wickets to Raheel. Ahmed Zahil good early. Gupta as went, well, chipped in with 1. Just that 1 over from Venkat Ganesan went major. And Jamshed Khan had a few scary moments in the last over. But in the end, they do get there just by the 1 run. So we will take a break. Like I said, a bit longer break than usual. We'll be back in 15 minutes, just pushing the final back so that everyone has a chance to settle and we can get the players into the right zones. But it will be a fantastic conclusion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final match in our German adventure and Rico's final match before he goes on holiday. Vinny Sandu here and Rico Full going to bring you the final very shortly. You're watching ECN. The final's on the way. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
After 2 weeks and 47 matches of action here in Krefeld, 2 teams are standing. Golden Star Bond on their debut. They have been incredible and they've been giant killers. And so have these guys. The Spartans have been up and away, but only one of them will be able to raise this trophy. We'll have new champions this year. I'm Mr. Maximo, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Germany Krefeld final, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back. It is the final match, match 48 here in Krefeld. The National Performance Centre has been host to this series, which has provided so much action and entertainment for our viewers all around the world. But only one of these teams will be walking away with this trophy. It is GSB Golden Star Bond on ECS debut. They've been amazing, haven't they? They knocked out the Black Caps earlier this morning, but now they have to take on the Bayer Spartans, and they have been the chaseologists. I just think that both teams probably do want to bowl first and get that chase, because that has been a bit of a trend in the semi-finals. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Rob Kemming.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is heads. We are gonna ball first.
So it is Golden Star Bond that win the toss and elect to field first. I said I think that both teams wanted to chase, and they chased successfully this morning. But first they ruined the Black Caps' top order. Spartans, they've chased 2 ton-plus totals in the final series so far. Well, they have to bat first and set a total, so a slightly different feel for them. Both teams 6 and 4. I think it's very even. Rico, who's going to win it? I can't tell you. It's going to be an absolutely crackerjack final, I think. Over to you. Let's get it started. Your last game in a while, Rico. I can tell you the news from the toss. It is GSB winning the toss, and no surprises, they're bowling first.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, and what a marvellous sneak preview of that trophy. Well, which one of these 2 teams will get their hands on that beauty? Golden Star Bond winning the toss and electing to field first. So basically what they're saying is that we know the firepower of the Spartans, we know that they like to chase, and they've shown that already, but they want to put the pressure on them when they are batting first. They want to do, or try to do, the same thing that they did this morning in that semi-final one against Dusseldorf Black Caps. Put the pressure on them and hopefully get them to fold, get those early wickets, and then go out there and do the job themselves. So can they do it again? Can they repeat what they did early in the morning? Well, we'll have to wait and see. So what that does mean is that, well, we're going to have to see the Spartans do things slightly different. They do like the chase, and you got to say that they did the chase brilliantly against Clon CC. Chasing 103 was the score on the board, so 104 the target, and they got there with 8 balls to go. And it was their man, Wakas Fatmi, that has been in such good form at the moment. The captain gave them a good start as well, though, with 31 for 17, but certainly Fatmi is the one to watch out for. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying, that 100 to 105 to the Spartans. So it's going with the Spartans, but saying that it's going to be a close match. It's always delightful to see an array of colour out there in the middle. And we know that we're going to see the black from the Spartans, but loving the gold and also the purple from the stars out there, the lovely purple kits. The gold star on the front. Well, it lets us know who they are. They are the stars. And Imtiaz Sardar, he's hoping to get off to a brilliant start. He bowled brilliantly well, didn't he, in the semi-final. So they're just changing it slightly. Remember that Lila Gurugubeli, he opened, and this is one thing that we've seen a fair bit from the Golden Star Bonds. They do rotate the bowlers quite a bit, and my only question mark would be, well, when something works for you, as it did earlier today, why change it? So why not stick with Gurugubeli once again right at the top? But they're going with Imtiaz. There's obviously some thought behind that. And the man who's opening up is somebody, well, you just don't bowl to him on his legs. It's as simple as that. And I was having a bit of a chat with Asif, the captain of the Bayer Spartans, and he was actually having a laugh with me, saying he just doesn't understand why bowlers still bowl at his pads. He said, they know where I like it. He said, but they still bowl it there, and they still bowl short to me. So the umpire saying, hang on a minute, you've got to wait. The official timekeeper for Drikke Constant will say to me, go, and then we go. Well, it's time to go now. In comes Imtiaz. And they're asking the question. They believe they got the man. What does the umpire think? The umpire is not moving. The umpire is not moving. Well, they're sure. They are certain that they have this. Well, the two umpires are coming together here. I'm not sure what they could be discussing here. There's the movement, and the catch has cleanly been taken. And after consultation, the two umpires say and agree that this is out. So there you go. I mean, he draws him into the shot. Everybody goes up. I mean, there's no doubt about it from Imtiaz. And look at the way he turns around and does the double teapot to the umpire. He's saying, no way. How can he say that's not out? But in the end, the umpires come together, have a bit of a chat. Not sure what they would have been discussing there. It's clear that the ball was taken cleanly. And Mohammed Asif, the captain, he goes without scoring. And it's another golden duck. Well, this is exactly Golden Star Bond did in the semi-final. They took the wicket off the very first ball. That time round, it was Guru Gubeli. This time round, it's Sardar. So Mohammed Asif, he departs the captain for a golden. And Golden Star Bond, well, maybe that's why their first name is Golden. That's what they do. They get golden ducks at the first ball of an innings. So, big moment. New batter comes in. And, well, another man that's got a golden duck this morning is Siddiqui, remember? Went out there, got out early, but he'll still play one way. I don't think he'll change his way. He doesn't change his way. And, oh, he's put down. It could have been another golden. Gurwinder Singh, of all people, you would never expect him to put this down. Oh, well, despair to start off with from Imtiaz Sardar, but then afterwards he lifts himself up and applauds the effort from Gurwinder. Does the hard work, he gets there, but you can see there he's off balance, and that goes into the catch. Oh, well, Naqvi knows how important that could have been. Could have been 2 in 2. Well, make a note of that. Siddiqui dropped on 0 by Gurwinder. Getting a run on the board, 1 for 1. Sardar now gets that full up there to Wakas. Fatmi gets a single. Tension building there in the middle. Gurwinder walks around just thinking, how, why? It wasn't easy though. It wasn't easy. Massive swing here from Siddiqui. You can see he's not going to change the way that he bats. He's only got one thing on his mind. Well, Wakas wants to have a word with him, and Siddiqui will say, hey, man, it's the way I bat. Don't you worry about it. Me and you, we're different. Imtiaz knows he could have had 2. Draws him into that shot one more time. It's the ball that just, he's getting it to drift away from the right-hander, and Siddiqui, he's playing it too early. So he's getting there and playing his shot at the ball that's moving away from him. So unless he comes down the wicket and tries to hit it fuller, I mean, the shot is on. Wicketkeeper is also standing back. So he may decide to take that option. Sardar, what will he do? Try something different here. He goes more at the stumps. It's an absolute beaut. Absolute beaut. Well, what a delivery this is. Well, that's a Jaffa, isn't it? Absolute Jaffa. Beats him all ends up. What an over that was. Quite outstanding. Really was. So it's 2 on the board. 1 wicket down as well. As we have a look at some of the stats there, let's see the bowling. Why don't we have a look at the 2 bowling efforts on the teams. Guru Gubeli, it's been good. It wouldn't surprise me if he comes on next. And Nwabi, of course, the spin, and Baragi in the team once more. He's another option to use up here. And then on the other side for the Spartans, Hassan, he's starting to come good again. Came good again today after a bad day yesterday. the slinger Asmari, and also Bushan. Bushan really hasn't quite performed to his capabilities for me. I think he's a talented player, just tries to bowl a little bit too quick for me. Well, they are going with Baragi here, so they're holding back Guru Kubeli. Baragi starts with a full toss, and it's a Gandhi ball. It's a Gandhi ball, and it's just been helped along his bay by Wakas Fatmi. And he'll say, well, thank you very much. I needed that. That comes out the middle of my bat. He's a man who's in good form. Remember, he scored a very fine 30 yesterday. And then today, he was in form again with a fantastic 55 not out of 24 deliveries. So he doesn't need any looseness. Baragi needs to get it right, needs to pitch. Does. Gurwinder gets down, does the fielding. Nice gentle throw back to the bowler. Slower delivery. Quick work from Naeem Khan. The pocket rocket behind the stumps. Flicks it back on, but you can see there Siddiqui stays in his crease. Clever from Baragi. He's just taken the pace off slightly here. He knows that Siddiqui probably just wanting the pace on the ball. Doesn't give it to him. Nice to hear. The fielder supporting the bowler, the wicket keeper, Naeem Khan. Come on, Barigi, come on. They're bowling well here. 7 for 1, halfway through the second. Nicely bowled. This time he changes the angle, goes a bit wider. Goes to Nawabi. Hasn't he been sensational? Rahib Nawabi with his slow bowling, and of course don't forget his contribution in the quarter-final yesterday to get victory for his team. Changing the field here to Wakas. They send both men straight back. So he's got to bowl full, he can't be bowling short. And this has been hit pretty well. It's going to take some stopping. And well, what happens here? Gurwinder is running right, and this hits something on the deck and starts going the other way. I don't know if this helped Gurwinder or not. Have a look at this, where this ball ends up. Oh, it hits the fielder. Deflected by the fielder. So a bit of relay work there. In the air, shouts to catch it, and it has been caught. Siddiqui goes. He didn't want to listen to Wakas Fatmi. He says, no, let me play my game. Went for the big shot, doesn't get it. Another catch taken. And Imtiaz is the man that does the damage here. Well, they just keep making things happen, don't they? It's another wicket that goes down. And, who's taking the catch? I think that's Lela Guru Gubeli. That's normally his area. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. Guru Gubeli. They don't use him to open up. They're just changing around all the time. I suppose what that means is that it's very difficult for the opposition to do the homework on you. 9 for 2. And it's a fantastic start. 2 overs down. And it will be Imtiaz to continue to bowl. And fine time to welcome back into the ice cube is Mr. Maximo. Well, it's not too cold in here, but it's spicy out there.
It sure is. It's an interesting start to the game, wasn't it? Looking back at what we've seen on finals day, we knew it'd be excitement. There sure has been. Golden Star Bond. How upsetting the Black Caps. I think it is an upset. I think Black Caps set the pace, didn't they, in Group B, only losing 1 game, and it wasn't really their regular team. And then we saw the Spartans doing the job in semi-final number 2. Here's Sada, who will continue after his good first over that brought a wicket very first ball, 2 singles and 3 dots, and then we had a wicket off the last ball of the second. Yeah, what did you make of that? That first one was an interesting one. I mean, it did seem to me, just naked eye, that there probably was a little edge, but it was an interesting time for the umpires to come together, because normally the only way you do that is when there's a question if it carries or not.
Yeah.
Because normally if you're having a conference, you're not going there to say, hey, do you think that's an edge or not? Because it's not really the square leg umpire's position.
No.
They're not their opinion isn't worth much, in my opinion, on those kind of ones. Sada. Oh, false shots, hanging in the air, and he's dropped the undroppable, almost a chance for a run out. Well, how has he dropped this, Nukvi? I mean, this pops up almost like you were throwing something to your grandma, and he found a way to put it down, and it was a double mistake here. You see, he just tries to block it, but it goes too far. Nukvi can't believe he's dropped that.
Oh, no, he's coming too fast. I think he thinks the ball's going to be coming quicker. It's not. He comes in too fast. The ball, he's trying to take it right in front of his face, loses it for a second, hits his hand, can't find it. That's a big, big moment. What a drop, what a let-off.
Sure is. Shazab Khan dropped first ball. In fact, he misses out on this one, just inside the tram line. Yeah, it was an interesting one. Yeah, so sometimes umpires, I've seen them do this. They'll go to square leg and they'll say, look, I think it's out. Is there any reason you think that it shouldn't be out? And they'll say, well, no. Because what can they say? If there's a really obvious something, like a huge edge, like chopped onto the pad or something for an LBW, sometimes a square leg umpire can assist, but most of the time they're only good to see if it carries or not. Full toss, bad ball, Gundy ball, and that one is going to scatter the Black Caps, and it's well taken down there. Well, I'll tell you what, it looks like Gupta, who's going to enjoy the match while he gets ready to receive his bronze medal. This one never touches the ground again from the moment that it leaves the bowler's hand, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, they fed him 2 down there, and every time you put it there, it's going to be put away. Well, it's a moment to enjoy for the fielding side, but not one that Golden Stars will enjoy. They've got to do better than that. Imtiaz lets his side down slightly with that one.
Better ball, driven straight. There should be protection there. There is. Here's another man that spilled a chance. Guri, you don't expect that from him. Well, Lily's saying it didn't look out to her. And look, it wasn't conclusive one way or the other. I had a suspicion he might have edged it, but I got no idea. The umpire is in the best position. The players are a lot closer. They can hear even better than we can. So, yeah, it's really up to that standing umpire to make that decision, though. That's the thing. They have to make the decision and live or die by it. And I'll tell you something in a second. As we see, Shazay looking a bit nervy early on. Misses out on this one. Actually, Charles Crouch, one of our tournament referees, says this to the umpires sometimes, and I like this. As we get to the end of the third over, it is 18 for 2. He says, you know what? Sometimes you've got to stand there and prepared to eat a bad decision. You might just see it wrong, and you have to take responsibility and go, this is what I saw. It might be right, it might be wrong. But you got to know when your partner can help you and when they can't. And I think caught behinds for the most part, when there's little edges, that's one you've just got to go with what you think.
Absolutely. Well, 12 days of action we've had here. 47 matches before this one. Almost 9,000 runs, over 500 wickets. And it comes down to this. Who will be crowned the champions of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Krefeld? And well, at the moment, you'd have to say that maybe the underdogs here, the surprise package, the team making debut, Golden Star Born, would probably fancy himself on top.
Here's a guy we didn't see bowling this morning, Niamat Safi. He's going to come out to bowl over number 4. Oh, it's a good start, isn't it? Bites back off the wicket. We'll scramble through for 1. In fact, he's the leading run scorer in the tournament now, and he's been really, really good. Yeah. So he becomes a big target, isn't he, for Golden Star Bond to get him out of there.
Safi looks the part, doesn't he? Look, there's a story behind his shaven head.
Oh, yeah.
Which I'll share with you in between deliveries. Because when we first saw him, he had a okay head of hair, but we'll go on to that in a moment.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
Well bowled. Well, what the story is when after his first few games, you know, his celebrations with the old turns around and does the old moustache trick, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he was showing it to all his friends, and all his friends were laughing, saying, well, forget about that. What about your hair? Because it was pretty patchy.
Right. Yeah, so I do remember seeing that, actually.
They were all making comments about his hair. So.
All right, to be continued. It's going to be a leg bye, I think.
So he decided, well, there's a shy, but they do get home. So he decided, well, look, enough is enough. I'm not having everybody taking the mickey out my hair when I'm coming into bowl. So it's all come off. You shaved it all off.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Yep.
Get the Bruce Willis look. It's old WG Grace look more so, I think, if you want to compare it to a cricketer. Yeah, so a question in the chat. Come back to that in a second. Safi, again, gets that inseam. Just mistimed pull for 1. So, yeah, Spartans haven't had to bat first in the final series, and at the moment, a bit of a shaky start from them, no doubt about it. But they've got plenty of time, and they've got plenty of hitters, don't they, to get them out of trouble. Yeah, so question from Vinny's wife in the chat, who seems to be back. asking, will this winner of this game qualify for the Champions League, the ECL? Answer that question in a minute. Short and hooked, and this is going to sail away, and that's going to go over the rope. Well, another good attempt, and Gupta isn't going to get 2 in a row, but it will be out of the ground. Maximo! Just the first real error in length, I think. Safi rolls the dice, hoping he might get a top edge, but Gupta, well, he ends up on his backside, but the result is 6 badly needed runs for the Spartans.
I'm glad to see them having some fun. Why not? You know, they've done their hard work. Just trying to get the catch in there. And I don't know if that's Gupta. I think that might be Patel, you know, Neeraj Patel. But well, he's throwing himself around. He did take one, I suppose. That one I was worried he was going to slide and take out the fielder running to try and get the ball.
You're not wrong. Again, short. Cut away, and well, that could run away for 4, you know, and it will. That just shows you, I think I've said a few times this week, the cut shot, if you can play it well, there's value, because there's rarely fielders that are guarding that boundary.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing in this at all, Vinny. Nothing in this shot at all. Just gets it past the line, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, so into the over, 31 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Happy final to everyone. Happy last game for a couple of weeks for you. Couple of things to cover. The team that win the Bundesliga here, they go through to the ECL. So that's Darmstadt CC. So we'll see Darmstadt CC. And you might say, why is that? We'll see. We've had 2 ECS tournaments here, and they haven't covered all the regions. So, you know, each country will decide how they do it. Like in Italy, it was ultimately the ECS that decides it. Most countries it isn't, because they want to give all countries, all clubs in all regions the chance to qualify for ECL. And I do think that's fair.
Yeah.
So that is something. The other thing was a few people wishing you happy last game, and Shrug saying, hope you have a great couple of weeks off. It's always a bit sad, he says, when it's your last game in a while, but this 2 weeks, I'm sure it'll fly by in Belgium.
Fine. Look, thank you all very much. You've been absolutely marvellous. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself the last 5 weeks in Rome, Dresden, and here. You guys have been amazing, and you've made it great for me. And thank you also to Tyrone, who I shared some time with in Dresden, and also to Professor Ujwal.
Yeah, of course.
Who was here for the first week while you were away. So thank you all very much. So played away to mid-wicket. There's the old Tortuga bounce that you'd expect. Gugabelli, no mistakes.
Plenty of questions in the last couple of days about where we're going next. And so, yeah, we're talking about Belgium, which starts on Monday, which is the 29th of August. We have 5 weeks where the ECS will take a break for the ECC and the ECT10, which will be 7 days a week in Khartoum. Wait for that. I think they'll get there, especially after the fumble. Yeah, so that's going to be really exciting to see T10 international cricket. That's the next time you'll see Rico, for all you Rico fans out there. I know there's plenty of them. So it'll be 12th of September. And yeah, we'll start with a group with 5 real top teams. Goes for this, but slightly mishits it. I think it's still enough, and it is. And it was well placed, really, because it was away from the fielder. And Fatmi will go Maximo. Shows his power, because I don't think this is right off the middle. He drags the ball that probably would have been a call to wide, but it goes straight down the ground for 6.
Yeah, well, this man, Rahib Nawabi, has always found a way to get batters out. They've taken him on, and they may get away with 1 or 2, but he always gets his man. Let's see if he's going to keep that touch about him in the final. Nawabi
wants to twirl the moustache, doesn't he? And I don't think he will with this one either, because this is not a good delivery. It's full toss, banged and back-to-back, rolling the dice, and coming up double 6s. Fatmi goes large.
Yeah, I mean, this is just it's not a good delivery, and you can see Wakas Fatmi says, well, you know what? I'm not in no danger at all. It's outside the line. It's a full toss. He just goes down, goes low, meets it on the full, smacks it for a big 6. So, Nawabi under pressure here.
Couple to come here. Will he try and go the batter's hat-trick? He wants to. He really wants that leg side at the moment, doesn't he? And this is going to be 4, and, well, maybe a slight Tortuga. But, well, Govinda Singh, who's normally such a reliable fielder, he's just had the yips a little bit in this innings. Look how far back Fatmi gets. He almost steps on the keeper's toes. But the result bounces off the fielder and 4 more runs. This is a counter-attack coming from the Spartans. Yeah,
this is not good from Gurwinder. I don't think it's that much of a Tortuga. He needs to stop that. And, well, he's...
Yeah, it's going to be more. And how many more? 6 more. That's straight into the woods. Maximo, and what a finish to the over. Goes 6, 6, 4, 6 to finish as the 5th goes magical. 22, 24 in fact come off it. and it's 55 for 2 after 5. And the Spartans with that over, they're right back on pace.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the best of over. The thing was, there wasn't too much wrong, I don't think, with the length. It was the line. He was giving him room outside the off, and all Wakas Fatmi was doing there was saying, well, okay, if I step across here, I'm in no danger at all. There's no LBW issue, there's nothing. And he's got the power to hit the ball over the top. So that's disappointing. And he's raced to 40 of just 15 deliveries.
That was a shot which caused Ripon Ahmed in the chat to use 6 emojis. So you know that comment's not going to stick around. That's been blocked already as I speak. But, yeah, what an over, Nawabi. It's not an over that he'll want to remember. But I want to say a quick hello to Kitty Hundley, who's in the chat, watching from Virginia in the USA. Hello, Kitty. Hope you're well. Always great to see you tuning in. Hopefully you can join us in Belgium as well. And maybe I can put on the chat a question after this first ball from Nakvi. Not a very good one. Turns it around the corner. Well, this might have gone all the way, you know. Might have been one bounce. We'll have to have a look. But it certainly went very quickly to the boundary. It's just something that Shazab could turn on. And remember, he was dropped very first ball. Yeah, 1 bounce 4. And right now, after a very good start, Golden Star Bond just feel like they're losing control of this innings.
Yeah, the first 3 overs were fantastic. One, they're 18 for 2. And now, well, we've had 2 very good ones for the batting side, and Nakvi doesn't start well down the leg side. It's one thing that they didn't do hardly at all in that semi-final. They bowled so well, they bowled good length, they made the batters play straight, they made the batters have to dig the ball out, and yet here they're bowling short and down the leg side.
Goes pace on again. This one is gone. Maximal. Shazab Khan is getting in on the action, and this is the way the Spartans bat. They have no filter, and right now they're swinging for the fences.
Yeah, look, nothing Gurguleli can do about that. It's a big hit. He was dropped on 0. Remember that, and he was dropped by the man doing the bowling. So everyone that gets pelted over away the boundary here now, he's hurting even more, Nakvi.
Yeah, better bowling, goes slower and actually tries to turn one. I like that pace from Nakvi. He tends to always want to go quicker when he gets hit, and the batters love it. They just start playing him like a medium pacer. That one was slower and forced a false shot, but Shazab Khan gets away with it.
Nakvi now, well, Khan gets to the other end, and now it's Fatmi. That's on strike. Look how deep he is in his crease. You know where he wants to hit it.
Well, he misses out. Probably get a bye here. Will, as Naeem Khan couldn't gather it. This way, though, however many they get, it won't feel like they're total safe with this GSB batting lineup. They've also shown they can pack a punch. And if this becomes a batting-heavy game for the rest of the game, then maybe Golden Stars will look back in the first 2 overs and go, look, you know, we kept them down for 2 overs, and we can have 10 good overs with the bat, and we can maybe win it. But it's been pretty powerful stuff. There's the pace on the ball again, and you can forget it. This one's out of here. 6 more, Maximal. This partnership is growing and growing. It's up to 64 now, and you see they just seem very comfortable. They know what they're going to get. It's not really spin, is it? It's more pace on the ball, and they're ready, and they're waiting.
But look how short that was, Vinny. That was so short. The batter's got so much time just to drop back, pick the spot, and bang it to the boundary. They're not going to miss hit these. These 2 hit the ball too well.
Pitched up, hit very hard, and that's 4. Well, that's going to bang into the banner. The Deutsche Cricket Bund. Well, that was lucky to still be standing. Just have a look at how hard this was hit, and the fielder only had about 5 or 6 metres to go. He wasn't going to get close to that. So that's the end of another over, another big over, another magical over. So after 24 came off Nawabi's 5th, 22 come off the 6th from Navi, and the score is 77 for 2. Yeah, Nakvi, he'll be pretty annoyed, to say the least. I want to say a quick hello to Ivan as well, who's in the chat. And I was going to ask the people in the chat, what countries are you really looking forward to seeing in the ECC? People ask me that question. They ask you that question. What countries are you looking forward to seeing? Not necessarily the ones that you think will win it, but what countries are you looking forward to seeing? And I mentioned a few, I think, yesterday. That's my question for you in the chat.
Safi being asked to come back.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can produce.
Big over, isn't it? No ball call.
This is the return crease, I reckon. He's had this issue before, has Safi. Let's have a look at this. I reckon he's cutting the return crease. That back foot.
Spot on. Yeah, it is. And so if anything touches that sideline with the back foot, it's going to be a no ball, and the umpires are all over it. And he might be saying, look, I haven't grounded it, but he probably does. I mean, yeah. And also the umpire can't really tell. So if he thinks you've grounded it, he's going to give the no ball. So, yeah, now we've got a free hit situation. So they brought back Safi for a reason, has backfired with 5 bonus runs so far. Can he stop this runaway train, which is the Spartans' innings?
I'm going to see this delivery and I'll come back to something here, Vinny.
There's a free hit, don't forget. And a lot of work for the fielder. Oh, he does very well, and I think this will be a clean stop. Yeah, brilliant work there from Bairagi. I'm sure they'll have a look at it, but I'm almost certain that this is fine. In fact, I think maybe they're just happy with it being a clean stop. He never touches the rope. It's right in front of us, and then, yeah, you see.
I think he does really well.
Yeah,
he does not make contact with the rope.
Yeah, it does very, very well there. Edged, and it's going to be over the keeper. It was an edge that was so thick that it went over. Naeem Khan, who can't believe it. He tries to go up, and I don't know if he gets a little touch on it, maybe a bit of leather. I don't think you can call it a chance, but Wakas is having a day out here in the final. And, well, right now, you're watching Shazab Khan, who will move to 37 with that shot. Ball hit pretty hard as well. Mind the Tortuga, it'll just be 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, the question I've got on the tip of my tongue, and a lot of other people are thinking about this as well. Guru Gabelli, where is he?
Yeah, true.
This is the issue for me with Golden Stars Bond. They've got good bowlers, wicket-taking bowlers that take wickets at the top of the order. They uproot the openers, and yet he's not even being given the ball here. Now, when he's going to get given the ball, it's probably going to be the next over. So they're going to want him to bowl the 8th and the 10th.
Yeah.
But by then, these batters, look at them. They're seeing the ball the size of the football. He's coming on to do the impossible. You've got to use him early. It's a mistake that they made. They didn't make that mistake in the semi-final. He got the wicket then early on. He bowled brilliantly, just leaving him too late.
Yeah, true. Well, this is a slight miss hit, and this is a chance. Got to break this partnership, and they will, finally. It took a while, didn't it? And it's Guru Gabelli. Well, he might have to hold on to the ball because I think in a ball or two, he will be bowling, but right now he does end the partnership, ends the carnage for now at least, as Shazab Khan, who should have been gone for 0, he ends up making 38 of 15, and that is finally the 3rd wicket. It's 89 for 3, and Rico, that 3rd wicket partnership ended up being worth 80 runs, and well, it came
how
up,
many balls?
Yeah, it came up in 30 balls, so
yeah,
it's pretty good going, isn't it?
That's some rate, isn't it? And yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Naqvi, well, what must he be feeling? Not only did he drop Shazid Khan on 0, then when he came on to bowl, he was pelted for 22 off the over, and most of them came off that man. Well, this is the wicket. Guru Gabelli, the man we're wondering why he's not bowling or hasn't bowled as yet, does take the catch.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be caught into action, like I said. So Safi will have one more ball to bowl. New batter, of course, will be on strike. It's Shamil Nias, who'll get to face the last ball of the 7th. Gone. Well, 2 in 2. Well, he had an extra ball because of the no ball, and he makes the most of it. And, well, no surprises. The moustache gets tweaked. And so, although he didn't have a great time out there for a lot of it, he does finish with the bang, bang. And Nias, his stay is a short one. It's 89 for 4. Yeah, we'll have a look at this again on the replay. And I mean,
it's a
pretty good ball to a new batter, isn't it?
It's a beauty. And he just gets it in the right place. And there he goes. There's that celebration. He says, all right, I didn't do it first time around because there weren't too much to celebrate. But he does take it this one, gets it right up there, knocks them over. A great delivery. And just like that, well, they've got another one back. 89 for 4. 7 overs gone. Guru Gabelli now looking to line things up. Nias, I don't remember him
played a couple of games, but you haven't seen too much of him, that's for sure. But coming Monday, as we were saying, we're in Belgium. I'll be there with Charlie Hunt, who will be making his ECS debut. Looking forward to that. Group A action. Antwerp versus the Ostend Exiles. And the Ostend Exiles, well, remember them from the ECL. You remember that with the Adil Diwan Ali?
Yes, I do.
Actually, the first hat-trick of the year was Adil Diwan Ali in the ECL. And then in the afternoon, we've got 12 Stars Cricket Club versus the Michelin Eagles. And so all that action will start. Same start time there in Belgium, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Join us for the start of a brand new adventure. The ECS Belgium back for the first time in 2 years, because it was 2020 when we were last there. And back then it was only a 2-day series. So now they're going to get 2 weeks. I think it's going to be a fantastic exhibition. And we know the Belgians, they love to smash the ball around. They came second at the ECC last year, don't forget. So here we go. Here's the man we talked a lot about. Leela Guru Gabelli. And this is a false shot, but it should just be 1. It is. So, yeah, a lot going on. I was asking how how people thought about particular teams in the ECC. Let us know what team you're looking forward to seeing. Shrug, we had a question about the teams with 11 on the end of their name. So there's England, Ireland, Scotland and the Netherlands. And that is because their official teams are playing in the T20 World Cup or working towards that at the moment. So they are more or less A sides. The England side will pretty much be comprised of the best amateur players in England. This is going to be hit to deep mid wicket, but there's no restrictions. I mean, they can choose it however they like to do it. And I've actually heard, I was hearing this morning, that Harrison Ward is obviously playing for them. He's in the county system now, but also lots of county players have been ringing the England 11 manager saying, hey, I want to play this. I'm available. So that's what I'm hearing. All right, in the air, nobody's catching this. To back off it in the end, Beragi. But how good's that? That obviously a lot of professional players are saying, hey, I'm here, I'm available, I want to play.
What it tells you is that the word has got out.
Yeah.
The word has got out. Not just the people now know it's a prestigious event to play and people want to play it. People now know that, well, millions of people are loving it and watching it around the world. And they want to be part of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Clean pickup, we'll just keep it to 1 here. Beragi's been busy, hasn't he? And a lot of people talking about the Belgian Grand Prix, which is actually on tomorrow. So I actually think if I'm playing my cards right and get into Brussels, and I might be able to maybe find an F1 party somewhere because everyone will be wrapping that up.
You just have a word
before we get going.
Have a word with the drive. He can drop you off somewhere.
Should be gone. Is gone. A nice catch. That's the captain, Zakir Khan. And that is the key man, isn't it? And guess who? Gurugabelli. Well, Rico was asking, where was he? And when he's come back, he's finally removed Wakas, and that's something that nobody else could do. So Fatmi falls just short of a half century, goes for 48 off 22, and in the 8th over, the score is 93 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, well done to Gurugabelli. He gets the big wicket, and just like that, you see, I mean, I know there's other batters that come in to try and do the same thing, and there will be, I'm sure they'll hit a few boundaries, but not to the rate that this man was. So that should help to just slow things down a little bit. It will still be a big score. It will still take some getting. But look, for me, it's simple. When you've got a wicket-taking machine in your lineup, you don't hold him back, especially when the opposition are scoring at this rate. You use him at the top end. And when you know your opposition have got 4 good batters, 4 big batters, get them out and you're in with a shot. Remember, they removed one of them, the very first ball of the innings. Okay, never mind the catch that went down. They could have had Naqvi early, could have had Siddiqui earlier than they got him, but you got to use them up the top of the order. That's what your main strike bowlers are there for, to get you wickets.
Hit hard, and he's into the gap as well. This will be 4. Well, that's a pretty good shot, isn't it, for a guy coming out facing his first ball. It's the only 4 who'll face this over. Zakirullah Asmari, who comes out and bangs a 4. So despite the 5 wickets they've lost, they're not slowing down, Rico. 97 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down. I mean, every batter that's coming in now is going to say, look, we're already at probably what's a decent score, almost to the 100. We're just going to go out there with no fear and go and play our big shots. That's got to be their mindset. They're looking to get, I think, here at 130.
Yeah, now another issue. Actually, no, it won't be an issue because we started 10 minutes late. So I was just looking at my watch saying that's 42 minutes, but it's not. It's only 32 minutes because we started 10 minutes late. So we'll have no worries with penalty runs here. They just got to get through this over, and they've got, I don't know, 10 minutes or something to do it. So we got Beragi, who is going to bowl over number 9. Long to Hassan. Pitches up, and sometimes slow is better. It's probably smart not to throw there. It would have given away a run, I think, if he missed. And now he's having to justify why he didn't throw to several fielders nearby. But Kitty's asking, what are they playing in the other field? Good question. I think, well, normally there's a bit of football here on the weekends. So that might be what they're playing in the background. But yeah, I can't see too much going on. The cheerleaders stuck around and were doing a bit more practicing afterwards. Got a bit of attention from the guys. Hit hard and a couple of bounces. They're thinking of a second, but it's pretty good fielding. Straight back to the keeper, so they wouldn't have got away with it. Just a single. To remember, they had all these magical overs in the middle, didn't they? But the start wasn't particularly good. At the moment, the end's not particularly good either.
But they got 46 of 2 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
pretty much half the runs in the innings. Slow ball again. Gurugabelli gets hit to mid-wicket. Safi will do the fielding out there. Creates a bit of an issue for Naeem, but he's up to it. It's up to 99. Yeah, so Any other questions about the ECC or the Belgium ECS coming up? Let us know. If you know where any good F1 parties will be on Sunday night when I get there. And we're actually doing something a bit different this time as far as the mode of transport. Just hit pretty hard into the gap. This will be 4. No one stopping this. And nice little shuffle makes this fuller than it probably was. Hassan, just have a look. Almost like you dance down to a spinner, isn't it? And he goes walkabout and he hits that really hard and flat. And again, showing you don't have to go aerial to get runs on this field.
Yeah, he creates the room for himself to get a good swing on this. But he makes good firm contact. His placement, he knows where he wants to hit this and creates the room. And then, well, he puts it down that line, that imaginary line that he created.
100 up for the Spartans now. Again, this ball slightly slower. Will be fielded by Guri. He did have the yips, and because he has to fall down, then they decide to go for a second. Now, they probably could have got a third there, but they just weren't really on the same page. So there will be 2. Well, there's 2 slips, 2 runs, and 2 batters that couldn't decide on a third in that exchange. Well,
there we go. Let's have a look at this.
It wasn't just Guri that slipped. Have a look at the bowler here. Whoop. Whoop. That's a proper Benny Hill. That's a really good fast motion.
There.
Thank you, Martin.
I'm liking that.
Last ball of the over. That one is slower, and it's picked, and it is sent out of the ground. That's out of here. Maximo Hassan played some really good shots that over, so they're not done yet. 1-1-1 on the board. 111 for 5 with an over remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that they would ideally, they want to go past the 120. I think they still eyeing up 130. I think they believe in their minds that a 120 score that is something that Golden Star Bond, if they get cracking, they could get. I think anything more than that, they reckon that is going to be maybe the score that probably takes the air out of the Golden Star Bond. So this over is pretty important. Let's see if let's see if they can get to the 120. B, let's see if they can get closer to that 130 mark.
Right, a couple of things I've got to cover this over. We won't have long. Gurubelli will try and close things out. Miss hit. They want to push for 2. Called it straight away. Don't think they'll take it on. Again, these 2 have both hit the ball reasonably well, so you don't want to give away a wicket for nothing. Yeah, so instead of going by plane or train, we're going by bus to Belgium tomorrow. Just myself and Diana, our photographer, and also Michael, our scorer, who are making the trip. Everyone else having a bit of a break. That's smashed. That sounded good off the bat, and it is good. That's out of here as well. Maximo Hassan's playing a blinder towards the end here. He moves to 20 on of just 8 balls. This length is slot length in the 10th over, and it disappears.
Well, what a shot that is from a man who's having a few health issues as well. The captain was telling me, but he hit that clean, and the 120 is almost there now.
Got to get fuller. Got to get fuller. I know you don't want to bowl at full toss, but you got to get block hole-ish. Short again. That's asking to be hit, and it will be hit over cover. Takes on the fielder and wins. Back-to-back Maximos. Hassan's away, and so are the Spartans.
Yeah, this is what they want. Volley, 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 boom. Shaka, Lagia, and well, Hassan, he said, had a day to forget yesterday, but so far today has been good. He picked up 3 wickets in the semi-final, and now here he is, hitting the ball big, getting them up to that 130 score I was talking about.
Okay, I also have to tell you what zorbing is after this ball. I've been trying to get onto this for an over. That's what they think the sport is in the background. Well, firstly, let's watch another 6, because this is an exhibition. 6, 6, 6. The Devils' number, and right now it's the Golden Stars that are fighting it pretty hot in the kitchen, and that's all because of the big hitting of Taha Hassan.
Oh, this is sensational. What a hit that is. That is a Bizaway supersonic 6. And the 130 on the board. A few of you probably thought, Rico, what are you talking about? They're not going to get the 130 with the 111 after 9. You want to talk to me again? I'll give you my number at the end of it. That's why Papua New Guinea are after me.
They had an 18-run power play as well. You know what? He's not done yet, but he's missed this one. Oh, hey, where are you going? He's saying, hey, did you hit 3 6s or did I hit 3 6s? I think he knows as Mari as well that he's made a bit of a boo-boo there.
I like the way he waved to him as he's running off. He said, bye-bye, bye-bye, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, well, have a look at this.
The only way that he was leaving his crease here is if Asmari physically wrestles him out, because he said, hey, No way. And then does he give him a little wave, does he?
He does. When he's running here, we probably don't see it on the camera. Look,
I
there,
think
they
it's
see the funny
hilarious.
side of it.
He's like, what are you doing? He's only watching the same game we're watching. All right, Zorbing, look it up. I'm going to look it up in the break. Apparently, so we get in giant inflatable balls and smash into each other. That's something I'm going to look at. But first, here's the last ball. And it's the man of the moment, Hassan, on strike. And he cracks this one pretty hard. Not an easy one for the fielder. They'll take it to anyway. Naeem's got something to do, and he'll run him out. That's actually a really good bit of work from Naeem. He gets the glove off so he can throw easier. And so he will finally be run out, but not before. He's whacked, count them up, how many? 34 off 12, Taha Hassan. So the Spartans themselves chased a score in the 120s yesterday to stay alive in the competition. Right now for the trophy, Golden Star Bond, they're going to need 132. Look at this, good bit of work laid on to affect the run out, and then gets out of here. But yeah, what looked like a score that might end up around the 110 mark or something par-ish suddenly is a bit above, and that's because of Taha Hassan. He scores 34, pardon me, like I said, and they get up to 131. That builds on the back of that very good contribution from Fatmi 48 and also Shazab Khan of 38. Right now, runs on the board, looking good, but we know anything's possible here in Krefeld.
Yeah, absolutely. What a superb knock that was from Taha Hassan. The boy, the star, he comes back when it matters. He was so good early on in the group stage, and then it all went wrong, and I was talking to his captain who said he's not been 100% well. That's why, if you notice, we saw him bowling from half his run up, but he's come good on finals day, hasn't he? Taking wickets and now smashing the ball all over the place. But what a start it was, because Imtiaz Sadar got the first wicket, the caught behind. Well, as he wasn't happy about it, but then there was that chance, wasn't there? Siddiqui could have gone on 0. Gurwinder put him down, but there was an even bigger let-off that came because Siddiqui, he was to go, caught by Gurgubeli. And then there was this. This was just amazing for Naqvi. Naqvi, such a quality player, putting that down, it was a dolly.
And really was.
Then he went on to crash a big 38 from just 15 deliveries.
Yeah, those missed opportunities, I think, came back to bite them. And Gupta, although he did take a good crowd catch, he wasn't able to catch that one. But then it was kind of off to the races, wasn't it? In overs 4, 5 and 6, particularly 5 and 6. They both went magical, 24 and 22 of those 2 overs. Later on, we'll see the last go for 20 as well. So 3 magical overs out of 10. You're probably going to build a good score. And they do, despite only scoring 18 in the power play. So it really was a big hitting bonanza, wasn't it? They hit 11 maximos in the innings. They also hit 9 fours. And then just a few avoidables like that one from Safi that ended up being a no ball for a back foot infraction. And then, yeah, it was just pretty good how they could replicate the big swings. And then we saw 2 and 2, and we thought, well, maybe there's a bit of a comeback. And yeah, the moustaches were starting to twirl, but then Gurugabelli came in, and we were waiting for him to make an impact. He did pretty quickly as he was able to remove the danger man Fatmi. But there was going to be more pain, actually, as his last over would go magical as well. They ran into Taha Hassan, and he was red hot at the end.
Oh, the hitting for Hassan was unbelievable. I mean, we haven't seen this too often. We've actually seen the second 5 of an innings where the runs actually slow down and not really accelerate. Well, we saw the complete opposite here. The first 5.
The run out was funny as well.
First 5, 55.
They said, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I was just getting close to ask him if he wanted to run, and he said no. Anyway, they were forced to run on the last ball, and coming back for 2, Taha Hassan was run out. But yeah, it's good unselfish play going for it anyway. He was in 34 off 12 balls. Put that in context. Imagine 2 overs that go for 34. That's pretty good going, isn't it? That's pretty much what he faces at the end. But it was, Wakas Fatmi's had such a good series. He's got to be in MVP contention. 48 of 22 for him. 38 for Shazay, but he really should have been gone before he'd scored. Yes, a few missed opportunities. Muhammad Azif, well, I mean, it's ancient history now when he was out off the first ball of the innings. It was a kind of careful start, wasn't it? Siddiqui couldn't do much, 2 off 7, didn't have a great day with the bat. Nias had a golden duck, but I mean, these guys, they made the golden ducks. They didn't waste too much time, and they had plenty of batting to come, didn't they? And Hasmari was collateral damage towards the end, although he did hit 1 boundary in his 6th. Look, apart from the drop catches, I mean, there weren't too many wide. In fact, there wasn't a single wide in that. It was just that 1 single no ball. But I think their lengths were a little bit wrong. I think their lengths just allowed the Spartans to pick up a lot of balls, and it was a length they were comfortable hitting. I didn't see enough full deliveries. 2 for 24. Safi was was okay with the ball, I suppose, but I think he probably has bowled better in the series. Bairagi with a wicket, as was Gurugabelli, who went magical in the last over. But Sada early, he was probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 11. And he got out of the way before the damage really started. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with the exciting conclusion. It will be the Golden Star Bond team on debut in ECS cricket, needing 132 for an unlikely victory. But as we know, in ECN, anything is possible. And these guys, they love to swing the bat. We'll be back in just a few moments with the conclusion. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full for one more innings. Catch him while you can. We'll see you shortly for more cricket in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back for the final time this year to the National Performance Centre in Krefeld, Germany. We're just outside of Düsseldorf and had an excellent 2 weeks here. It is FanCode European Cricket Series action, match 48, the final. The final two teams standing are Golden Star Bond and Bayer Spartans. And it turned out to be a pretty good toss to lose, didn't it, for the Bayer Spartans? They were inserted by Zakir Khan, and they have managed to put 131 runs on the board, which is a pretty imposing score in the final. It's probably 25 over par, if you ask me. But Golden Star Bond, they love to attack. They've got nothing to lose. And a very attacking move. They've put Rahib Nawabi up to face the first ball. Here it is, and he tries to smash it. Don't think he gets any bat on this. Maybe a little bit. Mostly body. I think, yeah, it's leg by signal. This is Altaf Ahmed, who is opening up. And I know that so many of our viewers have been waiting for this one. And Golden Star Bond, what a story. I mean, their first ever series. Bayer we have seen represented before. Oh, that is sore ball in the background. I see what they're talking about now. Well, this is in the air. Sliced away. Well, it's a fumble, so they might get two here. Nawabi, not interested. Here we go, Rico. The reason we can't see it is because we're not side on. There we go. Look in the background. There's bubble socket. We got to get over to that. How do we only found that out now? So that's just where people wear these.
They're inside like a bouncy
bubble.
ball, big ball.
Yeah, that looks fun, but kind of more fun than we're having. This is hit straight, and it's hit okay, but guess what? It's reeled in, and the man of the moment, Taha Hassan, well, he hasn't even cooled down yet, Rico, because he finished with a bang, and right now, he's removed Nawabi, who didn't want the second run. He wanted the strike, but unfortunately, he's going to have to go for a quacker. That's the first one out now, with only two on the board.
Yeah, Nawabi, he hits this pretty well, doesn't he? But what a catch. Well, like we keep saying, and it's a saying that we have on the European Cricket Network, it doesn't matter what happens in the match before. It doesn't matter what happens on the day before. No matter how bad you may have been, no matter how good you may have been, because everything can change in an instant. And that's exactly what's happened with Hassan here. Yesterday, he couldn't get a thing right. And yet here today, well, he's been a different class. His bowling's brilliant. He picked up 3 wickets, didn't he? And then, well, with the bat, he's smashed the ball over the place. And then he just takes a fantastic catch there. This is hit well, but look, what a catch this is. Runs across. It's away from his body. That is so hard to do.
Well, I thought it was safe immediately off the bat because it goes pretty much dead straight, but it just hangs in the air long enough to allow Taha Hassan to come around to it. So here's a man that really showed zero fear in the semi-final. Naeem Khan coming in the number 3 position. And he can whack it. So what you would say about Nawabi, they try him up there. If it works, it works. If not, you know he's not going to waste too many balls. He doesn't. Goes to second ball. Got a leg by off the first. Naeem Khan came in attack from the get-go this morning, and I'm sure we'll see the same again. The first one cuts down the leg side. I think, well, no signal from the umpire.
I think it catches part of the body of the batter.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up live, but it was really close to him. Let's have a look. Yeah, must have just hit the hip there. So, yeah, no real protest. Yeah, really good one. Would that have been runs? Leg buys? Maybe. This one slides in, getting some good movement early here, isn't he, Altaf Ahmed? Pretty good first over, but don't forget that the Spartans themselves didn't have a great start either. They only scored 18 for 2 in the power play.
But look at them. It's like
I feel like we need to see more of this
happening there, isn't there? Well, look, the umpires can't get enough.
What happens?
Look over here. Look over here.
What happens in bubble soccer if there's like a fight? Like if people, you know, sometimes there's like a brawl. They must stay in the bubbles, surely. Full and hits it. Doesn't hit it that well, but hits it well enough. And the fielder has somehow made a meal of this. Bashan is just saying, all right, I'm just going to be careful. I'm not doing anything stupid. And at about when he's having that thought, it hits his chest and goes over the rope. Because this was actually coming back, and he found a way to escort it over the rope. That's a bonus runs.
Well, this is where, I mean, we're so used to the ball hitting the deck and running away from you. This one hits the deck and comes back at him. He can't stop himself, and he chests this, literally does chest it over the boundary, 4 runs.
So that's the end of the first over. 12 off it, 12 for 1. They will attack. I mean, going at the rate, I suppose, won't be a problem if they can get a partnership. 15 matches without a golden ball. We did have one this week, and I didn't have one in 11 consecutive weeks commentating throughout the middle of the year, but I did get one second day of my return as we saw VFB Gelsenkirchen getting their only win of the tournament, actually, over Cologne CC. We saw end up finishing in 4th after they went down to the Black Caps in the bronze final. So, yeah, 12 for 1 will be the score. Sakirullah Asmari, he's recovered from being the butt of everyone's joke in the 10th over when he ran himself out trying to steal the strike from a guy who just hit 3 sixes.
Mm-hmm.
He was informed that he would no longer be required at the crease. It's a bit like I don't know, you've done something in the office. And the boss has to say, look, thanks for your contribution, but we won't need you anymore. But they do need him with the ball, don't they? And they need him to bowl a good second over. Just a slight delay. I don't know why it is. Maybe a connectivity issue. But, yeah. I think that there might have been some confusion over that one that was not called a wide. I think they might have assumed it was a wide, but I never saw a signal. And so, yeah, well, also the first ball was just some conjecture about whether it was leg by or not. So, I guess late in the day for everybody, I suppose, at this stage. Not really what you want, though. If you're either team, you're trying to get on with it, aren't you?
Yeah. Listen, why don't we tell me more about Belgium? So, do you know any more about the ground than them?
I know it's ground we haven't seen before in ECS. I haven't seen it yet. I actually don't want to see it because there's some aerial shots, and I've been told it's amazing. But I just want to wait until I get there.
Fair enough.
But I do hear, because of some, let's just say, logistical issues, that one of the boundaries is pretty shorter than usual. And so, yeah, looking forward to that. And, well, while we have this slight unscheduled delay, might just once again welcome you into the commentary ice cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Fort. We do this sometimes. We do the shoes. We do the shoes quickly.
Come on in.
Hey-ya.
Save your shoes.
Oh,
Can you get out there?
there you go. There we go.
Bit of
Once a day. Anyway, good news. Looks like we're back on. Will be 12. Well, I hope it is 12. We're 12 for 1. Anyway, whatever it is, we're going to get on with it. Wow,
What's come off there?
The tape's come off.
What is come off
That's
here?
not out. There's no way that sound is the bat. Look, I'll show you what this is.
He said, hey, buddy, you've lost.
The sound was the tape coming off his back because he swung so hard. You'll never see this in cricket. And that came off at the exact time that he swung. And so there is a noise. But it wasn't that. It was the sound of the adhesion ending between tape and shirt. And it was looking pretty dodgy when he came on the field, to be honest. I think we'll just have to know now that's Naeem Khan. I think we've seen enough of him by now to know.
He's a little one.
Problem is, though, there's 2 18s out there. So it's the worst case scenario because he's batting with the actual 18, Zakir Khan.
It's okay. Here comes Sam Williams with some more duct tape. Well, let's get the duct tape on him. And well, let's hope the duct tape doesn't mean that we're going to get any duck sounds because they won't want duck sounds.
Yeah,
he said, hang on a minute, Sam. Hang on a minute.
Let me sort you out.
Bit more. Well, you've never seen anything like this.
Well,
You've seen players get medical attention. They get plasters and things.
I mean,
but never get taped up.
His tape to shirt ratio was a bit like some of the bikinis you might see on the coast of Brazil. It was pretty tiny and it wasn't really doing the job. Anyway,
well, there we go.
That's a pretty good running repair job, isn't it? Yes. And it probably wouldn't have been a problem except he's batting with the other 18. So just to avoid all confusion, make sure that everything's scored correctly.
So, okay.
Things you see, hey?
Yeah, we've seen a few firsts out here, haven't we, in Krefeld?
Back to the game. Hit into the ground and B1. They're going to take on a 2. Good throw might have him in trouble here. But they get away with it. So it shows that Zakir is running hard, isn't he? And so Naeem will get a couple of runs there.
Yes, Mari just signaling to the whole field. There's no in particular. Come on, guys. Let's stay with it. Let's not get complacent. Let's be up for it.
Need more, don't they? Shot. Really good shot. That was like a bullet off the bat. And like a rifle, it goes into the bushes. That one was hit so hard. And well, the tape, I don't think it might last the over at this stage. Needed a couple more pats, Sam. That will be a boundary.
Well, why don't they just why don't they just wrap it all the way around him? You know, start from like a bit of cling film. And is it still there? Yeah, it's still there. Don't worry. Well, he hits that so hard.
And Naeem, how long can he last? Well, full toss, low, hits, Tortuga, 4, and that's how things roll.
Tortuga. Tortuga.
There's only a slight Tortuga, but it was just enough
There
back.
you go.
Just enough. You can't commit too early. And Taha Hassan's been really good, but he's not a fortune teller. He didn't know that was going to happen. And so Naeem Khan moves into double figures pretty quickly. And they're all having a bit of a laugh about that Tortuga. I wouldn't be queuing up to field there because it does seem to be an area that seems to be causing problems. Now we have another
What's
shoelace.
going on here?
Well, this has been the longest 4 or 5 balls, I think, all day. Anyway.
Laces, numbers coming off, bits of tape flying all over the place. Here we go again.
All right. Back to the action. Naeem loves to hit the ball hard. Short, takes it on and gets it over third man who's up in the circle. That might have gone all the way, you know. Might just be inside. It's been called for on the field. I think soft sticking. We'll have a look on the replay. Gets plenty of it. And with a third man up in the circle, it just had to get over the 30-yard circle, and it will be 4. Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Umpires getting that one spot on.
Yeah, the field are very good to the field as well. Signals it straight away as well. Well, if they're on short, you ask just Diana. Diana was there in the shot again. You got a nice shot of that. Diana Orras, the ECM photographer. Some excellent shots on the social media at the moment. And yeah, go on there. Facebook, Instagram. Remember, you can find me and Vinny there as well. Come on, and well, once again, just thanks to everybody for all the part that you play.
All right. Can they get him? Almost. Almost. And the fielder gets down to it eventually. That's Shamil Nias. And Naeem Khan survives. He'll retain the strike. I think that's a good thing at the moment. I think he's the man you want to face most of these balls. And look, third over, last over the power play. That's when he came in last time. And he said, look, I don't care what's going on around me. I want to attack the power play. So let's have a look at what's coming up. Of course, in just 2 weeks and 2 days, Rico, it will be the start of the ECC. There'll be 120 matches this year. So that's up from 96 last year, 5 weeks of action. We'll get to see 6 new teams, which are the Ireland 11, Denmark, Malta, Luxembourg, Malta, France, Switzerland, and give me one more. And I'll come back to them. But yeah, 6 new nations in there. It's going to be huge. And I really can't wait. And that's when we'll meet again, Rico.
Yeah, you said Ireland, did you?
Ireland, Denmark,
Scotland,
France, Malta. France, Malta, Denmark, Switzerland. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got my 6 there. And look, England 11. A lot of talk about that. I said a lot of the county players are asking. They've actually got the manager's phone number and they're saying, look, we want to play. So let's see what their selection is. This is another edge that's going to go for 4. So Naeem is running hot, sometimes off the middle, sometimes not. But he is racing. And if he stays there for the 10 overs, I think the Golden Stars are in contention.
Well, if he stays in there for 10 overs, every 2 overs, they're going to have to retape him. That's for sure. But, so far, well, he's going okay. It's the pocket rocket.
Scotland are also new. Thank you for that shrug. So, yeah, I think it's awesome that we're going to have all those new countries taking part. No, he's got a few issues with his bat here. I think down towards the toe, but I don't think I want to change it the way it's going. He has hit a couple pretty hard. It's this one pretty hard. Needs to be stopped. Is stopped. Now they think of a second, but it's not quite there, and good work by the keeper, Shazab Khan. It's a funny one because when he goes to face up again, he actually holds the wrong end of the bat, and he's like, oh, hold on. That's right. That's what I'm doing. Checking the instructions, which end to hold. But he certainly knows how to use it, doesn't he, Naeem? But now it's over to the captain, Zakir Khan. Gets a full toss, which is on the stumps, just punches it for 1. That's probably his role at the moment, is to try and give Naeem as much of the strike as possible. It has been really devastating in the power play.
Okay, Vinny, spot the difference.
Okay.
On the field.
The difference between... Oh, is there no Zor ball anymore?
Come on, spot the difference. Look the bowler.
Collar up?
No. That said spot the
Kushtel?
difference. No.
Well, it is Kushtel.
Come on, spot the difference.
What are you, okay, I know where you're going with this.
Do you now?
Is it because he's got a wolf
There
instead of
you
a Spartan?
go,
Yeah, I
you
noticed
see.
that ages ago. That's not new. Yeah, because of course they had the Bioritigan Wolves last year.
That's right,
And this
yeah.
year they're the Spartans.
That's
So
right.
slightly different. But yeah, I did notice that.
It was quite funny actually. Before the start, the bronze, as you know, that Dusseldorf, yes, Dusseldorf comes in again here.
Hit hard. Oh, pretty good stop by Hassan. He steps on the Tortuga that time and says, "You're not doing that to me again. I'm getting in the way."
Again. Yeah, so as you know, they've got two kits. One is a bit reddish, one's a bit black.
Yeah.
But somebody forgot to send a memo what they were wearing today. So
All right.
quite a few of them came in the wrong kit.
It can happen. It can happen. Communication is key, right?
Yeah.
It's a better power play than the Spartans had. Tell you that much. 30 for 1 with the ball to go. Good length. Low full toss. Hello. Tortuga time. Oh, the Tortugas, they must be multiplying out there because that's another one that's completely done. Altaf Ahmed. So Naeem, his tape's falling apart, but this innings isn't falling apart as long as he's there. So another 4, and at the end of the power play, it's 34 for 1.
Well, that's nicely done. And yeah, they're just getting a little bit of assistance from the ground at the moment, aren't they? I mean, look, how do you stop that? And we've seen a couple of times fielders, Hassan tried it there, and you saw another fielder there, Ahmed, trying to do it. I think you literally got to be prepared to take it on the chest.
I'll tell you, you don't overcommit down.
Yeah.
Once it goes up, you're in big trouble. You just got to kind of hang with your knees ready to go up or down. But if you commit down and it goes up, you got nowhere to go. You know, you can't react at all. You keep your knees rubber, to use my kind of wicket keeping coaching parlance. Anyway, we'll move into the 4th over. 13 and over, so they're a little bit behind, probably 5 behind the rate, but his partnership's building, isn't it? And now we're going to see Muhammad Asif, so he will come on. Of course, he did go first ball of the match. Let's see if he can do something with the ball. Thanks to Lily for her entertaining and informative comments in the chat. More in a minute. This is good length, isn't it? This is the length I didn't think the Golden Star Bond bowlers bowled enough. I think they bowled a lot in the slot and said, all right, take us on. And the Spartans said, yep, we will, and kept banging 6. I think there were 11 of them in the innings. But Lily has said a bit of the history of duct tape, and it did used to be called duct tape because it was about being water resistant. During World War II, they wanted a tape that would be water resistant. And let's say the duct tape we use is sometimes, but not always. And so I actually did know that, Lily. And also super glue. That is something that was in the 20th century was developed during the war. Well, this is hit hard, it hit high, it's hit long and strong. Maximo! Naeem is heating up and he has victory on his mind. And this is one time they don't get full enough to him. It's in the slot and it disappears for 6.
Such a good shot, isn't it? I mean, it's just, we've seen him play this shot so many times, but it just looks so elegant. He just gets it straight out of the middle of the bat. He gets the power in it, and that just keeps going, going, and going.
Yeah, one miss hit and the show's over, though. That's the thing for Naeem. And he goes again, and he goes the same way. Rinse and repeat. This one was even bigger. Maximo, back to back. And this game is very much alive. Naeem on fire.
Well, he's alive. The duct tape on the back of his shirt is alive. Wants to run away from him. He said it's too hot on the back of your bat, especially while you're firing these bombs to the boundary. That's another big one. Well, he certainly is a little master blaster in the making, isn't he? He has really entertained us during this series.
It's that challenge length, and he's taking it on. This time he has to go over the offside, but he should be gone, and he is gone. So change your line, and Muhammad Asif does the job. He removes Naeem for 37, and he just couldn't help himself. It wasn't quite in his zone. Had to go squarer, and it was a really good catch taken out there by Raj Bhushan. So Naeem has kept them alive in this chase, but who will pick up the pieces now? Who's the second wicket to fall, and it's 47 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's it was a good bit of bowling, wasn't it, from Muhammad Asif? He just didn't want to give him that one to hit straight against a bowls a bit wider. You knew the pocket rocket's going to go after it. Gets a fair bit on it, but Bhushan, well, he's been safe all the way through this series for his team. Takes a very important catch. It's not easy this, because the way he's hit that ball is spinning viciously as well. But look, safe hands, and look at the captain. Look what it means to him as he roars with his, well, a double fist bump, because he knows that's such an important wicket.
It's a very good knock, wasn't it? And now we'll see Niamat Safi coming to the crease. Yeah, so I was a bit critical of the lengths that the captain was bowling, Muhammad Asif, that over. But what he does here is he gets him reaching for it. So he just changes the line. And again, there was a fielder placed perfectly for that. That was really the only way he could hit that square of the wicket on the offside. And so, yeah, clever bit of bowling. He learned his lesson not to bowl the same ball again. So he just pushed it a bit wider. And of course, because Naeem is in such an attacking mindset, he just couldn't help but go for it. And again, chance given, but chance has to be taken. And it was a good catch by Raj Bhushan.
Yeah, Safi, the new batter. He's haven't seen him the last few times. He's either not had to bat or he's not been available to bat. But he can score valuable runs, but he is very much a leg-sided player. So as long as he can keep the ball away from his legs, get an opportunity. Well, here we go, just reminding us about the older.
That's how you do it, though, because Zakir is saying, look, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, no, it's going to be gone. Well, he has the last laugh, doesn't he? It's going to be a first baller for Safi. And so suddenly it's going to be Mohammed Asif on a hat-trick. We almost wanted 3 wickets in 2 balls, didn't he? Because he wanted to see the end of his opposite number at non-striker's end. But then he does get the big wicket of Safi, first ball, and things turning on a dime in the 4th over. Yeah, 47 for 3.
The captain has been outstanding. When he's been under pressure, Vinny, he's been outstanding. And don't forget, in that quarter-final, when they were in all sorts of trouble against the Bayer Boosters, 85 for 0 the Boosters were. It was the captain who came on and he bowled a marvellous spell of 2 overs, 1 for 16 he took. He really slowed down the rate there, just held them to 127, so they were able to chase that down. He bowled really well again earlier today. He's just been on form and, well, he's managed. One thing I was talking to Ujjwal about before he got here with regards to this team, the Spartans, they lacked a spinner. They didn't have a spin option. And Mohammed Asif, he took the ball over, and ever since then, he's been picking up wickets, he's been slowing the batters down, and he's been doing just this. Whenever they need something to happen, he's been able to do it. Yeah,
fantastic. Fantastic contribution, isn't it? And this is a similar kind of ball that was disappearing over mid-on for 6 moments ago, but Safi wraps his bat around it. It was just going nowhere, never left the pitch area. So who's next? It's going to be Gurvinder Singh, who's into the side today. Cuts away nicely. He can whack the ball as well. So, I mean, that was a hat-trick ball, by the way, but it wasn't cashed in by Asif, but still pretty effective over in the end, although he does go for a couple of maximos. He ends up taking 2 for 14. The score, 48 for 3 after 4 overs. So they're going at that 12 and over at the moment, Rico, and at the moment, they're not too far behind where they need to be, but those wickets are a concern. And, of course, the big loss of Naeem in that over because he was looking really good.
Yeah, lost Naeem at the wrong point. I think if he's out there another 18 balls, looking at a completely different game. And then Safi comes in. Like I was saying, Safi, he has made contributions, scored a 50 in the series, but a lot of the shots that he plays are on the leg side. And I just knew that Asif is not going to give him anything out there. Last hope now is Gurvinder Singh.
Yeah, sure. I mean, came in and played some really nice shots this morning and probably just played one too many. It wasn't selective enough, but he certainly has the power to do this. Once again, I'm looking forward to seeing how the last 6 overs of this one play out. Let's get back to the action. Altaf Ahmed with the ball, comes in, and it's a huge swing and a miss. And you have a look at this. Guri, this is the ball that kind of did him before, wasn't just angled in. He hit across it, missed out. On that occasion, he was bowled. This time, he survives.
Yeah, Gurvinder Singh. I mean, I say last, you still got Barigi there, and you also have Naqvi. But I think one of those has to be supporting the likes of Gurvinder Singh because this is what he can do. Hits this one hard, and this does go all the way. Balle, 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 boom, shaka lag gaya. And just like that, he just keeps them on track. And that's what they've got to do. I mean, it's not about worrying about the wickets that have fallen. It's trying to keep up that rate. Big hit, good shot, Gurvinder. Yeah. But he's got to make it count. Again, he needs to be thinking about getting the score 30 plus here quickly. And also the captain at the moment, Khan, hasn't really got going. He's faced 5 deliveries for 8. He's got to put a contribution in. And then maybe, if need be, something like Bairagi and also Naqvi can come out and score you quick, valuable runs.
Yeah, takes a few chances, doesn't he, Guri? Hits the ball hard, though. This is into the gap, so it'll take some stopping. It will be stopped in the end. It's quite an athletic piece of work by Waqas Fatmi, but he is able to keep it to 2.
Well, he's saving the best for last. It's old Waqas here. Look, throwing himself down. It was not often you see him do that. He knows what it means. He says, this is the final, Rico. Of course I'm going to throw myself down. Good stop.
Interesting point in the game. This is hit straight to the field. He has to go back and he drops it. Well, I don't know if this is 6 or not. It's certainly not out. Let's have a look at it on the replay because he does touch the rope at one point, but was it after the ball left his hand? We'll have to look at it. You can see here. Okay, see when he goes back, where's his foot? So he drops it there and the ball's gone. So that's not going to be 6 because then he goes and probably touches the rope, but it's going to be a fair boundary stop. Great work by our crew at Spring Productions, and they are the reason I think ECS is so famous all around the world because of their skills. So thank you to Martins and Andres and to Dennis as well. for their contribution this week. This one's a big swing and a miss. Zakia can't do much with this one. So yeah, at the halfway point, they'd want to be 66 to be on target. I mean, they're not that far away. We certainly saw with Cologne CC in the last game, they managed to keep that required rate at around 14 or 15 and over through these kind of overs and ended up just going down by one run.
Only take the single there? Can't believe
Maybe
that.
you're right. Well,
Okay.
this could be a chance. He's got to come in a long way, and he's going to drop it. And falls out of the breadbasket. Half a chance for a run out. There's all action all the time at the moment. That time they will get to. Zakia Khan moves to 10. Halfway through this chase, it is 59 for 3. And look, if you want a comparison, at the halfway point in the first innings, it was 55 for 2. So, I mean, runs-wise, actually GSB are ahead. They have lost an extra wicket, but it was a very powerful display from the Spartans in the second half, wasn't it? Because they were able to put on 76, and really, the Golden Star Bond batters are going to have to do something similar. Govinder's a guy that can do it for sure. Zakir's been there the whole time so far. They've got someone like Nakvi. They've got Bairagi as well. But, I mean, they're going to have to bat out of their skins. But you wouldn't put it past them. And still, not a single wide has been bowled in this final.
Yeah,
Can you believe that?
That's quite amazing, actually. What was it, just one no ball?
One no ball
Yeah,
behind.
just one no ball that we've seen. Now, there doesn't. So Mohammed Asif is not going to bowl his second here, which again, bit of a surprise. He's going to go back to Kustel. So, bit of a surprise this for me. I would have thought that Asif, the way he bowled the last one, he'd just get on to bowl here, especially when the batters are trying to attack.
Gone. Huge. Wow, is this going to go the distance? So probably it does. Maximal. Well, that one was absolutely smokehoused into the clouds. And, well, the question was, did it have the carry? And it did just 6 runs and handy runs for GSP.
Yeah, great shot. Eso es muy grande. Qué guay eso. Este hombre es muy genial, eh. Tiene mucha fuerza. Y eso una grande más. Una Ariana. Grande, grande. Así me gusta. Shaka, shaka time here at the Erlangen Cricket Ground. Here we go again.
Kustel gets hit hard, and this is into the gap as well, and there's no stopping this one. 4 more, but this one was cube bound, and especially with that first bounce being so high, the fielder did pretty well to get as close as he did, but he had no hope. 6 and 4, and it's the Golden Stars that are hungry for more.
Wow, this has been hit so hard. I mean, he couldn't have hit it any harder if he tried, Govinda, but he knows he can't give his wicket away. He can't do what he did in the semi. He's got to be focused. He's got to be focused. He's got to go all the way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Got to either have a bunch of people that have... What are they checking here? It's definitely 4. Look, maybe there just might be an injury thing, because could be Wakas Fatmi that's coming off the ground here.
Yeah, that may be that when he's gone for that catch. He's a big man, but
Yeah.
he's been knocked out by the Kookaburra. So he has to come off. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
the
so
injury is.
yeah, it might have just been something to his, well, either his fingers or wherever that ball hit. So Taha Khan comes in. Where will he field? He's going to go straight to long on. So, all right, that was what the delay was about. He's pushed out to continue. That's the kind of ball that's going to get him. And I don't know how this doesn't crash into the leg stump, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, last time he was done by Mohammed Rahil. Remember that one that swung into him? And he does the same thing here. Look, shows everything.
Just does too much, doesn't it? It swings past the inside edge and swings past the leg stump. Yeah, that's kind of ball's dangerous, because it can also deflect off the pads onto the stumps as well. Guri's not slowing down, though. Oh, is that a replay? They like it, actually. Now, there's a little sound as it went past, but, I mean, it wasn't conclusive.
No, I think it's the bat actually making contact with the ground. Let's see this again.
Maybe the bat flicked his pad on the way through. It didn't seem like anyone was sure, to be honest, what it hit. But, yeah, that's his blind spot, isn't it?
Yep,
Where
definitely.
it just doesn't seem to catch up with those. Anyway, he'll keep swinging, I'm sure. Yeah, third time, straight up. And guess what? 12th man straight into the action. Well, he does very well to stop this Taha Khan. And, well, he's actually going to keep it to 1. Fantastic bit of fielding from the substitute fielder.
Yeah, that's really well. Good work. Good boundary awareness. Beautifully done. Look at that. Just says, nah, I'm not touching that rope. He says, good work. And in a tight game like this, which is looking it could be at the moment, anything can happen.
Not wrong there. Krefeld, last ball of his grand final. And it could be gone.
Oh!
Wow, how about this?
This is something else.
Well, he catches it. It's completely reaction catch. He tries to go with 2. I think it just lodges in his left hand. So just like that, it's the end of the skipper, Zakir Khan. And look, remember, it would have been a 4 last ball, but Taha did so well to cut it off and keep it to 1. It meant Zakir was on strike, and he whacked it back at Krefeld, who didn't have a wicket in the final, but now he does, and it's because of an outstanding return catch.
Well, this is such a good catch. I mean, look at how high this ball is. That is so low down. What a catch this is. That's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Does he take it one-handed?
Yeah, he does. He takes it accidentally one-handed.
One-handed.
He tries. I said he tries to go two-handed, but the ball just crashes into his left hand. And well, I don't think anyone could believe that. The least of which Naseem Krefeld. But yeah, they catch a break, don't they? It's the end of the 6th over. 70 for 4. Look, that over. It started with a 6 and a 4, but he comes back and goes ... 1 wicket. So they don't quite get what they need off that over. They get 11 off it. And in the end, Krefeld goes 1 for 23, which might not sound great, but it is less than the rate required. So that's what you have to remember. And the score 70 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, so Bairagi has gone out there to join Gurvinder Singh. Again, a very competent batter.
He gave himself a chance to catch that. That's the thing, because he was going the right way, the left way, which is getting off the pitch. And so he tries to go two-handed. At least he opens his hands. If you open your hands, then things can happen. Sometimes you get lucky. The ball literally hits the middle of his left hand. He has no idea about it. But what happens when something hits the middle of your hand, you naturally grip it, right? So even though it's not what he was trying to do, it just sticks. Unbelievable stuff. Here's Bairagi. In fact, he's not on strike because it was the end of the over. And this is going to be a catch as well. So it's 2 in 2. And now Guri's gone. So it does look like it's coming up like a dream for the Spartans. And what a good catch that is out there. That is a fantastic bit of work. Now there's Raj Bhushan again. He's taken a couple of good ones out there. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. And it does seem like it's just slipping away from Golden Stars now.
Oh, this is brilliant. And who gets a wicket? Well, no guesses for who. Is that man he's having a stellar day, isn't he? Taha Hassan comes on to bowl. And he hits it pretty well, but look at this. This is all about the timing of the launch. He waits for it. He knows he's got to get down, and he gets it right to perfection. What a good catch that is. And one man that's enjoying the show out there is Shazib Khan, the wicketkeeper. He can't believe what his fielders are doing at the moment. He runs over to Bhushan and gives him a great big hug and says, what a catch, buddy. Bhushan, like I've said before, he's been sensational in the field. And that wicket going there, well, that probably will be it for me, because I can't see. I mean, even though I think probably Naqvi is going out there now, can't quite tell at the moment who this is. No, it doesn't. Not Naqvi. Looks like Imtiaz Sardar is going out there. But really, I don't think they can keep going at the sort of pace they need to now. That rate is just under 17.
2 very good catches in 2 balls. I mean, no doubt about it. It's a long way home. But they still have, this attacking approach that they're all going to go after the bowling, but just checking on this, the required run rate, it's up over 16 now, so you have to play perfectly from now. Taha Hassan, guess what? He's had a very, very good day, hasn't he? Not only with his contribution with the bat, but now he gets a wicket very first ball.
Yeah, Taha Hassan, what a day that he is having. Exceptional. 3 for 9 in the semi-final.
Sardar's the man. He has to try and get things moving. This ball's going nowhere. And now, a little fancy back flick from the keeper, but I think Bairagi was going to be home no matter what. So he hasn't faced a ball yet, Paratosh Bairagi. But he's a guy who was the second highest run scorer during the week, don't forget, during their group stage. Didn't see him on quarterfinals Friday yesterday, but coming in, can he do something magical as this rate creeps towards that 3 a ball required? That point of no return, as I normally call it.
Deep inside his crease to Hassan.
Yeah, just a bit careful the first time because this ball's on the stumps, and that will hit that 18 and over. 60 off 20. Yeah, so Hassan, fantastic contribution. I mean, take nothing away from the guys that batted before him, but Fatmi was very good. Shazib Khan was very good, but the way he finished it just gave them some momentum back going into the second half, didn't it? It just sneaks in, I think. So it won't be a wide. Batter wants the call, but for me, it just came back enough. Maybe could have gone either way. Spartans doing something remarkable here. It's a huge swing from Sada. Gets none of it. It's the end of the 7th over. The score is 72 for 5. Well, they need to do something magical now. And for more magical cricket, tune in on Monday. Charlie Hunt, well, he is finally going to graduate to the European Cricket Series after doing plenty of cricket for us on his own. He will be in the box with myself on Monday morning. Antwerp versus Ostend Exiles, who were the ECL champions, or the ECL representatives, I should say, Ostend Exiles of Belgium earlier this year. 12-star CC and Mechelen Eagles. First time we'll get to see both of those teams in ECS cricket. Join us from 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for the first of 12 match days from Belgium. And of course, after that, Rico, the next stop is Cartamania. We'll be in Malaga for the ECC. Here we go, back to the captain, Mohammad Azif. It's full toss, and again, if you want to have a chance, that's the kind of ball you need to send out of the ground. And both these teams, I suppose they've both been surprise packets in different ways, haven't they? I mean, Golden Stars played some good cricket, and they showed, I think, straight away when they debuted on that first morning. They were a team to be reckoned with against Bonn Blue Stars, if you remember that game. Since then, we've really liked their approach. Looks like it's going to be a bridge too far, but the Spartans, for me, I mean, to come from third and win the whole thing. The Bonn Blue Stars did it last year, funnily enough. It's quite amazing. It looks like it'll be the third place team in the group to take the trophy again. Well, this is going to be a boundary. We'll have to see exactly how many it is. And it was a powerful shot sideways by Bairagi. He's saying, well, hold on, I'm not done yet. It was too short from Asif, and this one is going to be 6.
6 runs.
Yeah, so it's out of the ground. Maximal time. Bairagi grabs 6. So, I mean, that'll do. Takes him up to 80. We're going to need a magical over here. Well, that's pretty good. That's really good, and that's even bigger. That one is going, that's towards the Zorb football, I think. Out of the ground, back to back. It doesn't seem fair to only give this 6. This is right out of the middle.
Well, the groan came from the bowler, the captain Asif, but the hit was massive. That was a mammoth strike from Bairagi. And just remember Bairagi, I mean, he didn't play yesterday, but before the start of today, 173 runs. So he can bat, and he's shown it here now. Well, a big 6 and 4. He is hungry for more, and just like that, the hopes and the expectations from Golden Star Bonn are up again. They're thinking, well, hello, it's still on.
Really good shot, because this is where Naeem came undone, because there's that ball that was pushed outside the off stump, and he couldn't deal with it. But he just plays the correct shot, and he times it really well straight over the infielder's head, and that was into a gap. So 4 to go with the 2 6s. Last ball of the over, and he just wants 1. That's pretty clever. I mean, he does need the strike. I know you might say, look, go for another big shot. But I think that he thinks, well, to have any chance, I need to face almost all the balls left, especially Sada hasn't been able to do too much yet. So they'll need something magical for sure. 91 for 5 after 8. And so they'll need 41 off the last 2 overs. And look, how important was that magical over that Taha Hassan came up with in the 10th over of the first innings now, when you look at where these two teams are.
Look, just 2 runs from it. I mean, it's quite sensational, wasn't it? And that over from Taha Hassan. And that's the thing he can do. And that's why he's such a match winner. He did it with the bat when he had to, and there with the ball. When he bowled that 7th over, only conceding just 2 runs and taking up 1 wicket. And wouldn't they love to have those 6 balls bowled again by somebody, and they can, even if they took 10 runs from it, what a different complexion this game has.
Yeah, they're not bowling him here though, interestingly. They're keeping him for the, maybe the last one. We'll have to see. They are going to go to Asmari. And well, this should be runs, and it will be. Now, where does this bounce?
I think just inside.
It's going to be 4. So, well, he needs a magical over. Again, I was a bit critical of the lengths that were bowled in the first half of this game. I think there's been a few too many of these lengths as well of late from the Spartans. And Bairagi made a very quick start. He moves up to 23 and only 7 balls. And he's going actually at the pace they need to sustain for the next 11 balls.
Bairagi was opening the batting or coming in at number 3 in the group stages. And then all of a sudden, he's finding himself coming in at 6 or 7. Don't quite get it.
Needs to keep going. Works every time at once. Goes hard. Wants to strike back. Probably will take on a 2 here. It's going to be a long throw. You got to go. Even if there's a run out the bowler's end, there won't be. So, yeah, that's smart running. You just got to know that's the longest boundary on the ground. To get run out the keeper's end, it's just not going to happen. Even if you lose Sada at this stage, I think it's worth it to get Baragi back on straight. And as a bonus, they get the second run.
Intelligent. He's batting under pressure, but intelligently.
Yeah. So this is where Sada's just adjusting his pad. He doesn't want to slow things down too much, though, because right now, all the momentum's with Baragi. He's in a hitting mood. He's hitting most things pretty well. Can he get it down below 20 in the last? I mean, it seems a long way away. And also, think about the pressure on the bowler, Zakirullah Asmari.
Yeah.
I think it all happens in the ninth. Well, Golden Star Bond, hoping it all happens their way. Deep in his crease. Here comes Asmari. Oh, and he's gone. He gets a little bit too cute, and that should be curtains now. Tried to go the little funky paddle, but unfortunately for him, it crashes into the leg stump. So Asmari has the last laugh. Baragi, well, he tried hard, did everything he could, but he'll go for a quarter century. 25 off just 9 balls. And GSB, well, they're staring down the barrel now at 97 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate. I don't think this is anything here. I think the umpire's having a word with Asmari about the way he's celebrated here. I don't think he's gone into the bowler's face here. I think it just celebrates and it just happens to be where he is. I don't think this is directed at the batter. I don't think there hasn't been any unsportsmanship out there at all from the players. That's what I've liked about this. But I think the umpires are just making sure that there isn't any.
There's nothing. You can see he's just going towards his keeper.
I didn't see anything there. But the wrong choice of shot. It's a straight delivery. He wants to be trying to play this. But I think he's realised because that length of that ball, there's very little he can do with it apart from try and get the sweep. So he goes for the shot because he feels he has to play it. He feels like he has to try and get as low a target in that final over as he can.
I feel like it might have been a little bit premeditated here, and actually the fact that it's so full doesn't suit the shot that he'd selected before. I feel like it might, because the ball was getting banged in a bit. He knows if he can just like tap that round the corner, he'd get 4. But it was fuller, and it gets pretty hard to do it when it's a full delivery. Now this is blasted away, and where's this one going? Down to third man. Again, they're going to try for 2. It's bowled back in, and well, have a feeling this could be out as well, you know.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out.
Yeah, this is Nakvi who's come out, and he tries it. Pretty ambitious too. And the keeper isn't quite sure because he wasn't watching. I think Nakvi, well, I don't think he's chock full of confidence. We'll have a look at it. I mean, it's a pretty good piece of fielding. I'm talking about bowling it back in, but some people do this. You see, there you go. And he is gone. Yeah, he's just short, isn't he? So Nakvi will go first ball for 1. And Golden Stars trying everything they can to stay alive. But I think the writing's on the wall now as Nakvi has to go for just that 1 single. Couldn't get back for 2, and it's 98 for 7.
Yeah, and once again, the work being done by Taha Hassan. Who else? And we said that he has got a bit of an injury. That's probably why he does sort of bowl that in. But still, enough. It's effective. He's got enough on it. It's a kind bounce for the wicketkeeper. And Sazib Khan finishes the job off. Here we go.
That's the bowling, though.
Yeah, there we go. Well, we know. He says, I'll just bowl it in. Gets it right. Nakvi, maybe a dive. If he fancied it, may have got him there.
Is that a stumping? He bowled it? No, just joking. But, look, going back to the little funky shot, I mean, it's one of those ones. I remember there was one played in the Super Series final, if you remember, or either Super Series final or qualifier 2, where we said, wow, you know, that was a brave shot because he got away with it. If you get away with it, you look like a genius.
Yeah.
And look, he batted so well. It looks bad because he misses out. I honestly think he's thinking as the bowler's running in, that's the shot I want to play.
I agree with you.
And that he commits to it. And if the ball's shorter, he probably has a better look at it, how it's bouncing up at him. Because this full A just gets himself in a bit of a mess.
But also give credit to the bowler for bowling it, for getting it right. You know, when you're under pressure, and he did get it right.
Well, this is, wow, here we go. There's a shot at it. He's going to survive.
Well, he misses.
This is an interesting. Now, we talked a bit to everyone in the chat, and we want to thank everyone sincerely in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, for your interaction over the last couple of weeks. Wazza has put one, please follow the rules in all caps, and then the link to the rules for the chat. But one of the rules is no all caps messages. So Wazza, he's gone very meta with that, and I'm wondering if someone will delete it because Shrug's been on a rampage today. Let's see what happens. Anyway, for the over, and it'll just be, well, it won't just be anything. They'll bring up the 100. They'll come up with a 2 on the fumble from Zain Masood. And so it will be the end of the over. 101 for 7. You look how important was that 20 runs off the last over now. I mean, if they just scored, let's say, 8 off it, and there were 12 less, then you'd say, okay, they've got a shot here. But, yeah, really, looking at that first innings, was the 3 magical overs that boosted this score up over that 130 mark. 24 in the 5th, 22 in the 6th, and 20 in the 10th. And the highest scoring over that Golden Star Bond have been able to come up with, well, they did get 19 in the 7th, but they haven't got a magical. And so now we're going to have to see something we've never seen before. Most runs off a last over to win is 23 by Kings 11, although they did end up scoring 26 off 5 in that game, but they needed 23. I was in Italy last year, saw Kings 11. A bit active on our social media as well.
Hassan, he's been good. What a day he's had.
What was I said? He's timing himself out for 5 minutes. No problem. That's a no ball, isn't it? Well, it's pretty high.
Well,
I think he's asking about it.
Let's
have a look. I think they've squared the umpire saying, well, I can't see very well. Let's have a look. I mean, he's out of his crease, not for long. I think that's a no ball, even though he's slightly out of his crease. Look how high it hits him.
I think he's downwards, but
I'd like to see it called.
50-50.
I think it's waist height. I think it's above waist when it reaches him, and I still think it's waist height.
Well, this is
Well, tell you who's not having a great 2 minutes in the field is Masood. He's had a couple of balls that I'm pretty sure most toddlers could field cleanly, but he's kicked them away. But I don't think it'll matter because in just 4 balls' time, the Spartans are going to kick off the celebrations. And well, what an entry to their European Cricket Series careers. Most of these guys. He's off the pad and gets past the keeper. Looks like he's had a tough day at the office. Shazab Khan, his legs will be pretty heavy. I'll get through for once. Matapatu, who's out there now. But look, quickly, let's just say big thank you to Golden Stars because I think they've been great. I think they've been entertainers. We've loved what they've brought to the table with the little moustache tweaks and the way they've approached their cricket. I mean, they've really got in the spirit. How often do we see players in the T10 be a bit too conservative and not quite sure how to pick up the format? Yeah. They showed they meant business straight away on the first Monday morning against Bond Blue Stars, the defending champions. As we see this just dragged away for 1. So, yeah, we certainly hope to see them again in ECS cricket, wishing them all the best for their off-season and then, of course, the season in Germany domestically next year. But, look, let's take a moment to appreciate Bayer Spartans. I mean, they had to do it the hard way, didn't they? They finished 3rd in their group with a 4-4 record. So, I mean, it was a very even group. We know that, Group A. But to do what they did against the Boosters, to chase down that fairly large total yesterday, and then, yeah, the way they put away Clone CC this morning. Well, this has to be a no ball now. You're not going to get away with that one. They're just extending the fun, maybe. We'll have to bowl another one. So, you see, even though he's on the charge, this is really high.
Yeah, it's too high. So, Hassan, just probably thinking, well, it doesn't matter. Remember, he had these issues before. This was one of the problems. Yesterday it was the no balls, that one over. That's how it started. No ball, bang, and a wide, another no ball. And that's why that over went magical. But he's put that all behind him here today.
Free hit, free miss. Big thank you to you, Rico. I know that you'll be speaking to one of the Spartans players while we get ready for the trophy ceremony. Stay tuned for that as well, guys. We do have the trophy ceremony coming up. Big thank you to everyone. Yeah, and everyone saying their thanks to you, Rico, right now in the chat, which I think is really nice. Because it has been amazing. But here's well, hold on. I won't say it's the last ball yet because that'll be a wide. But I tell you what, the champagne corks, they're ready to go. He's certainly making the most of the TV time, isn't he, Taha Hassan? And what a game he had with the bat. And now, last ball of the tournament. It's a swing and a miss. And guess what? There's some new kids in town, and it's the Bayer Spartans, the champions of Krefeld in 2022. And they have made such an indentation on the landscape here in Krefeld. And they have had take no prisoners approach with the bat. They've been solid with the ball as well. They've come up with a lot of moments of brilliance. And Rico, well, We talked about Group A. It's so hard to do it. You were saying from Group A, we had 2 Group A teams in the finals. It's the team that came from 3rd after the group stage to win the whole lot, and the Spartans are the champions.
Yeah, congratulations to the Spartans. Both Badania, they are the champions. They are the champions. The FanCode European Cricket Series here in Krefeld, and thoroughly deserved. They had their moments, didn't they? But look, the one thing that they did is to stay consistent. They were well led by their captain. Speaking of captains, didn't he stand tall when he had to? And the other thing about him is, and I'll say this, he is one captain, and maybe the Spartans are one team. They stuck to their guns. They didn't make those changes. They stuck to the bowlers, the bowling lineup. They stuck to the batters. They didn't change things around. And when it mattered, it came up trumps for them. So congratulations to them. You know it means an awful lot to them. And they're going to be very, very happy. They're very proud. But look, take nothing away from the runners up here, Golden Star Bond. I think they were absolutely outstanding all the way through. They certainly, as you can see there, they added some colour and they added some shine and they added some fun to this series. I love the way they went about their cricket. I love the way they thoroughly enjoyed themselves while they were out there, and they warmed a lot of hearts and they made a lot of friends out there as well. But just on this occasion, it just wasn't enough. But full credit to them, you know, even when they're chasing that big score, 132 was the target, they kept on going. They never gave up. We saw good responses, didn't we, from a number of batters, and batters that we will look forward to seeing again. It didn't quite go right for Safi. He was gone first ball, caught and bowled, but we saw the pocket rocket again, hitting the ball well. We know what Govinder Singh can do. He hit the ball well again, make a quick fire, 21. Baragi as well. They're a team that have got some really good players, and making their debut here, I think they really made a name for themselves. They're a team to look out for next time round, Vinny.
Yeah, good sportsmanship as well from the Golden Star team, as they were quick to applaud them off the field. So yeah, I mean, the games have been played in really good spirits, and such an exciting format of the game. And to see so many new faces picking up the pace and kind of getting in the spirit of ECS, I think has been fantastic. Trophy ceremony is coming up. And Rico, I'll have to go find one of the Spartans that wants to have a chat with you. They're looking pretty ready to talk over there at the moment, that's for sure. But of course, if you are staying with us, we'd love to have your company for the trophy ceremony, which is just a way of wrapping up the 2 weeks and thanking a few people for their hospitality in putting on this ECS. But of course, if you are leaving us now, we will be in Belgium on Monday morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Take us through the highlights, Rico. As there was a mountain of runs to chase, but Golden Star Bond, you know, they weren't going to take a backward step. Didn't work again, having Nawabi at the top of the order. But really, for me, it was all about Naeem. Well, that one he was a bit lucky. And even though it was a bit of a repair job on the shirt, he was trying to repair the innings after that early wicket. And there was a few pat downs out there. But geez, I've got to say, he played some really nice shots, helped by a couple of Tortugas. But while he was there, it really seemed like Golden Star Bond were on.
Yeah, I mean, he was on fire, wasn't he? Yeah, he had a bit of luck, but you needed that. I mean, you saw the same thing happen when the Spartans were out there. There was a few edges that went to the boundary. You need to ride your luck sometimes. And maybe if they had the rub the green, it could have worked out their way. But some of these shots from the pocket rocket were just sensational. But this was the turning point, I think, for me. The Bushan taking a really good catch, and he was in the action again. And then, well, this was Safi. He was going first ball, and well, this is what it means to the captain. Look at that. He is absolutely pumped. And that was 2 and 2 from him. But the shots didn't stop coming. Gurvinder Singh, he was smashing it big. Look, little moments like that, so important. I mean, that was a good save there. This was Wakas Fatmi. Well, he took one in the gut, and that was the end of him. He had to then retire off the field. The 12th man had to come in. It was just exciting. It was sensational. And sometimes, well, they say the old saying, catching wins matches. Well, that Cordon Bolt was sensational. That was the wicket of the captain, Zakir Khan. We know he can give it a good whack as well. But this man, for me, he was the man of the moment, Tahir Hassan. And that was a sensational catch from Bushan. But Tahir Hassan, I think he was just great. The way he produced that mammoth innings with the bat coming down late on and smashing the ball all over the place in the field. He took the very important catch, getting Nawabi quite early. And then here he is again, involved in the run-out. And yeah, there's a number of contenders for player of the match, but it wouldn't surprise me if he picks up the award. He was absolutely pumped. He didn't have, as I keep saying, a good day yesterday in the quarterfinals, but he had to come back big, and he did. And well, as I told you there, that's been confirmed that Tahir Hassan was the player of the match in the final. So congratulations to him. let's have a look at the scorecard. It didn't start well, did it, with the Nawibi? He was caught by Tahir Hassan of the bowling of Ahmed. And then we saw that caught and bowled Zakir Khan, he made 10. Naeem Khan, well, he's just been sensational. I've just loved his batting. I've loved the way he's entertained us here. And I'm sure you at home would say the same. He really is the pocket rocket. He was fantastic, 37 off 15. Safi didn't go well for him. Govinder Singh, another guy who plays some lovely shots. Just needs a little bit of luck sometimes, and maybe just needs to be a little bit clever about his shot selection. Talking of shot selection, Baragi, he went for the sweep of a full-length Yorker when he lost his pegs, but not before he scored a quick fire 25 and up. But remember, when he was in there, they needed 19 runs per over, so he had to take the odd risk and the odd gamble. And once he went, that was the end of it. It was a brave effort from the team that have made their debut in the FanCode European Cricket Series, and they got all the way to the final. They should be very, very proud, and their captain, Zakir Khan, will be proud of his team, but unfortunately just couldn't get past that final hurdle here today. Just look at the bowlers. Everybody successful, everybody taking wickets there. Ahmed started it off at the top, 1 for 16 of his 2 overs. Asmari bowled really well as well. Kushdel taking that caught and bowled, that was sensational. But again for me, Tahir Hassan, 2 overs, 1 wicket for 8. The only one that was a little bit expensive there was the captain, Mohamed Asif, but he knew he had to get his 2 overs in at some point, and he did. And though he was a little bit expensive, he also picked up 2 wickets. So sensational bit of bowling there, but again the fielding, look at the number of catches, good catches that we saw there as well. Bhushan took 2 really good catches. There was that caught and bowled from Kushdel as well, and that, well, a team, I think you can't take anything away from the Spartans, the way that they played in the group stages, the way that they're entertained us, and the way that they came out yesterday in the quarterfinals. They had such a good day, a good victory there, and it's the style. You know, one thing I would say, if you come into finals in finals day with a good win under your belt, you know you're going to do well, and that's exactly what happened against the Bayern Boosters. When the chips were down, they came back well in that second part of the innings when the opposition were 85 for naught, and the Spartans restricted them to 127, needed 128, got them with 4 balls to go, and they brought that form into this morning's game as well. They just looked like the all-round team, but it was the batting and the captaincy as well. Stuck to his players, had belief in his players, and they performed.
Yeah, it certainly was a really exciting final. Plenty of runs in the end, wasn't it? Because both teams get over 100 in the final. 131 to 108 the final score, and it'll be hard to say goodbye to this centre in Krefeld, the National Performance Centre by Erdingen Club. It is a really fantastic multi-sport facility. We saw that with the cheerleaders earlier, but I tell you what, the Bayer Spartans tonight, they might be the ones doing backflips, Rico, because they were very, very excited to win. And in the end, like I said, the margin was 23 runs. And look, I know for all of you that have stuck around, and you're ECS enthusiasts, and you'd love to hear from one of the Spartans themselves. And who better than the captain, Mohamed Asif, who's here with us. And he's going to hand over in a second, but we'll come in for a second here. And Rico is going to have a chat to Mohamed Asif. Well, Mohamed, I'm sure you've had a very, very exciting day. I bet you're feeling a lot better than when you got given out first ball, and we were just having a little chat about that. Maybe Rico wants to ask you about that one. But all's well that ends well. Congratulations from my behalf, on behalf of all the viewers as well, on a great series. I'm going to leave you with Rico just to say a few things. And Rico, didn't the Spartans play some amazing cricket over this final series?
They certainly did. I mean, the cricket was outstanding, and I think you cannot deny, that's what I was saying, you cannot deny that the best team maybe over this fortnight were the champions. So it's a great pleasure to have the captain, Mohamed Asif, here with me. First of all, look, describe what you're feeling right now. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rico. First of all, we had to bat, and we thought we need to put on like 100 plus scores. And after 3 overs, we had like 18 runs, and I told them we need 2 big overs, and we got 2 big overs. And the other team was under pressure. So when we had like 130, so we were like, we are going to win this match.
Yeah.
But the first 3 overs were really, really important, because in the whole tournament, our power play was catastrophic. So they bowled really well, and I decided to bowl the 4th over.
Yeah. And
I was going to pick up the wicket. I just tried to put full balls. I gave 2 full balls, but he hit me 6s, and I was Like, I will get him out.
You'll get him out,
yeah.
I mean, you mentioned, I want to just focus first on the batting, and the one thing that I think you did very differently to maybe majority of the other teams is you had faith in the guys. You didn't change the batting order at all. I seem to remember early on in the group stages, somebody like Wakas Vatni, he was having issues. He wasn't scoring runs, playing a couple of big shots, getting out. I think Siddiqui was at the time the most consistent performer for you. Shazad as also was having issues. You yourself were having issues, but you didn't change it. You weren't tempted to change it. You believed that if you kept going out there and kept trying, you would, and they would come good. That's exactly what happened, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because I know them since 3 or 4 years, and I know they can hit big shots, and my bowlers, I know they didn't perform in the first few overs or first few matches, but I believed in them, and I know I can bowl, but I gave them chances in the first couple of matches. I thought, okay, let's try. Maybe they can. I had like 5 full bowlers.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I will be the next 6.
Well, one thing, I'm glad you mentioned that, because one of the things, that, as you know, Ujwal was here with me the first week, and one of my observations was when you guys were playing is that you didn't have the variation with the ball. You had the medium paces, but if you had a team that was playing the paces really well, and Golden Star Bowling is a good example of that, you didn't have anyone to break it down. In my opinion, Bushan, who's an exceptional player, great all-rounder. I mean, we saw him take 2 brilliant catches there again today. On his day, he can bowl well, but he just seemed to put the ball in a little bit too quick. He doesn't give the flight. Maybe he's a little bit apprehensive, afraid to do so. But you then came on and bowled. And the first time that you bowled, I'm thinking, okay, they've got you as a bowler. Why aren't you bowling more? I think in that game, you just bowled the 1 over. And then you did the same thing in another game. I think you came on and bowled the 9th over. And I'm thinking, all right, what's going on here now? But then as soon as you started taking that ball and bowling the 2 overs in, it changed the whole complex of the game. And teams weren't scoring as high runs as they were before with you. I mean, was that part of the plan, or were you just saying, look, I want to see how the team goes, and if I'm not needed, if I'm not required, I won't bowl?
Yeah, actually, yes. Because in the group matches, I thought, let's wait. As you know, we needed to win 4 or 5 matches. I said, okay, I will bowl in important match as we have got 5 main bowlers. And in quarterfinal and semi-final, I was like, I'm going to bowl 2 overs. I will try to bowl 2 overs because I was very confident that I can take wickets and I can put them under pressure. That was my plan.
Marvellous performance. And let's talk a little bit about the final. I think getting runs on the ball was important. Batting first, is that something you would have done anyway?
No. If I'm being honest, no. We wanted to bowl first, but when we lost the toss, okay, I said to my guys, okay, we are going to play our natural game. We need to put 130 plus. That was in our mind, and we achieved it.
You know, when you guys were batting, in my mind, because I know the Golden Star Bowling, I kept thinking to myself, okay, the score looks like it could be about 115, 120. But in my mind, I'm thinking it's got to be 130. And then just like that from nowhere, I think at the end of the 8th over, I've got it written down here, no, end of the 9th over, it was 111, end of the 8th over, 97. And those runs came. But those runs came because of, I think, an exceptional player. Somebody who is talented, he's played so well. He didn't do so well yesterday, and you could feel the pain in him because he's a top performer. It didn't happen. But Tahir Hassan, what a player. We saw him take, in the first semi-final, 3 wickets. He came back strong after being clubbed everywhere yesterday. And then that innings there towards the end to get you to 130. And then in the final as well, in the field, takes a catch. He bowled really well. Sensational, talented player, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yesterday I talked to him and he said, I am not completely fit. And I asked him, can you give 70%? He said, yes. I said, then you are going... Yeah, he's talented. Yesterday I talked to him, he said to me, I am not 100% fit. I said, can you give your 70%? You don't need a big start. Just try to put Yorkers and play your natural game. And he said, okay, tomorrow. I asked him, are you fit? I asked him like 3 times. He said, I have little bit pain. I said, I don't need your pace. I just need your liner length.
Yeah.
And I believed him. So I know him like 4 years and he's a good all-rounder. In this tournament, I know he didn't perform with the bat. I think just in first match and then the last match. And I know he can hit big shots.
But they do say, don't they? They do say that when it comes to the crunch, it's the big players that come and perform.
Yes.
He certainly was a big player that came and performed. Somebody else who was consistent in the last 3 knocks was of course the opener, and that's Wakas Fatmi. He batted beautifully well. I think today in both knocks he scored 100 runs, a combination of 100 runs. He came good when he needed to. I think Shabazz Khan as well behind the stump is good. Yourself as well, they just kept feeding you the short ball, and you kept putting away. I think you're the biggest hooker off the ball. It's a great performance from you. Look, I know that you want to get and join your team because that presentation ceremony is about to start now. But very quickly, is there anybody? It's your stage is yours. Anyone that you want to say hello and thank you to, and tell us all how you, the captain, are feeling right now.
So I'm really happy. I'm leading this team first time in T10, and I'm really happy that we became champion. And I'm really thankful to all my fellows. They performed really well, and I think we deserved it.
Yeah,
so
look,
thank you very much for all the support here, especially your team. Thank you very much.
Look, thank you. You've been absolutely marvellous. And one thing I like about you and your team, especially you, no matter what the situation, you're always smiling. That's the way the game should be played. Look, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know you want to go and join your team. So I'm going to let you go right now. And ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Let's hear it again for the captain, Mohammed Asif, who's led his team really well. And without further ado, I think we're ready now to go over to the trophy presentation ceremony for this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Krefeld. Vinny, over to you.
Thanks very much, Rico. And welcome everybody to the trophy ceremony for the FanCode European Cricket Series, Germany, Krefeld edition. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you out there as well for your company over the last 2 weeks. Well, I couldn't wait to join the party, of course, and big thanks to Ujwal Gadaraju as well, who filled in for me in the first week. And, well, I couldn't wait to get here because I saw some really exciting cricket teams. I saw a few new faces I hadn't seen before. I saw some new kits I hadn't seen before, such as the Golden Stars. But, of course, a lot of the Spartans guys I hadn't seen close up. Black Caps who are here as well. You know, it was great to see you guys again. But I think what we saw is we saw teams that love to play attacking cricket, and that is really what ECS cricket is all about with the format and the fact that we want you to be enjoying what you're doing, and it really looked like out there you're enjoying what you were doing. It's a great way, I'm sure, to finish your domestic season. Now, before we get on to the trophies, I do have a couple of partners that I want to thank, and look, partnerships are really important out there in the middle, but they're also really important off the field, and we really value our partnership with Deutsche Cricket Bund, so the DCB. Son O'Brien's here on behalf of the DCB. Thank you so much for your support of the European Cricket Series. Obviously, we're looking forward to Germany, the national team, performing in the ECC next month, and we all remember the first game ever against Italy, and you guys will get to renew that rivalry in just over a month's time. So looking forward to that. Yeah, but you know, not only just here in Krefeld, but also in Dresden. It's been a great 4 weeks. I think the viewers have really enjoyed it, showing what you can do. I also want to give a big thank you to the Bayer Oerdingen Club for hosting us, and for everyone that made us feel so welcome, for organising the food, and just really all the smiling faces in the morning. Thank you so much, guys. You know who you are, and yeah, even for helping us when our bus ran out of petrol last night. That was very, very helpful. So thank you very much with that. But yeah, we hopefully can see you again, and we really always enjoy the friendship that you bring to the table. I also want to thank some of our financial partners, of course. Big thanks to FanCode for their support of the European Cricket Series, but also to Local Lifestyle, who do such a great job providing the trophies and the medals that you see today. Also, I want to thank Bizaway Travel. Not the easiest thing, as you know, at the moment, the travel situation is pretty hectic to get us around the European network as we do. We're off to Belgium next, of course, so looking forward to that, and of course 5 weeks in Spain. And a big thanks to Frederic Constant, who have come on as our official timekeepers as well over the last few weeks, and we're really excited to work with them through the ECC and beyond. And a big thank you to Kookaburra finally for providing all the balls as well, and you lost heaps of them, and I often make a joke that it's €5 per ball. So if you are one of the people that lost a few balls in the bushes, tell you what, if you have the spike-proof boots, it might be a good idea to go in there and look for them. There are plenty of Kookaburras left around this ground right now. So big thank you to all of our partners. Just a quick few more thank yous coming up as well, and I want to thank the Blue Crew. So Sam, the project manager, probably hardest working guy, does a lot of things you don't see. Thank you very much, Sam. But everybody, of course, you know who you are. You know, we love doing what we do, and it's hard work. They're long days, as you can imagine, probably playing half the day. It's a pretty long day. It's really long days for the Blue Crew in some heat as well. So big thank you to you guys I love working with you as always. And for those of you moving on, I'll see you in Belgium. For those of you not, I'll see most of you at the ECC. I also want to give a big thank you to our TV partners, Spring Productions. And don't these guys do a great job? We've got Dennis here, we've got Andres, and we've got Martins in the truck. And these guys, they're the real magicians, I think. They take the magic you do out on the field and they turn it into something which people watch all around the world. So I think you guys are the best at what you do, and pound for pound, I think it's the best cricket coverage in the world. So we're so thankful for our partnership with you. Okay, I do have just a couple more thank yous before we move on, and I do want to thank a group of people that I thought had a very good 2 weeks, and it's one job that if you've ever done it, you know there's a lot of pressure that goes with this job. And actually, when lots of people, in fact millions of people are watching and analysing every decision you make, it's probably even tougher, but I think that they handled the pressure really well. So I want to give a big thank you to the umpires. Thank you very much to all of you guys. And I know a couple that aren't here as well, Ayush and Monica, who helped out during the week. And I know Arun's going to have an experience at the ECC, so really looking forward to seeing you there. And let's give a big shout out as well to the one and the only, our match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, as well. No. I was hoping that you would wear the peacock shirt, but maybe that's only for Fridays, Rob. So looking in great shape as well, Rob. A few of the viewers have noticed that. All right, so it's almost time to get on with the ceremony. I want to give a big thank you, just a blanket thank you, I think, to the players. I think the fact that some people don't realise how far you travel to be here, the sacrifices to work and your family life and just to your other commitments. And we do recognise that at the European Cricket Network. So I want to sincerely thank you to all the captains for managing players as well. It's not easy to juggle these things, but we are really excited that you're excited about playing ECS cricket, and that when you come to town you receive us so warmly and you seem to be enjoying the opportunity, because we never would have imagined really that we'd be as big as we are, and that's really up to you guys. So I'm just going to give you guys a big round of applause. To all the players, thank you so much for your efforts. And in particular, there's one person I do want to thank, and I mentioned Ujwal Gadaraju already, who filled in for me in the first week of this tournament. Uji, thank you so much. But there's one guy, really, he makes my life so much easier. I think everybody seems to love him, and I know why. He is a really, really fantastic human being. He's put in a big stint on the road now. I think he's done 5 weeks in a row, allowed me to have a bit of a break so I could spend time with my family and friends, and I'm really thankful for that. And he's over there, and he probably can't even hear me, but let's have a big bale, bale, bale for Rico Fool! Bale, bale, bale! So Rico, enjoy a couple of weeks off with your family, and I look forward to seeing you for the opening day of the European Cricket Championship from Spain. So look, I do want to thank the teams just quickly. I've talked about the players, in particular those that made the quarterfinals, and in fact Clone CC, who did make the top 4 but didn't quite make a medal. Big thank you to them, because they certainly provide us with some excitement even in this final series. But now we are going to move on to the medals, and thanks for your patience for all of that. But I think it is really important that we do thank the partners and those people that help this whole show come together. Now we are going to go on to the team that finished 3rd, and they're a team, when I saw them last year, I thought these guys can play, and it took a golden ball to knock them out of the tournament. And that was fresh in my mind. I know you guys were probably carrying that with you for a little while as well, but tell you what, I said it straight away. I said, you guys are the team to beat. You're smart cricketers, and you seem, even those of you that aren't really, probably T10 wouldn't be your favourite game, you seem to adapt to it. And those of you that do love T10, well, you smack the ball everywhere. So I really loved your enthusiasm. I really love the blend of kind of older faces and younger faces in your team. I love your team spirit, and I love the way even you bounce back from that heartbreaking defeat this morning, where it can all go wrong. We've all been there, where a batting innings just doesn't go the way you want and you lost a bunch of wickets. You still fought it out, and I believed if any team could defend 61, it would have been you guys. Congratulations on bouncing back to win the bronze medal, and we wish you all the best for the season ahead next year as well. Please give a big round of applause for the Düsseldorf Black Caps if you guys would like to come up and collect your bronze medals. Thank you, guys. You can all, please. And the officials will be handing out the medals today on behalf of Local Lifestyle. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Congratulations to the Black Caps. Congratulations. They're a very, very likeable team, and look, lots of familiar faces, and we look forward to seeing you next year as well. Let's have one more big round of applause. The Düsseldorf Black Caps finishing in 3rd place in this year's European Cricket Series right here in Germany, Krefeld. And I'm sure you guys, that one will be in the memory bank as well for next year. I'm sure. I look forward to seeing you guys again. Okay, let's move on to the team that finished in 2nd place. On these guys, there was no missing them, was there, with those uniforms? They were bright, bright purple. And you sent a message on the opening morning. And trust me, I was watching when you knocked over the Bond Blue Stars on the Monday morning. And you guys said, well, you know, some teams struggle to kind of get with the pace pretty quickly with this T10 cricket. These guys seem made for it. You seem to really enjoy it. I love your personalities as well. I think the viewers really loved you for that reason as well. And I only wish I could grow a moustache as good as some of you guys. Look, I love your approach to the game. I love that you play with smiles on your faces and you seem to be having fun with it. You came through a really, not an easy draw either, of course, in the quarterfinals, and then the way you knocked over and picked apart the Black Caps' strong batting lineup, long batting lineup this morning. I think that was fantastic. In the final, okay, you got the chance to chase, probably got away from you in just probably 2 or 3 overs in the first innings, and you were chasing 22 many. Still, you gave it a crack, didn't you? And I really, really loved the way. Even though you went down, you still entertained us, and you're worthy runners-up. Congratulations. The runners-up in this ECS are the team in purple. It's Golden Star Bond. Congratulations. You guys like to come up and receive your silver medals. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hey, well done. Thank you. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Big well done. Congratulations, congratulations. Okay, and yeah, congratulations, guys. Really look forward to hopefully seeing you guys again. You guys are a really exciting team to watch, and hopefully you guys have a great domestic season next year as well. Don't forget, any club in Germany could win the national championship potentially, and over the next few years, maybe you could be joining us at the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. I know Darmstadt CC, they won it this year, and they will be joining us in Kartama in 2023, but that should be your ambition. You're all fantastic cricketers, and you know, you guys are able to do it, and that should be, I think, a goal that you should be working towards. Okay, before we get to the final trophy presentation and the gold medals being handed to the winners, we do have one more award, and this is the MVP of the tournament. This is judged over the whole of the 2 weeks, and look, there are so many contenders in this, there's just almost too many to name, so I'm not going to go and name a whole bunch of people, but we know that every side really was competitive. When you think about the sides that missed out, they weren't easy beats at all, were they? We saw Bond Blue Stars miss out in the first week. We saw VfB Gelsenkirchen, the Black Miners, miss out despite, you know, they had a dramatic golden ball win the other day and a bit unlucky in some other games. But in the end, we picked a guy who was an incredible kind of force with the bat. He scored over 300 runs in the end, striking at over 200 with 23 Maximos. Can you believe it? The MVP is Wakas Fatmi from the Bayern Spartans. Congratulations. Rob Kemming will present the award. Congratulations, Wakas. That's a fantastic individual achievement. I'm sure you're happy to share it with your team because you guys are the winners. And I want to talk about you for a second because I did watch you during the first week and sometimes it just wouldn't click. But I said, when it does click, these guys, you just can't get near them. And that's kind of the way that it worked out in the finals as well. And you set yourself a big task against the boosters, didn't you? Having to chase down and score in the 120s, but you did it. And I said, okay, they've done that. Can they do it again? And then you showed us this morning again that you had what it took to get through to the final. Then, okay, you weren't chasing this time. You were putting a score on the board, and you had quite a slow start as well. And I thought, okay, are they going to get out of this one? And then you did. And really the way that you continued that attacking approach, no matter what the situation, I think that's what got you through in the end. You had a lot of players you could rely on, and I got to say, I really enjoyed watching you guys come together for a unit. And I think you probably knew the whole time that if you clicked that, you're probably not going to get touched on when it was your day. And today, congratulations, was your day. Congratulations, the winners here of the ECS Krefeld are the Bayer Spartans. If you guys would like to come up and collect your gold medals. You can collect your medal and you can stand behind the table if you like. You can stand behind the table. Let's keep it going here for the Bayer Spartans, everybody. Fantastic effort. All right. And Muhammad Asif will receive his medal, but don't go too far there, Asif, because we have one more piece of silverware to give away. And of course, this is the winner's trophy on behalf of our partners at Local Lifestyle. And I want to congratulate you personally, but on behalf of all of our viewers, and it's a big moment. And now the time has come. Why don't we present the trophy? The winners of this FanCode European Cricket Series are the Bayer Spartans. You can go back and you can share it with your team. Why don't you go back there? And now the time has come to lift the trophy, your champions. Thank you so much, everybody. Of course, we know that these guys, they worked really hard, but there's cricketers in Belgium that can't wait for us to arrive, and we hope that you can join us on Monday. The road show will continue. It's great to be back. Charlie will be with me. We'll see you Monday morning. We'll enjoy the festivities. See you on Monday for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
But he picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Kinna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.